Chapter 1, Uncontrollable Radiation Source. Douluos Continent, Star-Do Great Forest. One of the three most famous settlements of soul beasts in Douluos Continent. The area is huge. The land area is almost equal to that of the Barak Kingdom, spanning the borders of the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire, of which 2/5 of the land area is in the Heaven Do Empire. The other 3/5 are in the Xing Luo Empire, a huge virgin forest with complex terrain. There are wetlands, swamps and so on. The soul beast there is also extremely terrifying. The closer it is to the center of the forest, the stronger the soul beast. There are even 100,000-year-old soul beasts inside. Any soul master, as long as he has enough strength and good luck, can find the most suitable soul ring in it. An Uchiha uranium stood in the outermost bushes of the Star-Do forest, staring into the forest. Behind the bushes, there are towering woods that gradually become strange, and there are soul beasts that represent death. Is also in it. Was very surprised why he stood here, but it was his own choice. Since Wuhan awakened, his parents suddenly fell ill at a certain time, very suddenly and unexpectedly. In fact, it is not a serious illness, it is nothing more than fatigue, nausea, dizziness, and insomnia. But after opening the awakened martial spirit again, he felt something was wrong, or that the family had already made him feel uncoordinated from the beginning. His surname is Uchiha, this is okay, but the problem is, this is Douluos mainland. As he grows up, he also understands the history of the family. His ancestor is a powerful-eyed martial soul titled Douluos, who has mastered a lot of self-made spirit abilities of the flame nature, as well as many special secret abilities, but due to the age, or because it has been hidden for a long time, it is no longer present. Although there are ancestors, it is clear that the origin of the ancestors is not recorded in the slightest. This is also a point that shocked Uchiha. He was the second to cross, and his ancestor was the first to cross. It's just that it's a bit outrageous that Shaol Yuanyan was directly assimilated into a martial arts soul, but when I thought of Douluos Continent, there is a god realm, and there are other worlds outside of the god realm, so I don't feel that much. After all, no one can tell about this thing. It's all here, so you can only say that. When he was 6 years old, he also directly started a separate martial arts awakening ceremony in the family. The process went smoothly. He successfully awakened his martial soul. Unfortunately, he was not a twin martial soul, but he was surprised. He awakened. The Riding Wheel Eye martial arts spirit seems to be different from the rest of the family. The specific method is different, Uchiha Uranus is not clear. In the eyes of others, the Gojade in his eyeballs does not seem to be a Gojade shape, but a similarly reduced version of a fan-shaped icon, with a rounded and protruding head and a sunken inside. However, compared to other people, his father was very happy, calling it a mutant martial soul. He also said that the family has not appeared a mutant martial soul for a long time, and the 2 mutant martial souls that have appeared in the past are extremely a powerful and special existence, and today, he is fortunate to see the birth of a new mutant martial arts soul in the family, and he is still his own child. He is very happy and asked the family historian to write down this moment in history. But with the awakening of Wuhan, it was also the beginning of a nightmare. I don't know when, it seems that the maid's low-grade fever, or the servant's unprovoked coma, caused a strange change in the whole family, that is, the family members are so easy to get sick. Unknown changes appeared. With fever, more and more people became weak. The patriarch, Uchiha Uranium's father, Uchiha Dake stepped forward. Whether it is a healing soul master or a tonic, these foreign objects are used. It can only be delayed, or temporarily suppressed, not cured. Uchiha Dake is completely helpless in this situation, which is neither poison nor martial arts means. No matter how precise his riding wheel is, he can't see what changes are happening inside the human body. He treats the soul master's diagnosis. I also confirmed that the body of these servants with low spirit power was deteriorating. It seems that a certain threshold has been reached. One night, the servant who fell into a coma at the earliest began to vomit violently, high fever, bleeding, and anemia of varying degrees, as if tortured. These few servants with low spirit power were suffering the pain of imagination. At the same time, while Uchiha was looking in the mirror, he opened the martial arts writing wheel and observed the peculiar jade shape in his pupils, and gradually developed a bad premonition in his heart. A single-shaped fan-shaped icon. The outer circle is convex and the inner circle is concave. A single icon can't explain much. But if you look at it according to the three Gyu, it rotates in the pupil in the shape of a product, like a fan. Yet, but to be precise, it is more like some kind of warning sign on the earth in the past life. What is it? Reminiscent of the weak servant being in a coma, general fatigue, vomiting, high fever, Uchiha suddenly thought that these symptoms only slowly appeared after he awakened his martial soul and awakened this peculiar pattern. And this pattern may be the culprit that brought these negative factors, or that his mutant martial spirit may not be developing in a good direction, but in a deteriorating direction. What exactly is it? What do these symptoms represent in previous lives? Is it poisonous? Or is there cancer? Wait, you reading www.yuyugonshu.com Cancer. It seems that something has been thought of. Uchiha Uranus feels as if he has grasped the point. Following this line of thought, continue to think about whether there is something inside their body. Stimulus response, and cancers such as a lot of sweating, fatigue, vomiting and other symptoms can indeed be compared with the current situation. Then, what is the incentive? Unknowingly, Uchiha looked in the mirror again. Looking at herself in the mirror, her silver white hair naturally flowing to her ears, her fair skin with a healthy blush, and the pair of rotating single Gyu writing wheel eyes, everything seemed so natural, but with a touch of weirdness. My own eyes, the more they look like an icon. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. If the whites of his eyes were yellow, would it match this black fan-shaped Gyu better? Warning icon? I know. The young man was silent for a while. It shouldn't be wrong. If it is that thing, it is indeed against the panic-stricken family. Although there is currently no spirit master with a higher spirit power level in a coma, I am afraid that these days after that, the family has been infected 7 or 88. If this continues, I am afraid that all of them will die someday. I will not be surprised. Uchiha Uranus raised his head and said to himself. Speaking slowly, he stood up and began to pack up his clothes. It's not wrong. His eyes would make everyone around him die in pain, and now, he wants to leave this home, he has to leave immediately. His eyes reminded him thoroughly. He had seen this fan-shaped icon very rarely, but every time he saw such a warning, he would immediately stay away for fear of being contaminated. That is nuclear radiation. Chapter 2, Stay away from people. If Uchiha Uranus is right, he is probably a walking radiation source, constantly emitting energy in the form of particles from the inside to the outside, not just contact. As long as he exists, everyone around him will continue to absorb it. These radiations eventually showed various illnesses, with the whole body pain, suffering from carcinogenesis, death, gene mutation, and other pains, and died miserably. He didn't want to see this ending. So he left. As long as he stays in the clan, everyone will die. It's nothing more than people with high spirits who die later, even if it's not for their parents, but also for themselves. It's hard to guarantee that someday someone in the clan will find their mutated writing wheel. The eyes are the source of their infertility and death by allowing them to absorb the microscopic particle stream of radiation, and then kill themselves in advance. Let alone the past 6 years, the parental kindness of nurturing is vivid, and the feelings cannot be faked. It is better to leave by yourself. That's why there is this scene where a child, carrying a heavy package for him, stands in the bushes and hesitates. The soul beasts in the Star-Do Great Forest are not herbaceous and vegetarian. Walk in, I'm afraid it will be difficult to come out again. After a while, Uchiha gritted his teeth, took out a dagger with cold light from the package, tied the package to his back and fixed it, freed his hands and walked slowly like inside in a light and vigilant posture. He can't go anywhere, whether it's ethnicity or not, as long as there are people around him, not just around him, as long as he appears in a certain town, a certain village, then it will not be long before these ordinary people's peaceful life will be broken by him. Endless deaths, ugly and disgusting body decay and mutation, will accompany them throughout their lives. There are only places where there are no people, and only the Stardew Forest where no one has set foot, is his future destination. It's just a pity. He also fantasized about 5 village fighting, the fancy things like legendary eyes. At any rate, he was writing round eyes. Maybe when his kaleidoscope opened, Shrek would crawl all the way. Is really a pity. After walking into the bushes, everything around him began to change. Although there is still a long distance from the real Stardew Forest, the vegetation is almost the same. The ground began to become damp, and the surroundings became a bit sultry. It was clear that the outside world was less than 100 meters away, and the air was pleasant and sunny, but the inside had become completely different. The inside of is more like a rainforest, with the smell of decayed vegetation. The air is very humid and hot, and the sun shines on the ground after penetrating through the gaps between layers of dense leaves. The dense vegetation grows extremely densely and prosperously because of abundant rainwater, with tangled vines and tangled roots, forming numerous obstacles. After walking for only an hour, Uchiha's silver-white hair was already wet with sweat, and his slightly curly hair was close to the sides of the hair. His white skin was a little uncomfortable by the toxic sun, and his forehead was unconsciously. Large beads of sweat flowed down the bridge of the nose, passing by the corner of the mouth, with a hint of salty taste. The young man was wearing a somewhat luxurious blue and white trousers and long gown. He stepped on his deerskin boots and rolled his trousers a few times to expose his ankles to prevent the dirty mud on the ground and the decaying branches from getting stained. Fortunately, his family is big and he was born well. He also has a spatial soul guide himself, but the contents are already full, otherwise he would throw the package on his back and he would not be so tired. After understanding his special situation, he quickly packed up what he needed to survive in the wild. At any rate, he was reborn. He also watched several issues. Although he didn't practice it personally, he still looks the same. It can still be done. Not to mention that he is a spirit master. After the baptism of the spirit ring, and the physical strengthening of the martial arts who opened the ring eye, his current physical fitness of 6 years old may be even better than the body of the otaku in his previous life. Strong. However, he also knew that his little actions might have been in his father's eyes long ago. After all, his father is a clan leader, and his strength is certainly not weak. He is just a child. He packs things, prepares to pack, and has obvious intentions to leave. It didn't show up, and it didn't stop. So before going out, he talked to himself for a while, just to tell his parents the reason and intention to leave. He was ashamed. If the abnormal changes in the body were detected early, I am afraid that the servant who took care of him before will not fall into the hospital bed and endure the torture of radiation. In fact, in retrospect, I can also ask my father to open up a place to live in a deserted place in advance, without having to go to the Stardew Forest to suffer, and endure the risk of death at any time. But the feeling of guilt at the time crushed him and made his mind so hot that he made such a move. As for why he is so sure that his father is all in his eyes, nonsense. His space soul guidance device has a large stack of soul beast encyclopedias, Wu Soul Common Sense, Uchiha Family History, Forest Survival Encyclopedia, Trap Making Manual, and Soul Power Training. Notes and other books are ready at first glance. Oh, I don't want to have so much, I'm here. Suddenly, he stopped and looked around suspiciously. It was quiet. There were no imaginary soul beasts, no scary mosquitoes and insects. There was nothing except plants, only plants. Should I go to some thousand-year soul beast territory, am I? Uchiha became vigilant. Although the outermost area of Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com is usually the spirit beast activities between 10 and 100 years, it is difficult to keep any struggles to fail. The thousand-year spirit beasts who were expelled from the territory ran away. Coming into this low-level area, this is not a game, everything is the same. If he hits, I am afraid he will be left here. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, nothing happened. Forget it, this area is not good for camping and survival. It's too humid. I have to go to both sides to find another way. I can't go inside. After thinking about it, Uchiha Uranus made this decision. If he guessed correctly, the Star-Do Great Forest has all the areas, and now it is in a wetland environment similar to a rainforest, then there must be a forest environment suitable for him, or something else, anyway. Turned the direction and continued to move forward with difficulty, pulling away the green leaves that obscured the view, and then striding as far as possible on the moist ground covered with many vegetation. Pulling away the leaves, Uchiha Uranus was disappointed to find that there were muddy stagnant puddles in front of him. Bubbles appeared in the puddles, and then dissipated. A violent and unpleasant aura radiated from the surroundings. Tall broad-leaved trees grew on both sides. Together with the low bushes, it forms an impossible road. It seems I can only change lanes. The young man clenched his teeth subconsciously, feeling a little anxious in his heart, and had to go back and forth on a detour. This time, he wasted a lot of time. Forget it. With a sigh, the boy turned his head and walked on the road that he was going on, but he didn't notice. In the stagnant puddle behind him, black and brown toads all covered with tumors appeared, crawling out of the water one by one. Kang ran in the opposite direction of the boy, jumping away from him like a fatal man, as if the boy was a scourge. Chapter 3, Forest Without Soul Beasts. He encountered a fork in the road. No, it is not a fork road, this kind of natural, no human existence in the soul beast forest, there is no road that has been stepped on by humans. In front of him, there are actually only 2 forest trails that can be walked on, but the degree of danger is unknown. Is this, the left or the right? Uchiha frowned. Although there is no soul beast right now, race against time is a necessary way. It is noon now, which is still safe. Once nightfall, all kinds of terrifying carnivorous soul beasts start hunting, and it may be difficult to resist with their current situation. But if you go the wrong way and unknowingly walk into the soul beast's nest, it will be too embarrassing. Left. After hesitating for a moment, Uchiha Uranus decided to change his lane slightly and move on like left. Because the ground is very muddy, the surrounding vine roots, fallen leaves and difficult slippery stones make him move very slowly, and the sun in the sky is getting more and more vicious. If it were not for the dense foliage, I am afraid his delicate skin has already begun. It hurts. He has become a little accustomed to the unpleasant smell in the air. He really didn't expect that the Star-Do Great Forest actually has such a landform environment as a wetland and swamp. He originally thought it was all trees and forests. I guess this place is also looking for if there is no clean living water source, even if there is, it will be the place where many spirit beasts must pass. At the latest tonight, they will begin to survive in the wild. Water, food, shelter. He has not achieved any of the 3 elements of survival so far. Uchiha can only hope that the next road will be easier. The food and water sources are not very worried. The Space Soul Guidance device will have enough food for him for at least 10 days, which is really difficult for him. Still nowhere to sleep. He was really a little afraid that he would go to sleep as soon as he slept and woke up in the belly of a certain spirit beast the next day. Isn't it said that the Star-Do Great Forest is a heaven of soul beasts? How come you have not seen the soul beast for more than 2 hours? After a while, Uchiha Uranus found a relatively clean stone with a slightly flat top and climbed up, sat on it and began to rest. The doubt that the soul beast disappeared for no reason still stayed in his heart and did not dissipate. This is absolutely abnormal. Compared to the forest, the density of the soul beast is definitely higher. Even if he is slow, he will not think that the forest without the soul beast is normal. There is definitely something wrong with it. Is it really in the territory of high-level spirit beasts? After thinking about it, Uchiha Uranus can only draw this conclusion. There is no way. According to current observations, there is only this reason, but this possibility it's not too high either. High-level soul beasts have to eat well. Now I can't meet even a low-level herbivorous soul beast. Is it possible that this high-level soul beast drinks northwest wind? Where is the problem? Forget it, don't think about it, hurry up and eat something, and then go on. He has been around this place for more than 2 hours, and he hasn't eaten anything yet. Here, food and water should be eaten when he can't hold on, but he seems to overestimate his endurance. Eating is a simple naan made of dried meat, nuts, flour, eggs, and seasonal vegetables. It is very large, about 60 centimeters wide, and round, thin on both sides, 2 to 3 centimeters thick, and about 6 centimeters thick in the middle. Storage resistant, he turned it out in the kitchen at home. It tastes very good, but you need to chew it carefully. At his age, if he eats quickly, he will accidentally lose his teeth and he has a small appetite. It is conservatively estimated that such a piece of cake will be enough for him to eat for 2 to 3 days. After eating for a quarter of an hour, Uchiha burped with satisfaction, and then took out a few sips of water. At this point, the rest time is over and he wants to continue walking forward. Right now, this place is not suitable for night rest. The ground is all it is sludge water, unless you sleep on a tree. Packed up, turned over and walked off the boulder, and continued to walk forward. Push away the obstructing plant, use a sharp machete to split the thorns, tear off the webs entangled on the body, and pat off the slippery moss. Uchiha walked in this uninhabited jungle, trying to open a path for walking. The dense jungle that covered the sky in front of him suddenly became rare and sparse, gradually revealing the blue sky. The sound of the river flowing gradually became clear, and a small river appeared in the boy's field of vision soon after. Both sides of the river are covered with lush, unknown plants. The water is not turbulent, but the water quality is a bit turbid. The dark green floating algae floats on the surface of the water, moving forward with the water, and it is hard to see how deep this small river is. But the river was a bit wide, and he didn't use any tools, it was difficult to pass the river. From the eyes of the boy, he knew that this river was not for him to pass. There are no trees growing on both sides, and he can't move the decayed tree trunks to build a bridge, not to mention the danger in the water is unknown. He did not dare to set foot in the river easily, and this river can nourish so many floating algae, it must be the eutrophication of the water body. And the floating algae cover the water surface, the algae blooming will make the water deprived of oxygen. In this river, ordinary fish can't live. There is no artificial salvage here. According to this situation, all the river surface has not been covered. Among them, there must be herbivorous soul beasts that feed on floating algae. There are herbivorous soul beasts, and there should be carnivores. I'm afraid I can't drink this river. There are too many impurities in the water and the water is muddy. Uchiha Uranus knew that there was nothing on his body that could filter the water source, and it was difficult to achieve safe and pollution-free eating with the filtering method he knew, but this river is the only source of water found so far. If he waits for the clean water source he carries to drink light, I'm afraid no matter how dirty, I have to pinch my nose and drink it. How to do it? Uchiha Uranium looked at this turbid river, and then looked around and there was nothing worth borrowing. The environment across the river was a bit tangled for a while. Is it to risk crossing the river, or to return far away? After a while, Uchiha made a decision and could not return. Otherwise, all his time would be wasted searching for the road. He had to walk along the edge of the river. This area is the area of the soul beast for 10 to 100 years. Based on his physical fitness and the spirit ability is enough to face most of the dangers. Moreover, the water source is the place where the creatures must pass. If you can meet the soul beast, you can directly live in the ready-made lair along the traces, completely saving yourself a series of trivial tasks such as creating a shelter and delimiting a safe area. Confirmed the route, Uchiha Uranus began to move on. He did not walk directly by the river, but a little distance away, to ensure a certain degree of safety. The surrounding trees seem to be close to the water source. The trunks and roots are covered with moss, which is very slippery. If you are a young man, you can climb the slippery, tall, and bulging roots. There is a risk of falling. What's more, there is a heavy package on his back. Uchiha Uranus walked carefully along the river. The river is gurgling and drifting with duckweed and floating algae. The two banks are lush and the vegetation is quite dense. After he walked for about 2 hours, the sky was getting darker. The surface of the river gradually widened, the water quality gradually became clear, and the ground began to have a bit of hardness. Not only was the river widened, but the trees on both sides became sparse. The dense vegetation was replaced by weeds and bushes, the tall woods receded, direct sunlight came in, and the hot and humid air was blown away by cool gusts. Uchiha Uranus looked back, looked at the road opened behind him, and the complex and twisted roots of the trees and vines, and then looked at the refreshing forest lake in front of him, and he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Sure enough, he guessed right. Since it is living water, it must have a source. Find the source, it must be clean water. He has had enough of this muddy ground with 1 foot and 1 pit. It finally came out. It's really strange that this wetland rainforest environment does not even have flying insects. No, this place, this water source location, how can there not even be a soul beast drinking water? Around this forest lake, you can clearly see the footprints of beasts, but what is creepy is that there is nothing around. It is not like a soul beast heaven, more like a lifeless hell. Where am I? Chapter 4, Starry Night. Is really lacking enough information to make him unable to make a judgment. Uchiha Uranus doesn't understand why there is no soul beast in the soul beast forest. It is impossible to talk like there is no wife in the wife cake, right? It was getting late, and after an afternoon on the road, he was also exhausted. This is not an ordinary walk. He has been walking through the dense jungle. The air is extremely hot and humid, and the trees and vines are entangled. Stumble. Foot on the ground was very soft, and the ground near the water source was a pit 1 step at a time. The accumulation of rotting leaves and the slippery roots of the autumn tree all made his progress greatly slow down and made him consume too much energy. Being able to last until the night is already considered a spirit ring, because it has strengthened physical fitness. Uchiha Uran's eyes were slightly fixed, and he scanned the surroundings. After a while, he found a place that seemed to be okay. But when he was planning to set up camp, his eyes swept to another location. A large tree with slender but very dense leaves was broken at the waist. The crown fell to the ground, and the branches and leaves on both sides fell on both sides and exposed in the middle. A natural hole. Above and on the back are dense thick leaves. Uchiha touched the leaves. It was a bit dry and not as wet as expected. The broken part and the small half are connected together, forming a perfect triangle in front of him, and the position of the canopy is a very ideal residence. It's just that this kind of shelter can't stay for a long time. It's close to the water source and the ground is moist. If you sleep for a long time, it's easy to get cold, but you can use it tonight. Without further ado, Uchiha immediately began to sort out the shelter, pruning some prominent branches and leaves to make this natural hole less than 3 square meters high and more than 1 meter flat. Then with a machete, a thick-legged branch was cut and stood at the break of the big tree to prevent it from suddenly collapsing in the middle of the night. Then he took out a roll of snow-white, light-looking cloth from the package, which looked more like some kind of soul beast skin, crystal clear, with the tanned and specially processed fragrance. Uran spread the leather roll on the ground. Finally, the most critical step is to arrange a night watch trap. Shelter can indeed make him rest comfortably, but rest does not mean safety. The Douluos Great Forest does not have a completely safe place. As long as he dares to sleep without protective measures, passing spirit beasts dare to add a supper to himself. But at the moment when the sky is dim and there is no light source, it is difficult for him to rely on the surrounding environment to make simple traps. But if he doesn't have certain confidence, he dare to do things like going to the Douluos Great Forest to survive? His confidence comes from his first-century-old spirit ring. The first spirit ability, Radiation Trap. Uchiha Uranus silently said in his heart, feeling the soul power in his body beginning to be consumed, gathering towards his own hand. It seems that the power has reached the apex, he can no longer feel other consumption, that is to say, he has completed the trap creation in his hand. Next, just throw it out to complete the trap production. His spirit ability was not originally called a radiation trap, but a burst trap. After he awakened his spirit and activated his 10th level of full spirit power, his father quickly helped him obtain the first spirit ring. The spirit beast killed at that time was called the Onion Beast, which was good at using ground stab traps to prey, and used his whole body hard. A carapace defense, a soul beast that can breathe flames. This soul beast is very rare. It is a variant of the rare soul beast Dungia Beast. Originally, his father's hope was to use his blood affinity for flames to awaken him and breathe the flames of the spirit ability, but in the end, he obtained it. It is the making of traps. This spirit ability allows him to create an invisible and extremely explosive ground stab trap. It can only be placed above a complete space of 1 square meter. After it is placed, the ground stab trap will sink into the ground within 3 seconds. From the surface there is absolutely no problem. However, once a certain weight of creature walks on the top of the ground spur trap, it will fly out from the bottom to the top of the hot ground spurs containing unstable explosive properties, as well as high-speed raids, explosions, high temperatures, spikes and other properties. The scope of the explosion is very large, and the area caused by a ground thorn is more than 10 square meters. Once it explodes, it will be accompanied by high-temperature flames splashing red fragments. The effect is almost the same as that of modern high-explosive grenade, even it's better in some ways. It's a pity that the range is very large, but the ground stab trap is still a 1-second time difference from induction to activation to launch. As long as the creatures in this range run fast enough, they can completely escape the maximum damage range. It can be said to be high latency, high A model of injury. As for why it is now called radiation trap? That's because after opening his mutated martial soul, the Radiant Eye, the trap became a radiation source that continuously emitted radioactive microwave particles. The effect is still the same as before, but it adds a new property: radioactive elements. That is to say, once it explodes, the ground thorn trap will cause great radiation pollution to the surroundings. No matter what it is, no one can escape. As for the extent of this range, Uchiha Uranus has not tested it, and it should not be small. So the trap he will set next is this. The first trap, he placed it at the back of the shelter, in front of the leaves, to prevent the soul beast from throwing himself to death directly from the front. The second trap was placed at the back of the left, and the third was placed at the front of the right. Finally, he marked the 3 positions to prevent him from accidentally stepping on it. The trap was blown up. Although he is not afraid of radiation, the hot spikes do not recognize people. After all this was done, Uchiha Uranus felt that his soul power had been exhausted. At this time, the last bit of residual heat from the sun disappeared on the horizon. Night is coming. Uchiha Uranus looked at the darkened surroundings, and somehow, a feeling of loneliness surged in his heart. He was still studying in his family half a month ago, and after half a month of traveling, he finally arrived at the Douluos Great Forest. He obviously didn't feel this way on the road before, but now, Ruiwoa's sourness is fermenting in his heart. He knows that now he is really far away from the crowd. The family, partners, father and mother are all no longer around, only oneself. Forget it, don't think about this sad thing, and I don't want to radiate the mutated martial soul of the I, so that I will not even be able to find my wife in the future. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Damn, even if I go to prostitute, maybe once she touched the girl, her whole body rotted to death. Uchiha shook his head, looked at the deserted surroundings, and couldn't help but sigh. He raised his head, looked at the night, heard the wolf howling from far away, and then looked at the sky. Stars shining in the sky, twinkling and twinkling. This is a beautiful scenery that he could not see in his previous life. He once thought that the stars he saw in his childhood would never come back. Heavy industry, air pollution, etc., completely covered the night with a grey veil, but now, he is lying on the ground, leaning against the big tree, looking at the night sky with blurred eyes, as if he had regained his childhood. I don't know how long it took. Uchiha Uranus felt a little moist on the tip of his nose, and wanted to rub his nose, then raised his head, a drop of dew dripped from the top of his head. The night view of the sky is still shining, and the light is even worse. The stars that could not be seen in the day are now flashing as if they are fighting. He has never seen such a scene on the earth. Perhaps this is his lost childhood. And Douluo continent is his newborn. For the first time, Uchiha Uranus felt that it was a correct decision for him to come to the Star-Do Great Forest. If he had been in the clan, he would study during the day and practice at night, gradually become stronger and become famous. Maybe he will never again raise his head and watch this beautiful night sky carefully. For the first time, he felt that this kind of life might not be as bad as he thought. Sleepy, sleepy, let's go to sleep. He stretched, took off his dirty shoes, placed them outside, and then went into the shelter. Before going to bed, Uchiha looked at the night sky for the last time, then lay down, closed his eyes, and hibernated quietly. If you live like this in the future, that's not bad. At the corner of his mouth, a faint smile evoked. Chapter 5, Reasons for Dispelling Spirit Beasts. Early the next morning. The sun shines on the shelter, and through the layers of branches and leaves, the spot-like light shines on Uchiha's face with a soft and warm breath, awakening him from sleep. To his surprise, he originally thought that his first night would be spent in tension and anxiety. After all, this is the periphery of the dangerous Star-Do forest. But the fact is that he slept soundly, without the slightest anxiety or fear, as if this place is as safe as home. No difference. A quarter of an hour later, Uchiha Uranus packed up his clothes, tightened his belt, and prepared to start the journey that continues today. Although this place is very good, the water source is clean and close to him, and such a large forest lake, then a large amount of groundwater in this area must be concentrated here, so within a certain range, he must be unable to find a second one. A large water source. But this place is too open. There is a large area of open space. If it is to build a house, that would be more appropriate, but his ability is not enough to live here. The water source is the gathering place of soul beasts, and he is not sure to deal with many souls. The beast, the trap is easy to use, but the soul beast is not crowded and sent forward. In the final analysis, his ability is not enough. Uchiha supported the broken tree and began to observe the surroundings. He wanted to find a thick terrain, preferably a dwelling such as a cave, and then there was a water source around it, preferably some weak herbivorous soul beasts. Among them, such shelter from wind and rain, there is a place for daily life. If you can't find it, you can only turn back and find a place near the water source to build a shelter. He has all thoughts about it, cut some hard wood, and think of a way to make one in the middle of the tree. Uchiha Uranus thought about how the shelter would be arranged in the future, and then took away his hand leaning on the tree. Suddenly, he felt some strange touches in his palm. Withered, like a bark, stuck to his hand. Hey, What's the situation? Uchiha Uran hurriedly clapped his hands, patted off the withered bark in his hands, then turned his head to look at the slightly abnormal tree, his expression gradually becoming serious. At this time, he also noticed some strange things, such as the leaves of the tree crown, which had all changed color. Yesterday, although some branches and leaves were not shiny, they were still green. But now, it is completely gray. He squeezed a leaf, and before he tried hard, it was already scratched and broken. The same is true for this tree. It has no activity of yesterday. It lingers like an old man who is about to die. The gap between the day before and today is so big, it seems that time flies by. Uchiha Uranus was stunned. He still didn't understand what happened. How could this tree become like this? All of a sudden, it died. After a long time, he sighed. I understand. I finally know. No wonder I haven't seen a soul beast. They have a keen sense of smell for feelings. They ran far away when they felt the smell of nuclear radiation on my body. All the soul beasts that can run are gone, and the plants can't run. The nuclear radiation on my body is really good for animals and plants. Damn, I thought I would be able to spend the rest of my life safely by running to the Star-Do Great Forest. Unexpectedly, I am still a nature destroyer, wherever I go and die. Damn. Slowly put down the package, Uchiha loosened the burden on his body, took out the machete that was still covered in mud and sap, and began to search for the thicker trees around him. He figured it all out. Just build a house here, not going anywhere. The radiation on his body can obviously help him disperse the soul beast, and to a large extent guarantee his safety. It can be said that except for people with low perception, they cannot feel the uninterrupted radioactive material on his body. The beast didn't even need to see him, as long as it reached a certain range, that was how far it went. And he also recalled the memory of nuclear radiation, and found that not only animals and plants, water sources, nuclear radiation can also pollute, that is to say, he didn't touch the water source just now, but after the whole night of yesterday, this forest the lake is already his Uchiha Uranus shape. Even if he leaves, the radiation is still there. As long as the other spirit beasts are directly infected by the water in this lake, they will die faster by drinking a few more mouthfuls. And for the soul beasts that have eaten and drank the water here, the radiation will continue to transfer, and then produce mutations in the body, or enter the countdown to life. This is terrifying. He himself is a walking nature destroyer. So he didn't leave anymore, just stay here. Anyway, no soul beast would come to trouble him. He would slowly build his own shelter, then learn the knowledge of books, and practice quietly. When he reaches the level of 20th spirit power, and then think of a way to kill the spirit beast, he is already like this. Just find a spirit beast, and don't fight for hegemony, or be the strongest in the whole continent. At this time Uchiha Uranus suddenly thought of a funny thing. If he became a king, and one day he held a meeting where all the ministers would come. As a result, in the middle of the meeting, all the ministers died of radiation infection. That's too ridiculous. Thinking about it, Uchiha Uranus sighed. Come on. The biggest soul beast threat in the Star-Do Great Forest is no longer a threat to him. It's better to take it slowly. I heard that you can live longer and live longer when you practice title Douluos. It seems that from the original, you can live to 300 or 500 years old. Just thinking about it, you reading www. He thinks uuganshu.com is pretty good. Although he is only 6 years old, it is still acceptable to live an old life here in advance. An hour later, Uchiha dropped the machete that was already somewhat curled. He looked around and saw that only 3 trees were cut down by him. At this time, he felt that it was really stupid to come without an axe. He clearly wanted to go to the forest. Why without an axe? Helpless, I only have such a machete on my body, I can't wait to rely on my little dagger to poke it with one knife, right? After thinking about it, Uchiha Uranus decided to outsmart him. Since he has a spirit ability, can he dismember the 3 trees that have been cut down first, relying on the explosion effect caused by this spirit ability? As for the way of action, it is natural to create a trap next to the tree, then push the tree over, let it press on the trap, and trigger it directly. After confirming his idea, he immediately took action. It was not difficult to create a spirit ability trap. It was similar to a game. After reading the article first, it appeared in his hand, and finally found a place to put it. With his soul power, he can put up to 3 to 4 traps a day. No matter how many he has, he will not be able to consume more soul power. Fortunately, this trap is powerful enough, just a stab, and he succeeded. The tree exploded. Although there were many blemishes on the surface, which were caused by small stones scattered after the explosion of the stone, it had achieved his goal of separating the crown and the trunk. The trunk can be used to lay the foundation for the house, and what can the crown be used for? Fortunately, this is a spirit-powered world. If he is just a 6-year-old child in the modern world, let alone dragging a tree trunk to a designated position, he will not even be able to cut trees under the sun, but unfortunately, he has written the child with dual blessings of Wheel Eyes and Spirit Ring. At this age alone, he is already invincible. Chapter 6, The Bones of the Dead Soul Beast. A little more than 2 hours later, the sun in the sky stood at the highest position, radiating light and heat wantonly, and the time came to noon. Uchiha wiped his sweat, looked at the tree trunks standing in the designated position, and nodded with satisfaction. That's right, as long as 10.5 days pass, this simple house will probably be completed. But there is the biggest problem: he lacks tools. The logging just now caused him a lot of trouble. The knife was sharp, and there was no logging tool in his hand, and there was no tool for handling logging tools. This made him very embarrassed. It is too comfortable to come to the forest with piles of props, and it will not be as helpless as the situation is now. Hey, take a break and eat something. There was no way, and I didn't bring a system over. After putting all the wood in place, peel off the bark in the afternoon and let it dry for a few days. Then he can start to lay the foundation. Starting tomorrow, he will go to other places and find a way to get some tools. Thinking like this, soon one day passed. It's not difficult to peel the bark. He has a dagger, the length is just right, and the bark is easy to handle, even after a day of sweating. Fortunately, there is a forest lake nearby that can be solved. In the evening, he took a bath directly downstream. If the water would not flow by itself, he would not dare to take a bath where he would drink in the future. It's night time. Just like yesterday, he is still where he was yesterday. Although the tree is almost dead, it is still okay to provide a little sleep environment. Although the weather is hot now, it doesn't matter to sleep outside. Take the sky as the cover and the floor as the seat. It's interesting to think about it. But only to think about it. Whenever it was late at night, he began to remember his life in the clan. Perhaps it is because people are social animals with rich language, body movements, and their own thoughts. When a person is alone, without communication, or communication, it is easier to fall into memories. It is true that there is no living thing with him, and it is really boring to live alone, but he also came here because he wanted to stay away from other living things and prevent himself from harming others unconsciously, didn't he? Asked himself inwardly, Uchiha Uranus could feel a trace of peace of mind. Yes, he did this to prevent him from unconsciously hurting the people he cared about, and to prevent others from being able to live in peace. Hey, why didn't I know I'm so noble? He laughed at himself. Uchiha Yu fell into deep thought again. Forget it, go to bed, there are still a lot of things to do tomorrow, go to bed early and get up early. Thinking about this, Uchiha closed his eyes and stopped thinking about whether he was noble or not. He didn't have so much idle time. This kind of problem, let's wait until it settles down. As soon as the genius turned bright, Uchiha got up from the ground. After all, there was really no bed. Today's purpose is to walk around. It only takes about one morning. The main purpose is to collect wild fruits, fungi, and other food materials in the forest. If you are lucky, there should be the remains of the hunted soul beast. Of course, in his vision, it should be more to explore the nearby terrain, whether there are any nests of birds, maybe you can dig out a few bird eggs to eat. He set himself this forest lake as the center point, surrounded by 4 directions, of which the south is the direction where he came, which means that the south is the rainforest, not to mention the animals and plants, even mosquitoes are not there, and there are few resources. Distressed, but there are a lot of vines, and I have to go there when I have time. After all, some thin vines can be used as a strong rope, and even when they are old, they can also be used as wicker chairs. There are many uses, depending on how they are used. The only ones left to go are to the north, west, and east. Of these, going to the east is the easiest way, and it's very close. The west is more troublesome, you have to go around a whole forest lake to get there, and the north is okay, it's not very detour, but it's not close. After thinking about it, I first went to the east to see the situation. After understanding his own nuclear radiation, Uchiha Uranus was completely relieved, as if he had taken a reassurance. For now, he can be in this 10 years. The area of the 100 years soul beast has gone sideways. As for the more terrifying 1,000 years soul beast, the area of the 10,000 years soul beast, just think about it, and don't use your delicate body to challenge the mouth of the soul beast. The survival version is over, now it is Minecraft version. Things should not be too late, Uchiha Uranus set out immediately, except for the necessary machete and the empty package, nothing else on his body. Other things were left in the open space, so that he would not burden himself. Splitting the branches and leaves, stepping over the rocks, the boy gradually entered the forest. Uchiha Uranium's main purpose is food, so his attention is mainly on the tree canopy, to see if there is any bird's nest. He gave up the soul beast, ran too fast, he might smell his nuclear radiation a few kilometers away. Smell, and then ran away, just like before, not even a beast's shadow could be seen. Trees stand upright, and the deeper the uranium discovery goes into the forest, these trees become taller and thicker. Some trees can even reach 50 or 60 meters in his rough estimate, and they literally soar into the sky. The sunlight doesn't shine through like a column here. I don't know when the forest begins to diffuse a faint mist. Under this fog, the sunlight also becomes a little weak. The fog is still full of fresh breath of vegetation. Although birds and beasts are not seen, the crisp sound of water and the cracking sound of leaves on the ground make the forest more quiet. Soon after, the boy went deep into the forest, with trees on all sides. Uran stopped and looked around. Although there was some fog, the problem was not too big, and it wouldn't make people lost. He will make some imprints so that he can't come back if he can. He used a dagger to cut out traces on the tree trunk close to the ground, then looked around, brought a few more stones, and put up an arrow sign, pointing to the way back. This is to prevent getting lost. In fact, he still wanted to draw a map, but he didn't have tools like pen and paper, and he didn't have animal skins or charcoal on his body. He couldn't remember so much terrain just by his brain. After placing the road signs about 8 times, something strange finally appeared in the cookie-cutter forest. Originally, when he saw that the tree canopy was too high, he gave up the way of digging out bird eggs. Now walking in the forest is more like wandering, but he did not expect that he tripped and fell to the ground as he walked. When he patted the dirt on his body and stood up from the ground, he realized that something was wrong. A section of white tree roots, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com, was at his feet. White? With doubts, Uranium began to plow the soil, first digging both sides, and then grabbing the roots. After a while in silence, he pulled out all the problematic roots in one breath. It was a pale skeletal bone, about 2 meters long, curved in shape and semicircular, with sharp ends and a little rounded top. According to Uranium's speculation, it might be an unknown soul beast rib. There is one, are there others? With this guess, the Uranium began to circle around to confirm the situation. It is surrounded by ordinary woodland, but it seems that this kind of landform will only be produced after transformation. Uranium observed the surroundings and found obvious mud faults. It does not mean that the difference is great, but it looks like new soil and old soil. If you don't look closely at the difference between the soil, you will miss this detail, but Uranium is a good example of Wuhan. In terms of eyesight alone, he has never seen anyone better than Shil Anyun. After looking for a while, Uranium came to a conclusion. This is the predator ground for a certain high-level soul beast. Once there was an unlucky soul beast that was caught and eaten. It was very big, but not necessarily able to fight. After eating this soul beast, the predator digs the soil again. The bones were covered up. This reminded him of domestic cats. After pulling them, they would cover them with cat litter, or the domestic dogs would also have this situation. They would first kick a shallow hole with their hind legs outside, and then kick the dirt after pulling them. Although it may not be deep enough to be buried on the top of Baba, it is a habit anyway. This kind of guessing made Uran nod his head, thinking that he was too smart, but suddenly he was stunned again. This is to bury after eating, which is completely different from the example he gave. In these years, there are high-quality soul beasts that will bury their bodies after eating others. Chapter 7, A World No Longer Alone. More than an hour has passed since the previous soul beast bone incident. He simply placed the markers around and moved on. Time is precious. There are some bones of this soul beast that can be used. It will not be too late to converge when he returns. The most important thing is to check the food source first. Otherwise you will starve. The fog in the forest gradually faded, and as the sun became more and more intense, it quickly disappeared without a trace. In addition to the bones of the soul beast that he had just seen, he also saw some interesting scenes along the way. A deer-shaped soul beast rushed towards him all the way while escaping, and he was so scared that he thought he was going to die here. Forgive him for having never experienced a battle. At that time, a soul beast rushed over at a speed of 80 miles, and it was a bit dumbfounded to change to anyone. Later, the soul beast itself was frightened by the radiant breath. The deer's feet slipped on the stone, and its head directly landed on the ground. The antlers were in close contact with the gravel under the stone, and it fell out of a face. Gee, it's as exciting as speeding and skidding. In the blink of an eye, a black shadow appeared near the corpse of the soul beast, leaping heavily on the dead soul beast, and then realized that the prey had died, before Uchiha Uran returned to his mind to see this one. What kind of soul beast? This four-legged soul beast that resembles a wild wolf or a leopard immediately flied. Is not flying in the literal sense, but the carnivorous soul beast that stepped on the corpse arched in fright and jumped to the ground. Then it used all four legs together, and it seemed to escape. It escaped from Uchiha's field of vision faster than before, with twists and turns, stunned him. However, this incident also proved that he is indeed the existence that the soul beast can't avoid. When the ordinary soul beast sees him, it will not even have the mind to take the prey, for fear that he is not running fast enough and hates him. Mom didn't give herself any more legs. This scene left a deep impression on him. As he remembered, only the C9 jungler in the League of Legends game was comparable to the tricky monster pig. The soul beast right now gave him an intuitive experience. It appeared with a slam, and then Mao was so scared that he blew up, and ran away with a slam. Leaning against the tree and laughing for a long time, gradually Uchiha Uranus stopped. His expression gradually became serious, and an objective analysis, if it was not just because of the terror of nuclear radiation, or if the concentration of the radiation source on the body was not high enough to make the soul beast feel the threat of death, remove these factors, if he is positive and that the soul beasts who only come and go without a trace fight together, what kind of posture will they die in? It was too fast. his radiating eyes had just begun to turn, and everything was over. If it was a sneak attack, it would leave him with no resistance, let alone when he rushed over from the herbivorous soul beast. Standing blankly and waiting for death, this kind of behavior really made him want to slap himself twice. No actual combat experience, no development of his own martial arts, no thinking of judging the situation, no, nothing, just like waste. Thinking of this, and then thinking of if there is no threat of nuclear radiation, would you die in the forest the first time you enter the forest? Uchiha Uranus looked at the strange environment around him, and suddenly felt uneasy. After judging that his nuclear radiation would disperse the soul beast, did he feel too self-righteous? That's right, if you really live in a stable life in the forest, it is really the same as raising waste, not to mention that the soul beast will not take the initiative to attack him. If one day there is a soul beast, even if it is threatened by radiation, it will be killed. When you are yourself, do you have no resistance at all? Oh shit! Secretly scolded himself stupid, scolded himself for being self-righteous, but fortunately, there was no major problem this time. He didn't have medicines on his body. Once he was poisoned or contracted tetanus, he might die soon. Although I don't know if my soul master's physique can hold it, I still don't use my own life to test it. Now that they are all reborn, I should be a little bit more concerned. Forget it, any creatures around me will be infected with radiation anyway. This soul beast should be picked up on the road. If it is eaten by other soul beasts, it is estimated that it will not live long after eating. Let's pick up this soul beast. It can eat for more than half a month after air drying. Tisk, luck is really good. Uchiha smiled, pulled off his clothes, tidied the hem of the trousers, and then adjusted the angle to prevent this soul beast's brain from splashing on him, and finally carried it up, facing the way it came. Go in the direction. Today's action ends here. There was a deer-like soul beast picked up. It is estimated that it will not be a long time to go out looking for food. If you have enough food, you will set up a shelter when you go back. On the way, Uchiha Uranus could feel the peeping gaze around him, but it disappeared very quickly, probably because of the smell, and then immediately fled under the stimulation of radiation. The bones of the soul beast that passed by before, he thought for a while, stopped, put the deer corpse aside, and pulled out 3 pieces of good condition from the ground. Reading www.yukanshu.com has no broken and white ribs, inserted in the back waist position, tied with the string that comes with the robe, and then carried it up, and walked on the way home step by step. Is approaching evening. The last sunlight shining in this hastily cleaned up camp, all the plants have decayed and collapsed to the ground in despair, whether it is the dead tree before or the branches and leaves that were crushed. Carried in the evening light there is a sense of lifelessness, and the speed of nuclear radiation is much faster than that of ordinary radiation. This may be due to people. You must know that even in the radiation zone of the modern Earth, there are animals living in them. Although it took hundreds of years for the animals to gradually return, the animals are not very sensitive to nuclear radiation. There are only a few radiation areas on the modern Earth. Animals in the radiation areas did not escape directly after radiation. Instead, after a period of time, after a large-scale death caused by radiation, they left collectively because of panic this area. The question is, how high is the radiation intensity on his body? Can actually dispel the soul beast directly? This is difficult to measure, but it is obvious that at least his life will not be disturbed by endless soul beasts, and it is limited to this. If he takes the initiative to find trouble, then the soul beast is also likely to take action against him under the current pressure. After all, the invisible threat of nuclear radiation cannot be seen in a few minutes. The dispelling effect is a kind of warning from instinct and blood. It will invisibly raise the threat to the highest level, so the soul beasts will flee one after another, even if they stray into the territory of other soul beasts to start a fight. Compared to the high-level spirit beast coercion, Uchiha Uranus has also failed to give in too much. Night is coming. At this time, some dull footsteps gradually came from the forest. Chapter 8, Corpse Inside Tree Hole. At noon, the sun is like fire. There was a flapping sound from the lake in the forest, with an inexplicable smell, and for a while, there was life in the dead soul beast forest. A silver-haired young man took off his shirt and was naked to deal with the corpse of the soul beast by the lake downstream. I didn't know where he brought a flat stone about 50 centimeters across and placed it on the shore. The top was peeled off and washed. Deer skin. On the other side is a piece of driftwood that is 2 people long and 1 person wide. It was cut in half, and a few tree vines passed through one of the holes to fix the driftwood to the shore. There were a lot of stones under it to ensure that it would not drift around with the current, and many cut pieces of meat were placed on it. One morning passed, but he simply separated the skin and the flesh, and even the bones did not carefully pick out the muscles and bones. It can only be said that he has never done such a thing before, very novice, and very clumsy. The meat in this weather cannot be kept for a long time, 1 day at the latest. If these fresh pieces of meat are not marinated, they will start to smell bad. For Uchiha who is in short supply, this is unbearable. God knows next time. Wherever fresh and living things will be encountered, it is possible that they will never be met again. After all, his own radiation will drive away all creatures, unless it hits him by the unscrupulous path yesterday. This is also doomed. It is impossible for him to capture prey by normal means. Hey, this thing makes my waist sore. Straightening up, Uchiha Uranus moved his waist and shoulder blades. The soreness and irritation caused him to roll his eyes directly, bend down, and squat for more than an hour, and almost stood up in an instant to make his arrangements clear. Washed the meat, he started to do the next step, which is to wipe salt, set fire, smoke, and then hung it for him to air dry, so that it can be considered complete and ready. The salt was okay to solve, he brought a lot of them when he came out, it was the question of whether it would attract a spirit beast to attack. Although his camp already felt like a heavy radiation zone, the general spirit beasts should not venture in, but it is better not to make a fire, but the smoked meat must not be fired, which makes him very embarrassed. Forget it, the longer you hesitate to catch the fire, the faster the meat will smell. Whether he has a soul beast or not, I don't believe it and dare to come closer. This question was decided after only thinking about it for a while. He looked at the hot sky and thought that he should be able to go to the forest again this afternoon. Although there are no treasures or loot in the forest, it's not a problem to stay in the camp and sit down. There is no hammer or axe at hand. The dry wood prepared before is peeled off the bark. I can't knock on the foundation, I can only put it there. Soon, Uchiha Uranus brought out several small finger-thick vines from the rainforest. After peeling and washing them, they put them on the meat, then used a machete to cut some forearm branches and set them up in the middle of the camp. Something similar to a barbecue rod finally started to light a fire underneath and tied the vines with meat on it. He put a lot of firewood to ensure that the time he went to the forest would not go out, but because of the more meat, he quickly set up 3 barbecue rods for bacon and temporarily arranged 2 spirit skill traps. He took the package and headed east. There are actually many ways to walk in the forest, but today I have to walk another way. The sky is clear blue, and the branches above the head crisscross. As Uchiha continued to move forward, Uchiha Uranus felt that the temperature in the forest had dropped a little. He looked up and looked at it. I don't know when the sun has been blocked by the dense leaves, and the heat is no longer there. Got windy. The trees made a rustling sound, and he felt as if he had smelled something strange, a sour smell, a fishy smell, like 2 caddies of pork exposed to the sun in summer, giving off a foul smell. It's just that the source of the smell is a little far away, and when the wind blows to Uchiha Uranus, it is not so strong, but it also attracted his attention. If he guessed correctly, it should be the smell of rotten meat. If it's meat, then he'll be interested. Regardless of whether it's rotten or not, at least fur, bones, teeth and the like are all good things. It happens that he still lacks a lot of materials. If there are sharp teeth, they will be used in the future. Making a dagger is also a good choice. When the interest came, he quickly started to act along the smell, because instead of walking normally, but following the smell, it is inevitable that he would keep teetering and bumping, but he was also prepared. He was intentional along the way, inadvertently left a mark on the surroundings, cutting a knife on a tree for a while, or putting a pattern on a stone. He is not a dog's nose, and it is impossible to directly smell where, so to find a position, he must smell it from left to right. Wherever the smell is strong, then lean on it. Although this method is extremely unreliable, it is still a way. He has nothing to do, just waste a little time. On the way, he also set up a ground thorn trap, and his spirit power recovered quickly. Although it was not at full state, it was still possible to put 2 traps, but he also only set 1. After all, he needed to retain a little spirit power. Stand by. The feeling of squeezing out soul power is not so good. Soul power can be restored naturally, which is equivalent to a CD-like skill. Uchiha Uranus understands this way. When the CD is full, just put 1 away, just like Timo grows mushrooms. About an hour later. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. The breeze blows, bringing a fresh scent of vegetation, accompanied by a strong body odor. This kind of hot weather is not the time to store fresh flesh and blood at all. Once the shelf life expires, the smell of fresh blood will be quickly transformed by microorganisms into a foul smell with a pungent smell. If it is not stopped, it will soon become rancid. The soul beast came and had a full meal. It is strange that this smell persists for a long time, as if the soul beast is not caring, and in Uchiha Uran's feeling, he may have been approaching. Out of caution, he quickly arranged a place around him. Stabbing trap, although a little timid, he still guarantees his safety first. In case someone encounters someone, and others see him as a 6-year-old child, and they will directly kill him, wouldn't he die here on the spot? After all, people are not soul beasts, they will be directly scared away by his heavy nuclear radiation. Soon, he found it, and he saw the strongest smell, surrounded by open trees. In front of him was the remains of an old tree. There was a big hole in the middle. It didn't look deep, but there was a strong stench inside. It fermented continuously, and the smell he smelled came out of it. Is it here? Uchiha Uranus did not approach rashly. He first lit a fire, wrapped in leaves, and threw it far into the tree hole. From the fire, he saw a tragic human corpse in the tree hole. Roar! It turned out to be a human being. It seems that it hasn't been dead for a long time, the flesh hasn't been rotten. Before he could act, Uchiha Uranus felt the sky darker. A huge shadow blocked the sunlight, and a huge shadow cast on his feet, completely covering Uchiha's shadow. A giant creature stands behind him. Oh shit! About the heroine. Genius remembers this site address in 1 second, https://fastest update. No ads. I would like to thank you all for your support here. Thank you. I can see in the comments that I can cheer for me and keep writing. I am very grateful. Although I had once unfinished a book before, it was a special situation at that time and it will not happen again. I want to apologize to the readers who have read my last book. I want to know what you think about the heroine, because in the future, this kind of heavy radiation can be solved, and I will join a certain academy in the future, but it cannot be Shrek. I will join the academy. I haven't decided yet, because the heroine's setting comes with the academy. After all, the month comes first near the water tower. So nothing is decided, depending on whether you want the heroine. Another question. The protagonist in my writing, Uchiha Uranus, is currently 6 years old, 2 years older than Tang-san, which means that Tang-san is still 4 years old and is still practicing the purple magic pupil. There will definitely be intersections in the future. But it wasn't the type that followed Tang-san to be a younger brother, nor was it a lip service to say not to join. In fact, it was the arrogant type of fighting together. I haven't figured out the specifics yet, and we will see the situation later. Thank you for your recommendation votes. If possible, I want to ask you to invest a little bit cheeky. Hey, anyway, I don't need money 5 times a month. I just need that. Thank you all. By the way, the update time is from about 10 to 12 every day, 2 changes a day, and if there are special circumstances, I will add changes. I think of this for the time being. Chapter 9, Beyond the Chase of Life and Death. Without hesitation, after feeling something was wrong, the fan-shaped Guyu in Uchiha's eyes turned frantically, raised his arm, hugged it at his fastest speed, and then rolled to the left. The stone stuck in his waist and the feeling of spine knocking on his back made him feel numb, but he couldn't take care of so much in the critical moment. Even if there was a sharp stone next to him, he had to roll over. But he still took a bit slower. A terrifying force passed by his side, as if time was slowing down. Uchiha turned his head, and he could clearly see the hair on the surface of the huge bear's arm moving with the wind, and this huge force was following the bear. The palm passed down, and then, it crashed into the ground like an earthquake, shook up the rubble, and hit Uchiha Urina next to him with his head and face covered. In less than a second, there is no danger, the Star-Do forest and the humanoid natural disaster Uchiha Uranus turned offensive and defensive, and the terrorist attack was imminent, even he hadn't figured out what happened. After rolling twice, Uchiha U followed Lideo's right hand and turned around. He squatted halfway on the ground. He didn't look back and didn't want to probe. He only saw the arm of a soul beast, but it was enough. He already knew what happened, there was a soul beast staring at him here. Sure enough, after seeing that the bug was not shot dead, Burst Owl turned his head and fixed his gaze on Uchiha Uranus. There was no roar or other sound. Without warning, it pounced directly at Uchiha. Uranium, a pair of bear claws gleaming with cold light, waved hard at him. Boom! There was a muffled sound, and the hard rock was shot and exploded. The fragmented stones were scattered in all directions, flying around with the scream of wind. Uchiha Uranus was not photographed. After he squatted up, he found the next stone bunker. Then after the soul beast plunged on the rock, he continued to run forward. He can't stop, this kind of extreme power soul beast will hurt or die when touched. I can only hope that it is not fast enough for him to get rid of it safely, otherwise it will be very troublesome. While thinking about it, Uchiha made a big jump. He jumped from a flat rock to a farther rock. With his solace of feet, he climbed up with his hands and grabbed a bump and climbed up. After turning over, he continued forward. Rush! The sound of the rock bursting just now reminded him, and the dull, earthquake-like footsteps made his face change even more, and it chased him. After realizing this, Uchiha Uranus began to slow down, and observed from the surroundings, he could not run the soul beast in the forest. To find a way to gain an advantage from the terrain, it is best to rely on the rainforest environment and the like. And get rid of it. But unfortunately, it is an orthodox forest landform with stable terrain and pleasant environment. The soul beast behind did not give him time to look for it. With its large size and large stride, Uchiha soon heard the footsteps from behind. He couldn't help his heart tighten, and understood that if there was no movement at this moment, he must be unable to run the soul beast, and he will soon be torn apart. It seems that it's time to use soul power, throw it away in one breath. The young man did not hesitate. After realizing that it was impossible to throw away the soul beast at his normal speed, he immediately used his soul power, and a faint white light appeared on the surface of his skin. Then, the black fan-shaped Gojade began to slowly rotate in his pupils. A clear yellow spirit ring rose from under his feet and circled up and down around his body. In the next moment, the boy quickly escaped from Burst Owl at a much faster speed than before, but on the other hand, his originally small spirit power began to consume rapidly. You must know that he put a total of 4 traps in one day, including natural recovery. Yes, his current spirit power can only support him to move forward quickly for less than a minute. Roar! Suddenly, a thunderous scream sounded at Uchiha's ears. The boy who had been jumping in midair paused abruptly. Before he regained consciousness, he fell heavily to the ground, and then a mouthful of blood spurted out. With dark eyes, the scream caused an unimaginable blow to him under his high tension, like a drum in his heart. Continuous tinnitus and black spots in front of him raged wildly in his senses, until he fell to the ground, his ears kept humming. Puff! Another mouthful of blood was spit on the ground. At this moment, he was also a little awake. When he saw the spirit beast rushing towards him not far away, his eyes suddenly widened, his brain wanted to move his body, but the whole body is weak. The roar just now is not only a simple voice, it is also mixed with the spirit power and killing intent of Burst Owl. It seems that seeing Burst Owl getting closer, Uchiha Uranus suddenly felt the threat of death. It is almost here. After a short roar, he felt his body feel. Move! Move me! Is getting more and more anxious, and the body consciousness that was hit by the screaming just now slowly recovers, but it is too late, and Burst Owl is in front of him. Roar! The explosive owl, more than 5 meters high, waved its claws, with unparalleled aura, in Uchiha's horrified eyes, suddenly slapped the boy close at hand. Boom! The rubble burst, the dust was high, and the next moment a thin figure came out from it, Uchiha Uranus. The experience just now was too terrifying, even he was wondering if he was going to die here in 1 second sooner, but fortunately, he rolled around at the last moment and avoided the key position, but it's a pity that his arm was still blown by the harsh wind, the clothes burst immediately, and several blood stains were left on his arm. Without staying, he began to burn his soul power to provide speed. The speed was getting faster and faster. Over the boulders and tree roots, the wind whistling in his ears, he seemed to have broken through the limit of his body speed, because the intense exercise was painful. Increase, but it stimulated him to run faster. He just walked through the gate of the ghost. The horror between life and death is as trembling as the heart is pinched in his hands. He has never been so close to death, and he does not want to be close to death again. Yes, he is very scared. Very scared. Roar! Explosive Owl reapplied the old technique, and once again roared that thunderous roar, but this time it failed. Uchiha Uranus had run out of its roar range. Roar! Burst Owl's small eyes were full of madness. It looked at the deserted surroundings and let out a low growl. Then it leaned down and licked all the blood spit out by Uchiha, and then made a sniffing motion. The next moment, it turned its direction, and immediately chased it in the direction of the teenager's escape. It did not notice that after Uchiha Uranus vomited blood, the surrounding trees began to decay at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the soil gradually turned black with a disgusting breath. As the blood began, heavy radiation began to come from around the blood. Spread. Not long after, the towering tree that was closest to the blood position died completely, the bark began to flow like bleeding, the roots began to decay, the leaves began to turn yellow and grey, then withered, fell to the ground, starting from the end a little bit. Turn black. This pollution rate is much faster than the trees in the previous camp. Chapter 10, The Behemoth That Died Suddenly. Who? Uchiha Uran's mouth opened wide, and he tried his best to breathe, even if his chest was already aching. He was sweating profusely, and his body as a soul master burst out at an astonishing speed at this moment. Although his soul power had already been exhausted and his head would sting from time to time, he did not dare to stop. Hurry up, hurry up! I will be at the first trap site soon. Uchiha Uranus was full of persistent thoughts. This is a dense forest. The blazing sun shines through the gaps between layers of leaves in the forest. A thin figure was running fast, observing behind and around him from time to time, for fear that some terrifying creature would suddenly appear. Although his features are exquisite, he looks ashamed at the moment, covered in dust and blood, his silver-white hair is wet with sweat, and it grows like a mess of weeds on his head. The boy was wearing a blue and white trousers long shirt, but he was very embarrassed at the moment. The clothes on his arms were torn to pieces, and his hands were covered with blood. There was a terrible wound on his arm. As he kept running, the blood was dripping little by little. On the way, he didn't have time to bandage, and now he was bleeding all over his body. It is hard to imagine how he persisted, just losing too much blood would kill him. The pain conveyed from various wounds is also torturing this thin boy. Roar! Suddenly a brutal roar came from a distance. The boy trembled all over, then gritted his teeth and ran forward at a faster speed. The sense of crisis and urgency was like the giant claws of a monster, grabbing his heart suddenly. And where the giant beast is, the originally terrifying burst owl bear is a bit shocking at this moment. Although its physical fitness is very strong, this physical strength does not bring it any advantage. After yelling, an extremely itchy sensation suddenly came from deep in his throat, followed by crazy vomiting, all the food in the stomach and intestines, half of his leg, half of his head, body debris, etc., vomited on the ground. But before it was over, it began to vomit blood, a stream of blackened blood pouring out from the deep throat, as if it were endless, and it vomited on the ground with a strong stench and corruption. People feel dizzy. Not only was it vomiting blood, the giant bear barely crouched after vomiting nothing to vomit, and then continued to chase the boy as if there was nothing wrong with it. Its fur caused throbbing pains. Unknowingly, it was left on the spot. Large tracts of hair. It's shed hair. The catch-up continues. Uchiha Uranus could feel the feeling of being stared at from behind, and he also believed that the soul beast would never let him go unless he died. During the whole hour of escape, he was unfortunate, and briefly touched again, at the cost of being gently rubbed on his arm, his skin sprang and blood flew around. Fortunately, he was small and flexibly drilled through the hole under the stone. After the huge boulder blocked it briefly, he got the amulet of safe distance. He really couldn't figure it out. He was already covered in nuclear radiation. When other spirit beasts saw themselves and saw ghosts, they ran faster than rabbits. How come such a thing that caught him so hard came out? But I don't know when, the bear started to be unable to catch up with him, or something else happened, which made it distracted. Anyway, no matter what the situation, he would never stop before returning to the camp full of traps. Yes, in case the scene that he had approached silently before reappeared again, he would not have a second chance to roll. He is tired and painful now, there is no pain in his whole body, and his brain is a little muddy. The cost of overdrawing his soul power unknowingly begins to appear. He feels that he will fall at any time in the next step, and then he no longer has the strength to get up. Ho-ho! Uchiha Uranium was panting, and his thin body could no longer give birth to any motivation to step out, and he had reached his limit at this moment. Behind him was quiet, no footsteps, roaring, which means that he has thrown away the bear for some distance, and it is likely that the bear is no longer chasing him. But Uchiha Uranus knew that it was impossible. The bear's eyes were full of madness. It will never give up because it can't catch up. It must be on the way. He has plenty of energy but lacks energy. He can no longer run in large strides. He can only move forward with difficulty by holding stones and trees step by step. The same slow walking is also to accumulate physical strength and prepare for the next sprint and escape. The sound of the stream flowing gradually became clear. After a while, a stream appeared in front of the boy's eyes. If he guessed correctly, it should be a branch of the forest lake. Apart from anything else, he immediately leaned down and drank a big sip of the clear stream water, then quickly washed his body, that is, wiped his face and hands, and then crossed the stream without hesitation and continued forward. Cannot stay for too long. This is Uchiha Uran's inner warning. He is very clear that he is not out of danger. Only when the soul beast dies can the crisis be resolved, and the soul beast must be killed today, otherwise he will be in him at night. While sleeping, this soul beast made another surprise attack, and it made people shudder to think about it. He didn't understand very much, exactly what went wrong, which made him attract the attention of this soul beast. The human corpse that had died not long before was in the tree hole, but he just arrived nearby and threw a fire into the tree hole to investigate the situation. The soul beast was already behind him. It came too suddenly and too quickly. Up! Burst Owl's actions are getting slower and slower. Compared with the fierce slap and strong physique an hour ago, it looks like a few decades old after an hour, with a lot of hair falling off, and the remaining body hair is also sickly. It feels like the whole bear is 2 times smaller than before, as if some creature in the body is quickly eating its fat and energy. But its eyes are still crazy. Even if the internal organs are bleeding and blood vessels are rupturing, it still doesn't let out any painful screams. It still pursues silently as before. A quarter of an hour later, Uchiha Uranus regained his strength, and Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com was about to start running fast, but suddenly a corrupt and musty smell came from behind, swept away with an incomparable wind, and he did not act. Boy! In a hurry, Uchiha Uranus could only curl up as much as possible, set up the machete in his hand, and shielded his face and chest with his side. Boom! With a muffled noise, the boy ran twice as fast as before, and was smashed by the bear's claws. He was shot for more than 10 meters, and the side of the machete sunk directly in, almost cutting off his head. After landing, he rolled 7 or 8 times in the interlaced woodland with deciduous stones until he hit a boulder. Then stopped the tumbling. Oh! The internal organs were directly bleeding from the impact, and the huge boulder just made him stare at Venus. Unable to hold back, Uchiha made a wow, and opened his mouth to spit out a big mouth of blood. Severe pain all over his body, and the boy paled. After struggling on the ground for a while to no avail, his head became more and more muddy, his eyes were pitch black, his body no longer felt any sense, and finally his head fell heavily and passed out. And the explosive owl, after successfully attacking the claw of the land, did not scream, but walked towards the boy silently. Suddenly, its body began to tremble, and black blood flowed out of the corners of the eyes, ears, and mouth uncontrollably. Then it fell to the ground in pain and began to vomit violently. The internal organs began to bleed heavily, and the organs began to fail. The DNA gene chain in the body began to collapse due to the intake of large amounts of nuclear radiation. After a moment, the giant beast fell not far from the boy, the blood oozing out continuously, and died in the pain of body collapse. From the beginning to the end, the boy didn't hurt this behemoth with a weapon, not even a single shot. Chapter 11, Wake Up! Darkness. A deep darkness. In this darkness, the youth's sanity is gradually awakening. This is where the boy's sanity became more sober, and he began to explore the surroundings. The boundless darkness enveloped him, silent and quiet, which made people palpitation. Am I dead? Where is this place? Is there anyone? Uchiha Uranium waited for a while, and after there was no answer from the surroundings, he continued to ask in the darkness of nothingness. Silence, a long silence. He began to recall the last encounter, the sudden attack, the terrifying power, and the bursting owl that slowly walked towards him. Am I dead? There is no answer around. With a soft sound, Uchiha Uranus relaxed a little, and was alert to the surroundings, slowly letting go of his fear. Since he is dead, there is nothing to be afraid of. So I am already dead. After muttering to himself, Uchiha glanced around and fell silent. Don't look at it, he already knows it, I'm afraid he has been torn by that soul beast. He knew that people were mortal, but he didn't expect to come so soon. Yesterday, he still lamented that he should face the spirit beast forest and his spirit power application was not proficient enough. Even with the amulet of nuclear radiation, he should live well. I was reduced to food because of being attacked by a soul beast today. Uchiha Uranus knew very well that he was definitely escorted by someone within half a month of leaving his family and heading to the Star-Do Great Forest. He could feel that his surroundings were safe, or that no one was looking for trouble with him at all. But he also knows that once he really walks into the forest, the escorts will disappear instantly. These people who are responsible for protection on the surface are actually more like prison guards who are responsible for monitoring and ensuring that the prisoners can walk safely to the prison. No one will guard him at all, let him live safely. But since I chose to go this way by myself, even if I might die in front of me, I have to bite the bullet and go on. He does not regret it. Before he left, he said to himself that he wants to see his younger brother born. Don't put hope on him. With his physique, he should give up as soon as possible. Let him have another younger brother. His parents gave up on him. Until now, he still has a lot of things that he hasn't thought about clearly: why he was attacked, why there are deadly dead bodies in the tree hole, why this soul beast seems to ignore the nuclear radiation warning from the blood, and why it can silently attack him. There are too many whys and too many questions to know the truth. If he goes out without a few traps and goes out in full condition, he will use his soul power for a long time to increase his speed, and the ending may be different. If you continue to run instead of stopping to rest, the ending may be different. Self-blame and reflection linger in the mind, whether it is underestimating the forest and exploring with no soul power, or just wanting to join in the fun when encountering a special situation, causing one to leave the nearby range of activities, etc. If these factors will let me stumble in the future, that is acceptable. But these factors combined and made him die in the soul beast forest that had not been here for a few days. Just thinking like this, Uchiha wanted to slap himself a few big slaps. How can people be so stupid? There was another short silence. After staying in this dark and wide space for an unknown amount of time, he began to feel a little anxious, as if something was peeping at him in the dark, giving him a sense of extreme panic urgency. He knew it was an illusion. People can easily develop this kind of emotion after staying in a dark environment for too long. Even how long they stay in, or how long they will last, are unknown. How long will I stay here? When can I leave? Am I dead? The boy gradually became a little impatient, and naturally, he began to want to break free, want to leave here. If this deadly darkness is really the world after death, then he will go crazy. No, death should be the end of consciousness. If he can still feel anxious around him now, does that mean? Am I still alive? Hey! Am I still alive? Is there anyone? Seems to be responding to the boy's confusion. Just after his voice fell, in the darkness, there was a little light. The light is a hot white light, very faint. Even such a faint and inconspicuous light, in this environment where there is nothing but nothingness and darkness, still aroused all the attention of the young man. After the first beam of light appeared, some changes gradually took place around it, as if it was distorted, like a black and white photo in an old camera, from black to grey. With the color change, the darkness is no longer dark, and more a lot of light shone in and sprinkled on him. The darkness fades here. The dazzling light hit Uchiha, who just opened his eyes. Tears were irritated, and he couldn't help but block the sun with his hands. The pale arm came into view. The white skin was covered with dust at the moment, the forearm was covered with dark red solidified blood, the fingers were cracked everywhere, especially the tiger's mouth, blood-stained, and the whole hand exuded terror-weird feeling. Hiss! As the body moved, the feeling of splitting flesh and skin instantly spread all over his body. The sudden severe pain made him tremble all over, and now he had only one feeling. Pain. The endless pain is like ocean waves. Reading www.yunsha.com keeps hitting. Uchiha Uranus feels like a small sampan, which may be broken by the wind and waves at any time. In addition to the pain, there is also unbearable, nausea caused by the overdraft of soul power, and the head is constantly roaring as if it is on the clock. No matter it was his body, his arms, or his internal organs, he was suffering from pain. Especially the pain of nerve tears everywhere in his body made him tremble unstoppable, which made him stop thinking of moving his body and remained paralyzed. On the ground, he looked like a muddy posture, hoping to get a little familiar with the pain. Half an hour later, enduring the pain, Uchiha straightened up with difficulty, half leaning against the huge boulder behind him, panting slightly. The slightly larger movement almost made him faint, which also gave him an intuitive understanding of his current situation. Gasping for breath may die. What happened? He actually survived. It's unbelievable. He should have died for the crazy slap last time. Did the bear let him go? Impossible. With doubts, Uchiha slowly turned his neck and looked around, trying to find a reason. It's just that the surrounding area makes people feel a little uncomfortable. Even if a teenager has gone through a life and death crisis, he is psychologically prepared for everything, but at this moment, he can't help but start to roll and feel a little nauseous. The black filthy blood flowed all over the place, with a strong stench and corruption. All the surrounding plants were grey and decayed, losing all their vitality, and the ground with interlaced leaves became in his eyes like the filth in the mud, exuding people. Discomfort and nausea. And the source of these dirty blood is a huge body lying on the ground, long dead. Chapter 12, Recuperate. What's happening? Uchiha Uranus was a little silent. He looked at the abnormal changes in the surrounding environment, and then saw the terribly dead bear. Suddenly he understood something. Although he didn't know that the bear had licked his blood, there has been no effective treatment, which caused the gene chain in his body to be destroyed, but judging from the current situation, it was dead. And live by myself. Ahem. Closed his eyes, he began to use his spirit power slightly, but then there was a painful convulsion. He has long been well versed in the cultivation of soul power. He used to madly overdraw his soul power to increase his speed. Now he has finally ushered in the evil result. The soul power will hurt his whole body when he moves, and the force of the soul power training is just like a knife cut. Sweating straight, but still not effective. It's just that after this opportunity of crossing life and death, he feels that his soul power bottleneck has been broken. According to the previous level, he should now reach level 12. How should I put it? This was totally unexpected. After all, he had never thought that he could survive. But this is indeed worth the excitement. But he just pulled the corner of his mouth and raised a smile. He tore the wound because of the muscle pulling, and the sourness in it. Others can't realize it. This time I came out to take an adventure, and I lost a lot. Ugh. There is no way, he can see it, as long as he moves, his body will immediately start to bleed, and he can't stop it. But he is hungry and thirsty now, and he doesn't know how many days he has fainted. If he doesn't eat any more, he may not see the sun tomorrow. No way. Uchiha Uran struggled to take out the water and food from the soul guidance device, endured the severe pain from his body and ate something, then took out a small box. Put some urgent medical supplies in it, then he took off his clothes and pants, and began to wash the wound with clean water, disinfect, and bandage. A quarter of an hour later, Uchiha, who had done all this, took out a sheet of snow silkworm quilt as thin as paper and laid it roughly on the ground, then lay down again and fainted. Just for treatment, he was constantly stabbing his nerves, making him a little nervous, not to mention the huge pressure before him, the threat of death, the dryness of the soul power meridians, and the surprises of upgrading the soul power level are constantly intertwined. At this moment finally got a good rest. In his sleep, he felt as if he had returned to his clan. He had lost the radioactive infection caused by nuclear radiation, and became an ordinary soul master. My parents were alive and gave birth to a younger brother, a small thing the size of a dumpling. He held his newborn brother and looked at the little doe ding in front of him, and his heroic sentiment arose spontaneously. From now on, you will be my Odoudou, understand? The next moment the picture turned into an auditorium again. He and a woman were accompanied by each other. At the grand wedding, they married each other, but it was a pity that no matter how wide his eyes were, he couldn't see the kind under the wedding dress. Blurred face. The picture turned again, and he had become a horrible old man with a dreadful demeanor. The descendants of his knees were all well-known figures on the whole continent, and he swallowed his last breath after saying the last order. It seems that this is the life of Soul Master Uchiha Uranus. From the scene of the wedding, he can feel that he has changed from the first point of view to the third point of view, watching Uchiha Uran's old life from a bird's eye view. This novel feeling gave him something excitement, but also anxiety. If he hadn't awakened the radiant eyes, maybe this was his life, from birth to death, all the pictures unfolded before his eyes. Suddenly, the picture freezes. Then, in the eyes of the boy, the picture began to flow backwards, from that sentence to Uchiha Uki in the picture sitting in a chair, and finally, looking up at the sky. The boy watched the actions of Uchiha Uranus, and somehow he had a subtle emotion in his heart. I didn't know whether he was entangled in the life of Uchiha Uranus, or lamented his arrival. This kind of thing is like playing a movie. The picture, as time passed, the more it made him feel wrong. Time has stopped flowing backwards, and it is still moving forward as usual. The picture came again to Uchiha Uranus and said the last word, but he did not breathe, but suddenly raised his head and looked at the place where the boy was. The black eyes burst into unparalleled brilliance, but the rest of the picture people did not react at all. Okay. The two looked at each other across their dreams. The young man could see himself in the eyes of the old man in front of him. He thought the other person should be the same, but the two Uchiha Uranus looked at each other, always feeling a bit creepy. For a long time, Uchiha Uranus looked away and refocused his gaze on his children and grandchildren. A slightly hoarse voice came out, as if to say to all his descendants, "You can make a difference. The way, right?" After speaking, he closed his eyes and swallowed his last breath of anger. The old body collapsed, slumped on a chair, and completely left the world. Not long after, bursts of crying came from this lobby, saying that the life of Uchiha Uranus was completely over. The young man stood outside the morning hall, looked at the photos inside, and touched his face unconsciously. He understood what had just happened. He was crossing over. It is reasonable to say that there should be two souls competing for a body. But he felt that he was born directly, and the baby should have not realized that he died, but the weird but silent scene showed him that everything is possible in Douluos continent. So he was a little silent. If he guessed right, the old man just now was the real Uchiha Uranus, and his life was what he should have gone through. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com is only his own arrival, which has changed everything, so he said that he can take a different path. Is that so? Sighed, Uchiha closed his eyes, the bizarre memory was over, and the real dream came next. In his dreams, he was omnipotent, stepping on the 100,000-year soul beast, punching the gods of the gods, and crawling all the Shrek of Soul Hall, driving the largest harem, and having the most unrealistic dreams. I woke up from the dream, and the hard life will continue. Suddenly he thought of this word in his dream, and then he was awakened by himself. Moon and stars were sparsely sparse, and there was dead silence around. Uchiha turned his head and looked around, but found that there was nothing worth noting, and he was a little disappointed. However, because he suddenly woke up, he found that the meridians in his body had almost been repaired at this moment. Sure enough, the Soul Master's self-repairing ability was strong. After only one day, the overdrawn meridians had recovered 7 or 8. Perhaps this is also due to the fact that he often takes the pill to cleanse the meridians. Before awakening his spirit power, he had been taking pills to cleanse the meridians. Although it could not increase his spirit power, it could significantly increase his cultivation speed. Only after he awakened his spirit power, he never took it again. According to his father's intention, he was afraid that his spirit power foundation would not be solid after taking it, and even the elixir that raised his spirit power level would make him rise several levels in a row. He also needs to spend a lot of time to consolidate his soul power, not to mention eating too much pill. It is 3-point poison, and the accumulated toxicity is not small. His father would definitely prepare him a pill to boost his soul power in the future, but it was not something he could eat now. Forget it, it's nothing, and I can't sleep, let's practice soul power. Uchiha Uranus smiled, closed his eyes and began to cultivate his spirit power. Chapter 13, Get Well. Time flies. After resting on the spot for 2 days, the small sores on his body have slowly recovered and the scabs have gradually recovered, and the large wounds, such as the long opening on the arm, would be even if no one stitched him twice. It will take a while to get better. It was the injury on his arm that prevented him from leaving the place easily. After all, there was still some food stored, enough to survive for another 5 or 6 days, and he couldn't live any more. It was not meat that had not been eaten in the camp. Is it? I don't know if it's because of breaking the threshold of life and death, or that dream encounter. Somehow, Uchiha Uranus feels that his soul power has increased faster. If it was 10 before, it is now 12, or 13. Although it doesn't seem to have changed much, it's actually much smoother than ever. After staying for another 2 days, after most of the wounds showed signs of healing, Uchiha no longer waited. Instead, she stood up, braced herself and walked to the corpse of the bursting owl bear, and looked carefully. After fruit, he walked slowly towards the original camp. This bear has no gains. Its fur is completely lost, and it has a rotten stench. Its sharp claws and teeth are abnormally grey and corrupt. A trace of it cracked after a little effort. It is probably due to radiation, otherwise this kind of thing will not be so brittle. As for the flesh and blood, as soon as he uncovered his fur, his seemingly full body collapsed instantly, and the strong smell of corruption in it almost killed him on the spot, and the flesh and blood were all rotten. It can only be said that once nuclear radiation broke out, coming out is really unimaginable horror. He used to have no idea about this, thinking that it was a bit wrong for the soul beast to be scared away, but now that it looks like this strong soul beast has become like this, and he will be scared to death. He knows everything. If you run far away, it's best not to touch it every bit. It was very safe along the way. It seemed that the spirit beast forest had restored that kind of peaceful life again. No spirit beasts made trouble and no special circumstances happened. Uchiha Uranus decided that he will never go to death before his injury is fully recovered. His previous horrible experience has reminded him that if he is not prepared, he is really looking for death. For example, the tree hole before, if it is not necessary, he will definitely wait until later. Even if he missed the news about the treasures of the world, it doesn't matter, there is only one life, and cherishing the present is more important than anything else. Only now can he understand the preciousness of the word stability. After returning to the camp, everything was a little embarrassing but the same as before. The fire has long been extinguished. The meat hanging on it has neither been smoked nor rotted, but in an extremely embarrassing situation. Say it is delicious. It's only been a while, and there is no renewal of the fire, it burns high when it can be eaten. You say it's unpalatable, it's familiar to say, you can still swallow it after biting your teeth, and it also has a taste, after all, it's salty. As for the resmoke now, it must be too late. The meat has been shaped, so you can only adjust the taste slowly. If it tastes good or not, you can eat it. The teenager was not picky anymore. Soon he sorted out a barbecue rack and started roasting with the bacon. Although there was no such thing as the best barbecue that the traveler must have, some of them were just eaten. It's precious. At the end he finished the meal and concluded that this thing was a bit toothy. Looking back now, the wooden house is not built properly, and you can only eat with roasting. There is no bowl for drinking water. Only the skin that comes with you. Everything has just started, but I'm all injured. I don't know what happened. Say. Long live alive? Forget it, do something simple first. The young man smiled bitterly and shook his head. He needs to continue with life, and it will be better tomorrow. This chicken soup inspires him, and then he focuses his attention on the foundation. Soon he gave up. He can't do physical work at the moment, so he should get something else, such as a fence or something. After a moment, he is a bit desperate. He has no sword, no axe, no tools at all. His martial arts spirit is a riding wheel, neither a sword nor a knife. He can't cut things. He can't survive at all. What the should I do? I can't let me rub my hands out of a room, right? At the time of helplessness, Uchiha Uranua gradually turned his eyes to his hands, looked at his arm that had just recovered from the old injury, and fell into thought for a while. There was really no way, even if he only had his hands. Thinking of this, the boy raised his head, stood up, and walked silently towards the pile of logs. 1 month later. A rough, simple wooden house stands next to the lake in the forest. Underneath is a semicircular log that is laid flat, with the flat side facing up and the round side facing down, set on the ground, and there are several vines fixed in it. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com prevents the foundation from detaching. From the foundation is a touch of green, in which the hardwood-colored branches support the anchor points on the wall, and the criss-cross vines are woven into a green wall. It was the same all around. Because logs were really difficult to solve, Uchiha finally thought of using vines to solve the wall problem. The effect was very successful. Although the vines in these rain forests were very humid at the beginning, they did not taste like that after being cleaned and dried. Although the toughness was reduced, the texture was significantly improved, and then matched with suitable branches. As a fixed point, a stable and breathable wall has been completed. The hut is about 3 meters high, and the foundation is 3 meters and 5 meters deep. It looks like a square box from the outside. Although it looks stupid, it is actually stupid, but the experience, the tribulations, the long time weaving the wall bit by bit, can't be said clearly in 1 or 2 sentences. Is surrounded by vine walls, but there are doors, windows, and skylights. Although the space in the house is not large, it is enough for him to live and sleep alone. The vines are ventilated, so he will cover it with fur to avoid sleeping too cold. There was plenty of sunlight, so he opened the skylight to let the light into the house, so that the inside would not appear too dark. The food problem is relatively large, but the gap can be improved. After discovering that the trap will not be contaminated with nuclear radiation before the trap is triggered, he has an idea to catch prey by trap. Although a powerful soul beast would not be killed by this trap, there is always a weak soul beast, and he can't eat a powerful soul beast, so he lives by looking at the trap every day to see if any prey is dead around. It can be said that all this is slowly getting better, as he said a month ago. Life will continue, and tomorrow will always be better. Chapter 14, 3 years. 3 years later. The Star-Do forest is located just south of the Heaven-Do Empire, across the 2 empires. Because of the large number of soul beasts here, this is also the most unclear place on the border between the 2 countries. From the map, most of the Star-Do forest is in the Star-Luo Empire territory. Of course, the Heaven-Do Empire had never admitted this. As one of the 3 major wild soul beasts settlements, this is naturally the place where soul masters most hope to come. Because every time they come here, it means they are about to advance. How many years the Star-Do Great Forest has existed in the Douluo continent is unclear, but after walking into the forest, the denseness of the sky and the sun is enough to tell people how long it has existed. The junction between the periphery and the depths of the Star-Do forest, beside the lake in the forest. Time flies, and it has been 3 years since the previous life and death crisis. There has not been any similar attack in this one. This may be the reason why he rarely explores deeper, but more, he is very cautious. To choose a place to go, you must first slow down the trap on the path. That's about it. A few steps are traps. You can put 2 traps at most. Keep at least half of your soul power to ensure your own safety. After you put more than 50 traps, you will start to explore. Whenever there is any trouble, you will go to the trap. Run in the direction of the formation without leaving any flaws. I have to say that this practice is very time-consuming and energy-consuming, but it is unexpectedly safe, which also allowed him to enjoy 3 years of peace. Perhaps it was because there were too many traps, and there were more silly things running on the traps around him. With enough food, he also started what he should do, learning and practicing. During the day there was nothing to do, so he flipped through the books. The books he brought were enough and thick enough. Whether it was the Soul Beast Encyclopedia or other books, he could slowly learn and absorb, and he could cultivate soul power at night. Life is full and boring. What is fulfilling is that he has many things to do. What is boring is that many things are the same as yesterday. He has thought about not being so tired. It takes a lot of energy to cultivate soul power. There is no need to read a book during the day. Isn't it good to go to sleep? But he remembered the scene of being paralyzed by the boulder, watching the bear approaching him desperately. Without strength, one can only be slaughtered by others. The fittest in nature survive. If you do not make progress, you will be eliminated. If you fall behind, you will be beaten. There are aphorisms lingering in his heart. Since he had thoughts of being lazy that day, he has understood that his greatest enemy is the eagerness of laziness. For some reason, his cultivation speed is very fast. In just 3 years, he has increased from level 12 to level 20. According to the original works he has read, he has increased to 2 from 10 to 12. The 10th level of spirit power is already a symbol of genius, and he has not yet passed his 9th birthday, and this terrifying speed of improvement really makes him a little frightened. He wanted to accumulate more spirit power, so he practiced for a period of time. Anyway, the spirit power he cultivated will not disappear, but will pile up. After he acquires his own spirit ring, his spirit power will increase in an explosive manner. Even as soon as he got the spirit ring, he had 20 level spirit power, or even 23rd level. The reason for making more preparations is that he is about to leave here, leaving this lifeless lake. He is going to the depths of the Stardew Great Forest to see if there are other places where he can survive. That's right, lifeless. Including his camp, the vine house that cost him countless efforts has also been eroded to decay and withered. He has not slept in the house anymore, mainly because the smell is too disgusting. Because of the high concentration of radiation contained in the lake water, the water began to smell bad, making it impossible to drink. Was blocked by him as early as a year ago. All the branches that flowed to other places, he even dived into the ground, trying to block the source hidden underground, to prevent the radiation from flowing back down the water, and polluting the source of groundwater. If nuclear radiation is allowed to continue to spread along the lake and along the branches, it is possible that all soul beasts in a radius of 100 miles will die, and this small area will become a real death hell. He didn't notice this when he first came to the forest, but after living for 2 years, he realized that he is not a world destroyer, he is just a poor passerby, hiding in the forest because of unavoidable radiation. He didn't need to cause his former neighbors to suffer this kind of harm in this way. He was not qualified, and no one was qualified to dominate this land. The most important reason is because he lives in the main source. Water sources containing radiation flow all over the place. Unknowingly, there are already a lot of soul beasts who have been drinking this water, leading to death. The first to die is the soul with a low level of soul power. Beast. And these soul beasts with low spirit power levels happen to be his main source of food. That is to say, because of his own reasons, his food source is gradually decreasing. Maybe one day, he really has nothing to eat. This kind of speed is very fast, and at the latest half a year, all spirit beasts will escape this by themselves. And even if there is a soul beast in this hell, it is a soul beast that has undergone radiation mutation. For them, Uchiha uranium, which is the source of radiation, can even be regarded as the best tonic. But after experiencing radiation, he still hasn't died. You read www.yuyugonshu.com and then continue to mutate. Then the degree of horror can be imagined. Kill yourself, hey, there really is you, Uchiha Uranus. With a self-deprecating cry, Uchiha Uranus lay down, looked up at the night sky shining with stars, and then at the blackened lake. In the past, the lake could reflect the stars in the sky, but now there is only a dead silence. Environment destroyer, really, why is it like this? I really go wherever I go, where I die. It seems that I can't go to the source anymore, I will go to the last tributary in the future, alas. The night will always give him infinite daydreams, whether it is an important idea about his future or an unreasonable delusion, it will always give him the illusion that he is living well. There are no soul beasts around. A terrifying shadow wanders in this world full of corpses. It is a ghost who only looks for prey and opponents. It used to be a forest of birds and flowers. Countless soul beasts gathered together to live around the lake and drink the lake water from the same source. As long as the carnivorous soul beasts are full, there will be carnivorous and herbivorous people drinking alongside them. Relax with each other, lying lazily on the side in the sun. But one day, an unknown scary soul beast descended. Relying on the pressure, all the soul beasts were expelled soon, the water source was occupied, and the soul beasts who had no water to drink could only drink from the branches and other sources. At this time, the scene was no longer the same. And because the soul beasts were expelled by the terrifying soul beasts located in the forest lake, they could only be forced to enter the territory of other soul beasts to fight for the rights of survival, drinking water, and safety. The blood flowed everywhere, and in this, birth a mutant creature that ingested a lot of radiation. It is heading towards the source of radiation. Chapter 15, The Old Way. Early the next morning. The sun rises slowly from the east, and the early morning sunlight falls on the star-dough forest. Through the dense branches and leaves, a bunch of tiny beams are formed, shining on the misty, enveloping forest. The breeze is blowing, but a place of silence stopped in shock. The earth gradually deepened from muddy yellow, and the trees also began to become a little weird. The branches and trunks were twisted, there were no living things, and there was a rotten atmosphere everywhere, like hell. This is a completely different place from the forest. It is hard to imagine that there is such a scene in the forest, which is shocking. Between the forest mist, a figure walks slowly in this psychedelic, footsteps on the ground, making a slight noise, floating in the forest mist. There are no birds singing around, and no animal shadows. Only the traces of nearby spirit beasts fled in a hurry, indicating how urgent the past happened before. He is used to it, he has been used to it for a long time, living alone, walking alone, and practicing alone. Although this kind of life is boring, it makes people know what it means to be alone. Life is nothing more than being born and living. Although life in the forest is very difficult, the seasoning is eaten out, and the clothes are worn out, but what about it? If you don't have any seasonings, then you can find replacement plants yourself. The clothes are worn out and you can't wear them at all. Then sew them with animal skins. When you wear them, it doesn't matter. There is no one in the forest, even if he is naked. But his only little shame stopped him. The road he is walking now is the one he has explored, that is, the road he has encountered Burst Owl. Today, he is no longer afraid. With his current quality, he will have the ability to counterattack the 1000-year soul beast again, instead of relying on nuclear radiation to kill him. Even though he is now the spirit power of the 20th level is still very weak, but the cultivation after 3 years is not a display, and the power of self-protection is already in his hands. The reason why he took this route is very simple. He wanted to see the bones of the previous corpse. He wanted to know what had happened. Someone broke into the forest single-handedly. Although there are a large number of soul beasts here, the distance to the city is also the closest. This is not the reason for a person to come here to obtain spirit rings. Maybe he wants to go wrong, he is not alone, but what about it, with the strength of that bursting owl bear, if there is no certain spirit power level, he will die if he encounters him. And soul beasts stronger than explosive owl bear are everywhere. He once wanted to go and look around, but he felt that the depths of the forest were still too dangerous at the time, and there was no need to take a deep risk. But at this moment, the time has come. If he doesn't set out to go deep to obtain the spirit ring, he will probably have to drink the water of the forest lake for several days. Although the nuclear radiation is not relevant to him, after all, he is the source of radiation, how could it be possible for him to be injured by what radiated from him? The most important thing is that it is too dirty. He blocked the tributary, which is equivalent to this forest lake has become a stagnant pool with nowhere to circulate. Tisk tisk, just drink it for a few days, and the smell can linger on the body for more than a month. As for the water you drink during this time? Don't ask about this kind of thing, it hurts feelings. How long will it take? How come this fog keeps going, isn't it all over if you go the wrong way? Uchiha looked at the faint mist around him, a little annoyed for a while. The forest is not a threat to him. He is afraid that he will waste time by going the wrong way, and he will have to turn back when the time comes. Thinking about it will make people angry. No way, his radiation can't disperse the halo, and just keep walking. The last thing he lacks is time, the big deal is to take your time. After figuring this out and comforting himself, the boy moved on. Soon, he came to a huge boulder, surrounded by rotten plants, and there was a large pool of black land on the ground, which was darker than the surroundings, which looked rather strange. Is this the place where I almost died? Uchiha put his hand on the boulder and touched it all the way, staying for a while in the place he once hit. Now he can recall the extremely dangerous scene in his mind. Sudden attack, he was shot for more than 10 meters. Tumbling and hitting the boulder, finally passed out in pain. If it hadn't been for Burst Owl to die under the radiation first, I'm afraid he would not see the sun the next day. If it wasn't for him to protect his neck and head with the side of the machete on a whim, I am afraid that the slap at the time would not simply slap him flying, but directly slap his head, slap his neck, and die on the spot. Intuition saved my life. Although the bear is full of doubts up to now, I don't have a place to check it now, alas. Sighed, the boy continued to look at the original dark black ground, where the original Burst Owl fell. There is nothing good to see, I will be lucky if I survived. After a while, the boy continued on his journey. This place is where he crossed life and death, his past. And he continues to move forward, which means that he is no longer bound by the past, and bid farewell to the past. He wants to move forward and go further. Soon, after an hour and a half, he came to the tree hole. With the approach of noon, the fog around Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com has disappeared somehow, leaving only a hazy moisture on the surrounding vegetation, indicating that he has been there. And after 3 years, this tree hole is even more worn out than the one he has seen before, but the opening is very big. It seems that some soul beast tried to scratch it, if not unexpected, it should be for the inside. Meat? In other words, he may not find anything. With this question, the boy first arranged 3 traps around him, fearing that he would have another sudden attack, and then used torches to illuminate the situation in the tree cave. Half of humanoid bones, shredded leather armor scattered around, and long swords that had already been bent, everything seemed so normal that a soul master died here. Not long after, the young man dragged the skeleton out. The bone was very loose and there was a pit when pinched. This is very different from the bones of normal people. You must know that even if people die for 10 years, the bones will not be like this. Are all tough? Is there any secret? Muttered to himself, the boy continued to look around, trying to find some clues, such as documents, letters, badges, clothing, etc. Even he looked at the end of the long sword to see if there were any marks. It's a pity that the surroundings are too damaged, there is nothing effective to let him figure out what happened. The leather armor has rotted under the erosion of nature, and the long sword is even more rusty. There is nothing in the lower body. Cut it off, it should be something very big from the gap, and it will disappear after a bite. But it's weird, why do you only eat half of it? Can swallow half of the body, isn't it easy to swallow the other half? Suddenly found something abnormal. Chapter 16, Traces of Fierce Fighting. But no matter how abnormal, it has nothing to do with him. 3 years have passed, and all the clues have disappeared. It is impossible for him to come here 3 years ago to find the reason, right? The motivation that supported him to get here was just to make up for the regret that he could not witness in the past, and now it seems that it is not a big deal. If this is the case, then there is nothing to look good. Shaking his head, Uchiha Uranus turned and left. Although it was not easy for him to meet a human being, even a corpse, it also means that he is not far away from human life. He hopes that he is as far away as possible from human society. After all, human beings don't have the instinct of beasts like soul beasts, staying by his side for a long time will really die. It's just that as time goes by, he goes deeper and deeper, the branches and leaves become denser, and the light is no longer the same as before. And these roads stepped on by the soul beasts also helped him to open up his direction. There was no road in the world, but the more the soul beasts walked, it became a road. The Stardow forest is huge, which is recognized by everyone, but it is far beyond people's imagination. After walking for a whole day, Uchiha Uranus could still perceive that the surroundings were no different from before. This place is stranger than the maze. Although the trees are diverse, the shrubs are definitely copied, one after another, and after walking for so long, he can still feel that he is still outside. The spirit beasts that originally lived around were driven away by his breath, either spreading around and competing with the spirit beasts of the same level for the right to survive, or they just burrowed into the depths to compete with those terrifying 1,000-year souls. The beast, and even the 10,000-year soul beast, go head to head. However, this probability is not high. The reason is that his position is not the edge of the depths, but the periphery. In other words, his opponent is only 100-year-old soul beast, and it has killed a few 1,000-year-old soul beasts like the boss of the territory. There was no threat to him again. He didn't know whether it was the 1,000-year soul beast that was no longer afraid of the fear of nuclear radiation, which caused the burst owl to attack him, or the burst owl's own problem. He could only say that the 1,000-year soul beast he encountered was too few. There are not enough samples to verify your conjecture. Oh, the new place is more charming than the old place. Sighed for a while, Uchiha Uranus started and looked at the dark surroundings. Although others would find it dangerous and uneasy, the boy felt more relieved than ever. He slept in the air with 2 tough vines tied between the 2 trees. Among them was a big bed made of vines, which resembled a hammock, except that it was higher than the hammock, nearly 3 meters above the ground. It's very difficult to sleep just by climbing, not to mention breaking bones and tendons in case of falling. He is having fun for himself. His current spirit master's physique is different from the past, not to mention the 3-meter cricket, even if it falls by 5 meters, he is not afraid. For safety reasons, he placed traps all around him. Anyway, don't use it for nothing, let it go first. This is also the reason why he chose to sleep in the air. He is afraid that in case there is a surprise attack from the ground, he will directly bypass the trap and attack him himself. Now he is not in a safe camp. In order to prevent a bursting owl, he is still safe. 1 point is better. After 3 days of driving, Uchiha finally encountered something unusual. There is a smell around and it is heavy. Directly opened the martial soul, Uchiha Uranus did not keep his hands, but used the soul power of his whole body. Whenever something went wrong, he left this place, and then he began to explore carefully. Since it smelled of blood, the soul beasts that were working on it were also around, so he couldn't care less. Not long after, the boy came to the area with the strongest smell. The blood was poured on the surrounding trees, shrubs, branches, and leaves like splashing ink. The amount of bleeding far exceeded 2 or 3 people. Even a large soul beast would lose it like this. There will also be death under the blood, and the blood is still fresh, and this situation shows that the predator may not have gone far. This is a slaughterhouse. A huge bull-shaped soul beast died here. The gap in the abdomen that was fatally wounded should be caused by energy. There were no traces of minions in the wound, but there were many wounds around it, and most of the blood splashes were these. It sprayed out from the wound, that is to say, before it completely killed the prey, it still slaughtered it for a while, bloodletting and slaughtering it cruelly, and finally got tired of killing the prey, not eating any internal organs, and leaving gracefully. This is the scene where Uchiha's brain supplemented. Obviously, this predator only wanted to kill, and didn't care about what to eat. It fully explained that this soul beast is a type of high IQ, and it is no longer satisfied. Killing for survival is more of killing for your own happiness. It's kind of like a cat. After watching for a long time, the boy came to a conclusion. The cat does this, killing mice, birds and other creatures weaker than it, and when it has enough play, it will end the pain of its prey. But since this soul beast doesn't touch anything, then I am embarrassed to laugh, hee, so much meat, enough for me to eat for many days. Uchiha Uranium smiled and rubbed his hands, and took out the dagger that was a little old but still flickering from the space soul guidance device to cut the meat. After a while, after finishing packing, the boy put away the utensils, looked at the harvest with some satisfaction, and then made sure that there was nothing else left out. And then continued to walk forward. For a moment, he came to a venue with obvious signs of fighting. Uchiha Uranus slowly squatted down, twisted a mass of mud from the ground, and began to probe around. The two parties have long since left, but the traces are still there. It is inferred from the splashing soil that it should be a battle that occurred within a few days. Both parties should be of agile type. A soul power application with strong cutting ability should be used. The power and speed are not weak, and the physical body alone is comparable to the skills controlled by the soul. The reason for this inference, UU reading www.uuganshu.com, is because of the fallen trees around. Judging from the cutting gap, it is the type that is cut in an instant and then slowly falls, rather than a little bit cut like a chainsaw. But the other soul beast is even simpler. The gaps and marks in the surrounding areas caused by physical attacks such as pounces and sweeps clearly proved this point. Judging from the blood splashing and mud splashing around, neither side should have taken any advantage. After a brief match, each was afraid and left on their own. Analyzing these things is not because he is bored, but to increase his experience, and it is easier to analyze the distribution of the surrounding spirit beasts with the content of the book. The most important thing is that he hasn't encountered this kind of battle between soul beasts for a long time, and he is really boring. Seeing such interesting things once less than once, if there is a notebook, he even wants to record it. As far as he knows, living in the forest, the speed is extremely fast, and the spirit beasts that use cutting skills are not few, but in line with the current situation, they can beat the spirit beasts that are not weak in speed and power, about 100 to 1,000 years. There are not many levels of spirit beasts, whether it is a blue wolf, wind leopard, iris, flying orangutan, or anything else, it is possible. Finally, after seeing the traces on the ground, the boy's complexion was a little weird, and then he straightened up a little depressed, leaning against the surviving tree and holding his forehead, unknowingly muttering something in his mouth. Why am I so stupid? After thinking about it, I don't know what the footprints are. I didn't even see the obvious things. Why am I so stupid? On the ground, the marks of a four-toed and a meat pad are clearly printed on the ground. Those are wolf footprints. Chapter 17, Peeping at the Water Source. As we continue to move forward, there are more and more traces of struggle. I don't know if it was because of Uchiha uranium, all the soul beasts living around began to rush around, which led to various conflicts between the soul beasts, and many of them were threatened by him. Directly hit the 1,000-year soul beast. This invisible and innocent protection made him feel at ease. After all, if he had to rely on himself to travel through this place where a large number of soul beasts survived, no soul power of the 40 or 50 level could not do it. After all, there are many soul beasts and people. Less. But his goal is to find the source of water, not to fight those brainless soul beasts to death, in case you encounter the bursting owl bear before again. Bah, what do you say? I'm sure I won't meet it. After feeling that he had said something bad, Uchiha looked around suspiciously, fearing that the words in his mouth would directly affect reality, and he really ran out to chase him. Water sources are not so easy to find. The reason why he has gone so far is because he wants to get out of the sphere of influence of the forest lake. According to the theory of water source distribution, there must be relatively dense small water sources near a large water source, such as springs, such as small water sources, streams and the like, and most of them branch out from the underground. But again, there must be no water source of the same scale near a large water source, unless the water conservancy in this place is particularly good and the groundwater is densely distributed, but the forest is obviously not such an environment, so he will go far away. When Uchiha wants to come, he will walk for about 3 days, or 5 days and 7 days, and he will be able to reach the depths of the forest. After all, he is a soul master, and he keeps moving forward at the speed of using his soul power. In addition, the outer forest industry is not a large part of the Stardew Great Forest, just a few circles. The real environment of the Stardew Forest is the so-called deep forest, the actual middle of the forest. In the depths of the Stardew Great Forest, the distribution, existence, habitats, and so on of the soul beasts will begin to be diverse. The Stardew Great Forest is too large, and if it is in a single round, it can even be comparable to the Barak Kingdom. And the soul beasts living in it are also diverse, which is why the soul master will come to the Stardew Forest when he obtains the soul ring, because as long as he enters the forest, there will definitely be a soul beast suitable for him. But here is also a forbidden zone of life. Horror high-level spirit beasts emerge in endlessly. Once they make some unwise actions, such as lighting a fire, or slaughtering a large number of low-level spirit beasts, causing the smell to spread, they will attract the attention of a large number of spirit beasts. Haha, what else then? The towering trees went straight up to the sky. The dense trees are like a giant umbrella. They take root in the depths of the earth, and their branches and leaves grow freely to block the harsh sunlight. The temperature in the forest is already lower than before. At noon, Uchiha stayed under a huge boulder, kicked off the surrounding things with his feet a little, then took out a piece of animal skin and spread it on the ground, sat down on it, and took out a piece from the soul guide. Two of dark brown meat, and then took out the filtered but still somewhat turbid water, and began to sip to solve his lunch problem. The meat was smoked like this. He had prepared for a long journey. He made a lot of dried meat in advance. Although it was awful and the salt taste was very weak, it was enough as long as it could fill the stomach. His salt was long ago almost eaten, probably less than half a year later. The seasoning he brought out of the clan is not left at all. So in order to prolong this time, he doesn't use much salt on the bacon. Anyway, some can be eaten, dry, drink some water and swallow it to deal with the stomach, there is no problem. After eating, he again continued to walk forward in silence as before. If he observes carefully the road he walks, he will find that both the land and the woods are covered with a light grey. The forest at night is quiet, and occasionally unknown soul beasts roar in the distance, or birdsong with strong sound penetration. But there is nothing around him. Through the gaps of the leaves, one can see a bright moon hanging in the night. A hammock has been set up. Below the hammock, there is a burning campfire. Without the influence of wind, the bonfire emits orange light, and it makes a crackling noise from time to time, and some sparks burst out. There is no danger around, and no soul beasts wandering around, unless they want to die. For soul beasts, nuclear radiation is much faster than plants, not to mention the concentration of radiation as his spirit power level increases. Also getting higher. The forest lake is a typical example. He had just used dinner. He was very full, just in the light of the campfire. He traced the past on the ground as if taking notes, but the charcoal pen obviously only recorded a little, so he was thinking about what to write. Go in. The charcoal pen he used was burnt at one end of the wood and then cut it thinly for use. A moment later, a flame suddenly jumped out of the campfire and landed in front of his eyes, making the boy jump up in fright. After seeing what it was, he smiled somewhat relievedly. The forest is rich in materials. Whether it is sweet and sour tree fruits or the remains of various ghost beasts, it can always give him a new experience. This road is far from comparable to the boring forest lake life. There are two interesting things here. Too much. Of course, changing to other souls, soul masters of this level, come here, it is not as interesting as that simple. The night is getting darker. The forest is deeper and more terrifying. Hunters are often dispatched at night. This makes the forest at night far more dangerous than during the day. Even Uchiha Uranus in the safety center could hear the scream of the soul beast attacked in the forest in the distance. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Hey, it's so late. Go to bed. Wiping the sweat on his forehead due to being near the bonfire, Uchiha put away the recorded diary, turned his hands into the soul guide, and then jumped around the hammock and took out the shiny fur. Right as a bedding, go to bed directly, and get up the next day. The fifth day. After walking for 2 hours, Uchiha tried to sniff the air fiercely, and suddenly felt a little moist in the nasal cavity, which was different from the past. In the air, there seems to be a feeling of water. He closed his eyes and opened his mouth slightly, and then took another sharp breath, mixed with the water in the air, and the moist air refreshed him. It can't be wrong, there is a water source nearby. Uchiha Uranus moved his legs, following the sound of water flowing and the direction of humidity in the air, moving forward little by little. After a moment, there is water here. The boy followed the damp smell in the air and found a somewhat wide pool. No, it would be more appropriate to describe it as a lake. The sound of water that he heard was one of the streams flowing downward. Seeing the water source, he was already a little impatient. He had drunk enough of the strange-smelling water now, and he hadn't washed his body for a long time, and his whole body suddenly became sticky after seeing the water source. Okay. Suddenly, the young man suddenly raised his head and stopped drinking water. The radiating eyes in his pupils unknowingly began to rotate, and the yellow spirit ring moved up and down from his body. He had entered a state of combat readiness. All he needed was a little turbulence, and he would instantly bounced and left the place. Around the water source, he felt a strong malice. Chapter 18, 0-Year Soul Beast, Wind and Sickle Beast. Coming. In an instant, a strong breath of death came to your face. Uchiha Uran's face was as solemn as iron. He quickly recalled that there was no trace of soul beast struggle along the way, that is to say, he was in a soul beast territory that occupied the water source and expelled all creatures. How will it attack? Where did the attack come from? Questions lingered anxiously in his mind, which made it a little difficult for him to analyze what was going on. It's now. Without hesitation, Uchiha Uran's eyes flashed, and after feeling the stench from behind, he plunged into the lake. The shore is shallow, but he has already felt the sensation of mud splashing, and if he guessed right, it just went empty. As soon as he entered the water, the boy swung his body quickly like a fish, and swam quickly toward the center of the lake. This was the best way he thought of in an emergency. If the left and right sides roll, the spirit beast that attacks him is likely to swing its steel tail or use skills at close range, and he may not be able to fight back because he is too close. After all, this is a forest environment, and there is no possibility of a spirit beast that is good at swimming. And if you are really good at swimming, it will not be a sneak attack behind him, but a sneak attack in the water. As expected, after diving deep in the lake, there was no movement around, neither the sound of entering the water nor the sound of skills bombarding the lake. Uchiha Uranus knows that it is still very dangerous now. Only when he reaches the center of the lake, he can show up when he is safe enough. He has been diving and swimming in the forest lake all year round. He thought he would never use it again after he left. Instead, he saved his life at this moment. Hey! About a minute later, Uchiha Uranium emerged from the water, glanced at where he was before, and his expression was a bit solemn. A big pit was at his original feet, and it was as powerful as a grenade exploded. If he hadn't acted decisively, I'm afraid this lower body would be gone. And around the pit, there was a medium-sized cat soul beast staring at him in the lake with cruel eyes. This is... Uchiha Uranua first glanced at the soul beast, which was tall and had an overall cocky tone, and then saw the 12 black ring spots on its tail. His face changed. 1,200-year-old wind-sickle beast. He remembered the records in the Soul Beast Encyclopedia. He once spent time reading the Soul Beast Encyclopedia. Although it only recorded the known soul beasts, the soul beast named Windsickle happened to be in it. If it were other kinds of spirit beasts, he might not be so alarmed. After all, the spirit beasts would also prey. It is impossible to keep staring at him. Isn't it going to eat? But the Windsickle beast is different, it has a companion. You can prey on one side and wait for the opportunity on the other side. Sure enough, as his thoughts turned sharply in his mind, a scream suddenly came from the forest. The next moment, a slightly smaller and thinner Windsickle beast came out of the bushes than the previous soul beast. 2 soul beasts stared at him, and one of them started to run around the lake, trying to block him in the water. At the time of the crisis, Uchiha Uranus began to think quickly about the countermeasures, and at the same time, he recalled the description of the Windsickle beast on the Soul Beast Encyclopedia. The action speed is very fast, the claws are like sickles, and the jumping ability is extremely terrifying. Moving in the forest is often from the trunk of one tree to the top of another tree, just like flying, so it has the name of wind. And it is very good at ranged attacks. The wind blade spit out from the mouth is far away. Very far. Suddenly remembered this word in his mind, the boy's face changed suddenly, and then he plunged into the lake. The next moment, a wind blade fell on the water, and with a muffled sound, the lake surface was quickly dyed red with blood. The youth under the lake was a little pale, and the wind blade just came towards his head. On the surface of the lake, blood was scattered with the fluctuation of the lake, and soon it infected the surrounding area. The 2 spirit beasts seemed to feel that this had an effect. After the first wind blade descended, the second and third wind blades all fell into the water, but no blood appeared again. 2 minutes later, the lungs couldn't hold it anymore. After feeling that there was no wind blade spitting out, the boy slowly floated up, exposed his head to the surface of the water, took a puff and plunged into the water again. In the next moment, Feng Jian came one after another, but he now had vigilance and would never stay on the lake for too long. At this time, he also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he did not stay on the ground. Otherwise, with his 20th level spirit power and without a second spirit ring, he would face 2,000-year spirit beasts alone, and he is still a tacit partner of husband and wife. He may not be able to survive for 10 seconds. It's just that he is very aggrieved now. He can only stay under the lake for 2 minutes at most. If he uses his spirit power, he can only hold on for a while. In front of these 2 Windsickle beasts, the Soul Sect will be killed on the spot when it comes. Only the Soul King can stay here. The two soul beasts retreated all over. What to do, what to do? Suddenly, a crazy idea came to the boy's mind. He thought of the burst owl that had been infected with severe radiation because he had attacked him. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com. If you repeat the past, can you get out at this moment? The next moment, the young man himself rejected this idea. The situation was different. The burst owl could not catch up with him. Only then would there be time for radiation to ferment in his body. Now these two soul beasts are 10 times faster than him. I am afraid less than a minute after the blood was spilled, he would be torn to pieces. Went up to take a breath and floated again. If only relying on the current blood to infect the surroundings, I am afraid it will take several days to see results. The amount of radiation is too small, and it is true that he does not eat or drink for 2 or 3 days soaking in water and not sleeping. I am afraid he does not have to wait for the soul the beast came to eat him, and he himself died. A little bit of time passed, and as time passed, the sun gradually turned towards the setting sun, but the two wind-sickle beasts by the lake still showed no sign of leaving, as if they had eaten him. The anxiety in the teenager's heart is getting heavier and heavier. He understands that when the night enters, he can see nothing, and spirit beasts basically have night vision ability, which means that once they enter the water, he may not know it. Zhuizhong was killed. It's going to take a risk. In his mind, the boy thought of the previous one that was more dangerous than the previous one, but it was likely to be effective. For this idea, he feels that he still needs to think carefully. After all, when these two spirit beasts always leave one, it is impossible for them to eat or drink like himself, so the time he needs to wait is just one of them. Going to pray, this is his chance. He is going ashore. This is not death, it is a strategy. He thought of passive infection of his blood so quickly, then what if? Did it gnaw off a piece of his meat? Chapter 19, Death. This is very risky. And if there are other ways, he doesn't want to do this kind of behavior of feeding the soul beast, it is too dangerous. If he accidentally makes a fake, he will die in the mouth of the wind-sickle beast. But he can't help it. Once it's night, he has no advantage at all. He is in the water, but he is blind at night and can see nothing. What's more, his wound was still bleeding. He was soaking in the lake and had no chance to bandage it. Once the wound was infected with high fever, tetanus, or even other messy things, he would soon die without the physical advantage. Think again. After hesitating for a while, Uchiha Uranus still didn't make this decision. He still wanted to find another breakthrough. What if these two spirit beasts retreated by themselves because they couldn't eat him? As the sun sets, only the last gleam is left around. If there is no accident, at most 10 minutes, the last bit of light will disappear. For no reason, the boy suddenly felt his heart tighten. If you don't make a decision and wait until there is no light, it will be too late. Uchiha gritted his teeth, ventured to float to the surface, and quickly looked around. He was overjoyed, and one was missing. The small soul beast remained in place, the male one seemed to be prey, and the female wind-sickle beast's eyes were not as cruel as the male one, but it was only relatively speaking. For Uchiha Uranus, there is not much difference in the dangers of the two, except that one less one has given him enough room to play. Decided. He is going ashore. Uchiha Uran's eyes condensed slightly, and after taking a deep breath, he saw that the wind-sickle was no longer spitting out wind blades at him. It seemed that after this was ineffective, he suddenly returned to the water, and then his legs swam quickly towards him. Swim quickly in the direction opposite to the spirit beast. He just planned a course of action within 10 seconds. He landed ashore and quickly set up traps. Then, with the rushing wind-sickle, after taking the initiative to get injured, he rushed to the trap, relying on the explosive trap to chase behind him. The soul beast caused deterrence, and fell into the water and escaped safely. Is definitely the most dangerous choice on land. The wind-sickle beast behaves quickly, and he will be overtaken if he can't run far. This is not a cave environment, so he has a place to implement it. This is the Stardew forest. Not long after, a figure emerged from the water opposite the Windsickle beast. The next moment, in Uchiha's feeling, a creepy line of sight suddenly stopped on him. He knew that his time was only a few seconds to set up traps, and the time for the Windsickle beast to bypass this lake. Not very long. It was too late to find a suitable trap location. Uchiha simply put one in front of him, and 2 miniature traps appeared between his hands again. The surrounding dim forest environment was mixed with the sound of wind and made a rustling sound. After arranging the 3 traps, the attack he expected came as planned. Roar! A roar rang out in the forest, so scared that the teenager aroused goosebumps. A gust of wind greeted the boy, leaping high and coming from behind him. Uchiha's cold hair exploded, and the single irradiating eyes in his pupils turned quickly. Although he did not see the lightning-fast figure behind him, he had already felt it intuitively, very close. Very close. Can't be hardwired, otherwise it will die. Flash. Flash. Dangerous intuition, told Uchiha Uranus that when his brain was still thinking about which way to roll, his body immediately reacted. He stepped on his feet and tried his best to make himself roll forward. The strength was so great that Uchiha Uranus felt it. The wound on the shoulder blade opened again, and a little blood broke out and remained in place. Boom! The mud splashed on the spot, a yellow and black soul beast stood in place, and a big pit appeared in the same place, which was completely different from what an ordinary slap could do. Is skill. Too late to feel the pain, he immediately stood up and took out the sharp weapon from the soul guide, the rib of a certain soul beast he had encountered. He clenched this sharp bone spear, staring straight ahead, staring at the Windsickle beast attacking him. Under the dim conditions, Uchiha could see the eyes of this soul beast exuding light spots like night fires, and the cyan eyes revealed a crazy killing intent, making people chill. The dust caused by the slap gradually fell, and he could feel that this one-person high-spirit beast had brought tremendous pressure to him. He was stared to death now, as if moved, he would be attacked by terror. Just seeing the sharp teeth, sturdy limbs, and 2-inch-long pointed claws exposed in its mouth, he knew that if he touched anything above, his bones would be broken. It's just that he still has a little question in his heart: why is it revealed in the eyes of this soul beast, which is almost the same as the burst owl he has encountered? Roar! In Uchiha's nervous gaze, suddenly, the Windsickle beast moved. Come yet? A yellow light flashed in front of him. Before he could react, Uchiha could only hurriedly erect the bone spear. The next moment, a huge force came from the bone spear, accompanied by the cracking sound, which made him the bone spear with high hopes broke directly, and the stubbles at both ends plunged directly into his chest and abdomen, so pain that his eyes would come out. Hasn't finished yet, he just landed when he was shot flying, his ears buzzed, and only a figure jumped up from the air and leaped at him. Hide! Hurry up! Has the current and past experience similar to each other? Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com, but when he was shot flying, he didn't have the strength to make a tumbling motion. The pain in his chest and abdomen was still irritating him. If the claw hadn't been blocked by the bone spear, he would shoot in half. Up! Suddenly, in a very short period of time, the young man picked up the half-bone spears scattered on the side, and used the pointed end to aim at this mid-air soul beast with nowhere to unload. He wants to bet, if this Windsickle beast is really crazy, then he is dead, although this bone spear will pierce through the Windsickle beast's body and will surely die on the ground. But he would also be culled by the soul beast that had fallen from the sky, and with his current situation, he couldn't make a rolling motion at all. But if this mother Windsickle beast is not crazy, the soul beast's temperament will definitely not die with him, after all, face life and death, unless he kills its partner, otherwise life will not seek its own death. The most important thing is that it has a partner. If you are really crazy, how can you still have a partner? Facing the test of life and death, the young man looked at the soul beast getting closer and closer to him in mid-air, and countless pictures flashed in his mind. Whether it was life or death, it depends on whether this soul beast should avoid it. As a soul beast, what's the point of going home with humans? Avoid it. The next moment, the boy closed his eyes in despair. The black and yellow figure in the sky fell abruptly and hit the boy heavily. A pair of sickle-like claws cut open his chest, his ribs were cut off forcibly, but he didn't have the strength to continue cutting. A bone spear stood beside him, inserted through the pupil of the wind sickle beast, and when the wind sickle beast hit by itself, it directly sent a pale rib into his brain. It doesn't even want to move its head. Chapter 20, 2 Guyu Radiation Eyes. Who? Uchiha Uranus breathed heavily and looked at the fading forest around him with a frightened look. The last pounce almost crushed him on the spot, and the sickle-like claws directly opened him. Broken belly. Is too thrilling. The huge wound on the chest continued to radiate pain. He couldn't feel it just when the adrenal hormones had soared, but now that he calmed down, heart-piercing pain swept through his body, his ribs broke, and his lower body was unconscious. It should have been crushed, his chest was opened, all signs indicated that he was going to die here. I'm really unwilling. The boy felt a strange peace and quiet at this moment. Then, this tranquility faded in his heart, replaced by fear that spread like mist. He knows that death is coming, and this fear is the fear of death. In fact, in the battle just now, he was also facing death. But at that time, there was only the fear of failure in his mind, and there was no doubt that he failed. The feeling of death slowly coming is not at all uncomfortable. The young man felt his life passing, quietly, without a trace. Unconsciously, a tear fell from the corner of his eyes, and he recalled the first night when he first came to the Stardo Great Forest. The stars in the sky were shining, showing him the charm of nature with unparalleled beauty. Today, the stars are still shining, but he is already on the verge of death. Was forced to leave the human society and enter the Stardo Great Forest accompanied by death. He worked hard to collect vines for the house, but it quickly rotted due to radiation, and he did not live in even a month. In order not to allow radiation to continue to poison the surrounding environment along the tributaries, he sneaked into the lake to block the flow of holes. In order to be able to eat salt for a longer time, every meal is like chewing wax, with only a hint of salt. In order to drink clean water, he filtered and heated it again and again, but he couldn't get rid of the strange smell. It is clear that he has worked hard to live. Why is this happening? Clear tears flow, with grievances and bitterness in my heart, who can I talk to? This is not the life he wants, he shouldn't be like this. The wind sickle beast will smell blood at any time, and then rush over, he must act. In his heart, there seemed to be a villain roaring at him. Did you really give up? The hard life hasn't crushed you, can such a soul beast do it? Stand up! Uchiha's single Guyu radiating eyes that turned in Uchiha's pupils began to turn, and as the helplessness and sadness in his mind continued to emerge in front of him, scenes of the past stimulated him, making him stand up and move on. I can never fall down. Accompanied by a roar, the next moment, the second fan-shaped Guyu appeared in his pupils. A warm current flows down from the eyes in an instant. In an instant, the internal organs trembled, and the originally vague environment became clear at this moment, as if 360 suddenly switched to 1080. The surrounding dark vision was no longer an obstacle. He can already see it. And the wounds all over his body seemed to have a tingling sensation, especially in the position of the chest and abdomen. The tingling sensation was even worse, as if granulation was growing rapidly, allowing the wound to heal faster. But it's a pity that this only lasted less than a minute, and his wound did not heal. It was just a quick acceleration and stopped the blood. Not only the improvement of physical fitness, but the originally numb lower limbs also feel a little at this moment. The increase of radiant eye jade can actually improve his physical fitness and bring new strength. Gritted his teeth, enduring the severe pain from all over his body, Uchiha straightened up and pushed away the corpse of the wind-sickle beast on his thigh, driving his legs, trying to find a trace of consciousness. "It's great, I can move." After feeling that his toes were able to move, Uchiha Uran's expression was happy, which showed that his pelvic bones had not been broken yet. It was great. The physique of the Soul Master was indeed much stronger than that of ordinary people. His physique was even better than other spirit masters after the second increase. If he were to be an ordinary person, he might have suffered a comminuted fracture in his lower body. It's just that he had just bent his knees, and the sudden tingling almost made him bite his tongue, which also cast a shadow on the boy's heart. There was no fracture, but he might have fractured his bones. While gritting his teeth, the young man used the bandage in the medical kit to wrap his body more than 10 times, until it was exhausted, to ensure that the gap in his stomach would not suddenly split, and then all his internal organs were thrown out. Then he tightened his upper body tightly with his clothes to prevent the wound from being exposed. Finally, he turned sideways, endured the numbness of his legs, and stood up bit by bit. After a quarter of an hour, he held the tree trunk on the side, panting heavily, watching the wind-sickle beast's body start to look strange. The faint purple light spots began to condense above the wind-sickle beast's body. He had only seen it the first time he obtained the spirit ring, but now the second time he saw the spirit ring, it actually came from this situation. The color of the light was a little faint, which indicated that it was not long before this female wind-sickle beast entered the grade of 1000-year spirit beast. Even if he didn't touch it, the teenager clearly felt the huge energy contained in it. www.novel.com. Ahem, if the surroundings are safe, I would rather fight to absorb this spirit ring. Anyway, in my situation, if there is no medicine, it will soon be infected and die. Uchiha Urano gave a sorrowful laugh, and holding on to the tree trunk, he picked up some branches from the ground, and processed them briefly, using it as a crutch to support himself and move on. He thought of a way that was not the solution. Go to the tree. Of course, it is not simply climbing a tree. After all, the attack distance of the wind blade is very long. What he wants to climb is the kind of tall tree. It is best if the branches are thick enough. He can tie himself to the tree and sleep peacefully. But going up is extremely stamina-consuming, and his current condition is worrying. If he moves, the wound that has finally stopped the blood will burst immediately. After he slowly left, the corpse of the wind-sickle beast on the spot began to ooze blood, interacting with the blood left by the surrounding Uchiha uranium, and slowly, the surrounding plants began to die quickly, the ground was eroded, and the corpse was also accelerating to decay. Uchiha uranium, who has reached the 20th level of the Soul Master, is radiating more and more energy. According to the past situation, there is no such fast radiation speed. He didn't know all of this. He is currently still studying the double hook jade, and what new abilities he has acquired. Sure enough, even the mutated Shaolunian still has the abilities of the original Shaolunian: dynamic vision, reproduction, and illusion. If he guessed correctly, he should have gained the ability to replicate. After all, his vision has become stronger just now, and he can see through other people's shots. But this is the Douluos continent, the spirit abilities that everyone uses, and he doesn't have someone else's spirit, so what's the use of copying it? But when he opened the ergo irradiation eyes again, everything around him changed. Chapter 21, Wound. The world in Uchiha's eyes has changed. The originally dim but still clearly visible field of vision suddenly switched to black and white. There was no obvious change in the fallen leaves, branches, etc., but the color had been lost in his eyes. From outsider's eyes, the young boy now has white pupils. It has gradually turned yellow, and it seems that it has opened a special field of vision, and can see things that ordinary people can't see. Well, this kind of black and white vision is quite interesting. Suddenly the night is no longer an obstacle to him. Although I have seen it clearly before, it is obviously more powerful. Is this a new ability? With a special field of vision, he looked around. The surroundings were like daytime, and any darkness was unreservedly displayed in front of these eyes. Not long after, he suddenly felt a soreness in his pupils. It felt like he was overusing his eyes and needed a rest, causing him to close his eyes unconsciously. The next moment, he opened it again, already returning to normal black pupils, and the yellow-white eyes disappeared without a trace. It's sour and numb. It feels like the situation where you were desperately reading at night during the college entrance examination and your eyelids were extremely sour. So is this a side effect of using this field of view? It can only last for a while. Uchiha Uranus touched the closed left eye with his hand, and understood in his heart that he might not be able to open the vision again in a short time. It's just how long it takes, and the next test may be needed. Going back to the present, Uchiha Uranus once again closed his special vision and returned to the original secluded environment, but he can now see it, and there is no stumbling on the side of the road. Although he is walking unhappy, but he was consciously walking towards difficult terrain. Perhaps this would show signs of cracking in his wounds, but there was no way. The complicated terrain would also hinder the only remaining wind sickle. And his previous thinking may be a bit problematic. The book doesn't say that the wind sickle can't climb trees, and judging from its fast-moving appearance, if it can climb trees, then he will be dead. The best way right now is to find a cave-like place, surround it on 3 sides and leave only the exit, and then sprinkle some blood on the exit to quickly corrode the surrounding area, and put a little trap so that it is foolproof. But where should I find this environment? He was entangled for a while. Should he continue walking this complex landscape with tall rocks everywhere, or would he turn his head and change direction and continue walking, praying to get out of its predatory range? Forget it, this terrain with rocks everywhere is okay, let's see if there are any stone caves. Just after thinking about it, Uchiha Uranus made up his mind. His time is precious. It would be a waste of time to keep looking back. If the wind sickle that went hunting out halfway smells the smell, he deserves to be stupid. Dead. Hey? Have I been to this place? Circled around, the young man looked at the exact same environment around him a little surprised, hesitated for a while. He was not sure if he had actually been here, but he thought this place was really familiar. Go ahead and change direction. Grey stones are everywhere, and there are many caves, but Uchiha looks all the way around and feels that it is not good. It is too shallow. Only one person can be placed. There is no space for the trap. What is the point? And this place similar to the stone formation is quite interesting. If you don't walk along the wall, it's easy to return to the original place. It's not that the original place is the same, but the surrounding height is similar. If you don't pay attention, you will get confused. It is very troublesome for him, but for the beast, it is not a problem at all. Because people can find a person's position by smell. After a moment, hey, there is finally something to see in this place. Uchiha Uranus looked at the black hole in front of him, and the narrow but winding passage showed a very satisfied smile. This place is good, only one person can move forward. The wind sickle beast bigger than him can't enter at all, and there are several bends, which also offsets the wind sickle beast's advantage of the wind blade. If it was a straight stone cave, he still wouldn't dare to go in, and the door of the wind sickle beast was blocked, and the wind blade was put away without money, wouldn't he be dumbfounded? In his eyes, this crooked stone cave that resembles a snake passing through is as clear as the day. Although there is dust and cobwebs everywhere, it is a good place. It just happens that he needs a place to heal his injuries. The water source he carries with him, and there is enough food for him to survive for more than a month. I think that after a month, that wind sickle beast will not stare at him, so he can naturally leave at any time. Moreover, for such a long time, the wind sickle beast has not found himself. It seems that the radiation range of his body is larger than he thought. The soul beast ran out because of the radiation. The whimsical beast naturally needs to run more to prey on its prey. It's far away, plus the time it takes to turn back and follow the smell, it is probably not short. Uchiha Uranu walked directly in. The first impression was that it was very narrow and crowded. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. Although there is space for a person to turn his body, more of it is more troublesome. This place is more like a gap between two huge rocks, and it is narrow. Sure enough, after walking for nearly a quarter of an hour, he saw the exit at the back. This is not a stone cave anymore, it can only be regarded as a passage with empty ends. But this is acceptable to him. Although there is a risk of a sneak attack in the back, the route he walks is not fixed and he can only go in front. He has at least one spare channel to use, so that he will not be lost to his wife. The whimsical crouched at the door. However, the top priority at the moment is to bend in the middle, but clean up the wound in a larger space, otherwise it will become infected and I will die. In self-talking, Uchiha Uranium arranged several spirit skill traps before and after each. With the increase of spirit power, the power of the traps increased greatly, and the induction and explosion speed also increased to a certain extent. Generally speaking, it should be that this type that is becoming more and more usable will not appear to be extremely embarrassing to the high-speed spirit beasts at the moment in the ring. After setting up the security, Uchiha inserted a few torches to illuminate the surrounding environment, so that he could intuitively see what kind of wound he was. I slowly untied the clothes. The skin and flesh were a little sticky with the clothes because of the blood stains. On the contrary, because of the uncovering of the clothes, the wound also convulsed. A stream of blood began to flow out of the wound, but he was directly pressed, so as not to continue to lose blood. Hiss! Seeing this wound, Uchiha couldn't help taking a breath of air conditioning. He was not dead, and his luck was really great. Under the shining of the torch, an obvious crack was cut diagonally from the right chest, cut off the ribs, and landed on the waist. If the knife is deeper, it will be broken. Chapter 22, Incompetent Barking. Perhaps it was because he killed the female whimsical beast ahead of time, and the bone spear plunged into its pupils in advance, causing her to die, exhausting her energy, and not cutting him in half with greater strength, but still relying on the sharp claws to easily cut off his ribs, and without any loss, also cut his skin. It is strange to say that the two life and death crises he has encountered so far were caused by soul beasts, and they have one thing in common: they are extremely crazy, they don't have the animality to survive for themselves, which is simply incomprehensible. Burst owl, forget it, after all, its origin is unknown, and it sneaks as soon as it meets. Although it doesn't yell much, it's justified to pursue it in silence. So how do you explain this companion whimsical? I have set up a deadly bone spear, but still rushed at him, and it is a bone spear that has a high probability of avoiding it with a slight head, but its eyes are not blinking, watching itself be killed? This is too ridiculous. The torch burned quietly, like a silent traveler, watching what the boy did. Hiss! The tearing wound continued. After uncovering his clothes, the young man quickly took out a pot of clear water from the ring soul guidance device. Unlike the turbid water used for drinking, his clear water was once reserved for medical use unless it was eaten. The water is finished, otherwise it will not move. Clean water was poured gently on the wound, washing the blood and dust from the wound, but as the wound was continuously stimulated, the bursts of pain made him frown and tremble slightly. He is not a hunk, he does not have the perseverance to wash his wounds without saying a word. He is just simple, not wanting to scream out because of pain, and then attract the whimsical beast that might follow the smell early. After uncovering his clothes, he continued to slowly untie the waist bandages, then took out the tent he had built, and walked inside with a torch, half leaning against the fur to prevent the dust in the hole from infecting the wound. Next, is the highlight. Treat wounds. He was just scribbled before and simply removed it. Because of the emergency, he had to leave the place as soon as possible, so he didn't treat the wound meticulously, but now if he doesn't do it again, he might have a high fever the next day. I can't afford it. Discarded bandages are thrown out, blood-stained items need to be replaced in time and replaced with clean bandages. This is the simplest principle of first aid, and he can only do this. His radiation can only bring destruction to the surrounding area. He can heal. If he has a healing soul master here, would he be like this? Half an hour later, Uchiha got out of the tent with a pale face, and dropped 5 bandages. This place was small and there was no place for the tent. But he didn't put the tent. There was dust everywhere in the cave. Treating wounds in this environment, Tusk, it's scary to think about it. He just experienced the scariest thing in his life. So wounds to myself. Fortunately, there was hemp leaves. After chewing 2 slices, my face and body were numb. I couldn't feel anything. There was only the sensation of the flesh being passed through by thin threads, but there was no pain at all. The finger bones of a certain beast used for the needle are very small, and should be a mouse-like soul beast. The thread is the thin thread that I previously removed from the clothes. You can use it without asking for too much. Okay. Suddenly, Uchiha Uranus felt something strange in his surroundings, as if he was in an obviously safe surrounding, and suddenly broke into a certain creature. Although he was not sure if it was a threat, the ultra-long distance alert range also made him secretly surprised. Is this also the effect of Urguyu's radiation eyes? Dare to come in his radiation area? I am afraid that only the 1,000-year-old soul beast, wind and sickle beast, the vengeance of killing his wife is not shared, but it took so long to find him, is it a bit of a hip? Roar. As expected, the enemy was extremely jealous when they met. The wind sickle beast was looking for him, and directly spit out a thick wind blade, and flew straight to Uchiha Uranus in the cave. Boom! The wind blade exploded instantly after touching the wall, the rebel burst, and a large amount of dust was raised, and the remaining power was already dissipated, and it did not harm Uchiha Uranium in the depths. It's a pity that this is a place carefully selected by Uchiha Uranus. Although it can be passed through, it cannot meet the requirements of beasts. Moreover, the passage is long enough and there are tortuous paths. Any long-distance attack, such as the wind blade, is completely complete. Can't touch him. The boy simply walked around, and the wind sickle was no longer able to see any traces of the boy, except for the smell of blood in the cave, which was still positioning his position, stimulating the angry male wind sickle. It actually looked for it. There is no way to enter. Roar. Spent a few laps around, trying to use the wind blade to attack the entrance of the cave. After the method of expanding the space failed, the wind sickle beast suddenly began to spit the wind blade into the mouth frantically, as if betting that one of them could hurt him. After a while, the cave was shrouded in dust, the rebel fell on the ground, and there was no more place to go. The internal space was somewhat expanded, but the boy was still unscathed. The look of the wind sickle beast was a little sluggish, the continuous wind blade extremely consumed soul power, and after seeing that it was not working, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com couldn't help but let out a low roar, and then quickly started to run around in a circle, running while running. Accompanied by the terrifying roar, it's just that its beast claws were stained with blood stains at some point. Uchiha Uranus once threw some bandages outside. Incompetent furious, do you want to scare me? Puff. Holding back his smile, the teenager hiding in the tent saw that the wind sickle beast could not help him, his heart was already relaxed, he only had to wait a few days for it to die, then he was safe. After a while, the roar of the cruel wind sickle disappeared. It's gone. After not sensing any beasts in the radiation induction zone, the boy couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He was really a little afraid that the soul beast would ignore it and spray the wind blade directly at the cave, and then made a lot of rubble to block the cave. As for the whimsical beast wandering around him, waiting for him to get out of this turtle shell at any time? Stop joking, as long as you stay around him and fight protracted battles, you will definitely die quickly. I have a rest, I have a rest. Fortunately, the trap at the entrance of the cave is not crushed by the gravel, otherwise I don't dare to sleep directly without the trap. There is dust outside and I really don't want to go out. Muttered to himself, the boy tried his best to lie on his back to ensure that the wound would heal slowly, and then fell asleep. He is too tired. From trekking all the way and being attacked, to being soaked in the water and losing a lot of physical strength, to fighting to the death, but being brutally opened, walking all the way to the cave, and gritted his teeth to perform sewing operations on myself until I was sure that there was no danger around me. Have time to rest. This encounter today has already rang the alarm in his heart. Not all soul beasts are afraid of him, the next encounter may be even more terrifying than today. Chapter 23, Spirit Ring Falls from the Sky. Early the next morning. He slept very deep last night, but in the morning, the sound of sobbing was heard around him. As the sound became louder and louder, he could not help but feel annoyed when he was groggy. But it was this sound that awoke him suddenly, his eyes widened, and he looked around in amazement. For a while, it was hard to imagine that he would wake up so easily from a tortured dream. Who is noisy anymore? Hey, your body is recovering well. As soon as he woke up, Uchiha Uranus first took a look at the degree of recovery of his body. I don't know whether it was the reason for his strong physique, or because he was well maintained, there was no sign of infection, and everything went in a good direction. After, he began to listen to the surrounding movement. The sound came from outside, and it was not far away. Let's go out and have a look. If the whimsical beast is still around, the body must be smelly, and the surrounding is safe. Thinking about this, Uchiha put the whitewashed clothes on her body, supported the wall, and walked out little by little. The gravel stumbled, he could only walk a little slower to prevent the wound from opening suddenly, or wrestle. For a moment, he avoided the trap and came to the door, but the surrounding changes made him startled. The outside world has changed a lot. It seems that he had thrown out a few bandages contaminated with his blood before. Every stone around, the grey rock surface is accompanied by red markings of varying degrees, as if blood suddenly appeared from the middle and then slowly flowed. Come down, with a terrifying horror. The markings are large and small, and the colors are dark and light, but they have one thing in common, they all exude uncomfortable weirdness. Yes, weird. It's like a person who is afraid of heights standing on a high place, and people who are afraid of bugs see a horse that is longer than a person. They feel uncomfortable from psychological to physical. The sixth sense is already warning. The farther away the better. The radiation concentration is a bit high. Uchiha Uranus frowned, and he was no stranger to the changes in this kind of rock. He had seen it several times, and at one time he thought it was a stone soul beast trying to ambush him, but it made him dumbfounded. But that kind of change took more than 10 days and a half months to accumulate. Why is the surrounding area so intensely radiated in just one night? After thinking about it, Uchiha Uranium can only be attributed to the increase in his soul power level, and the nuclear radiation has also increased. In addition, his blood is a more terrifying source of radiation. After all, it just exists, and he will destroy everything around him. And blood has this ability, it should also be normal. What about the sound? Why is it gone when I come out? Counseled, go back and talk later. Suddenly, the boy retracted into the cave. He felt something wrong. From the special sound before to the silence now, it felt like he was specially drawn out. Sure enough, the next moment, a huge figure fell from the sky and slammed into the place where the boy was originally. If you slow down for a few seconds, I am afraid that Uchiha's current physical condition will definitely not escape. One can imagine. Okay. Roar. Fuck is the whimsical beast. Run. Without hesitation, the boy turned around and ran deep into the tunnel, without any idea of head-on or preliminary confrontation with the whimsical beast. "Hey! Scared me to death. What's the situation? Are you always on the rock above my head to attack me?" Around the corner, Uchiha Uranus breathed in shock, leaning against the wall, pressing his hand on the beating heart, for fear that this small irritated heart would directly burst out of the newly stitched wound. The strange thing is that even if it fell to the ground, the whimsical beast from the outside did not roar, did not emit wind blades, or other noises, and the surrounding silence was terrible. Is like an ambush. But, after a while, a rancid, pungent and disgusting smell slowly spread from the outside to the inside, and Uchiha was taken aback by the smell. He was familiar with this smell. The soul beast killed by radiation decayed far faster than normal death. The flesh and blood inside the body would quickly dissolve, and the fur began to become dry and extremely brittle. Other teeth, sharp claws, and bones also became loose and lost their previous texture. What's the situation? With such doubts, Uchiha Uranus slowly stretched out his head from the corner, and glanced at the corpse of the soul beast at the entrance of the cave with the light of one eye, but when he saw the faint purple light spot, it began to hit the male whimsical. After condensing above the beast's body, he was a little dumbfounded. Died? Fell to death? I can't believe that the whimsical beast that was still majestic yesterday, the male and female overlord who occupied the water source, died violently after just staying around him for a period of time. It was too illusory and really confusing. If M is dead now, then I should be wary of something. Damn it, I had a nightmare all night, and it was all these two whimsical beasts who hung me up and beat me up and resurrected after eating. The reality turned out to be this. When it came out, I was scared. Uchiha Uranus looked at the purple spirit ring that hadn't dissipated outside again, and looked at the scars on his body. For a while, he couldn't understand why the nightmare had passed and the body was cold at the source of the nightmare. Is exactly the same as he thought before. Hey, finally don't worry about it. Uchiha sighed in relief, and then he slowly walked towards the outside world by supporting the wall. He wanted to see what was going on. Even if he stayed around him for a long time and died, then he had to see why it could carry it hard. With the instinct to escape radiation. You need to know that the other soul beasts ran far away when they saw him, for fear that they would be caught, and they wished their parents would give them some more legs. But the life and death crisis I encountered www.novel.com are almost all types of hard steel that will not escape nuclear radiation at all. From the burst owl to the wind scythe couple, the races and living areas between the two differ by tens of thousands of miles. Why is this? Uchiha wanted to understand this. Otherwise, the next attack will kill him. Looking at the decaying wind common in front of him, Uchiha was a little silent for a while. He could vaguely see a clue from his hideous face. It didn't look like he was standing here. From the last time the burst owl was almost 700 or 800 years old to the two whimsical beasts that were more than 1,200 years old this time, this is like a giant web of spiders, and all creatures are in its cage. Once something starts to struggle, the web will become tighter and tighter until it is completely killed. And around him, there seemed to be a huge conspiracy brewing, whether it was driving him here, preventing him from continuing to enter the forest, or there were other reasons that were driving him to do this. If you really want to kill him, why send only one soul beast? Wouldn't it be over if a 10,000-year soul beast crushed him to death? Although he almost survived every time, he still survived. Can send a soul beast that will not be affected by nuclear radiation. Why would he directly solve himself when he falls into a coma? What is the conspiracy in this? Who is targeting him? What is the purpose? He doesn't know, he can only know that he has to keep going. Thinking of this, the young man sighed slightly, recalling the past and all these strangeness in his mind. Oh, life in this horrible forest is so difficult, so don't make trouble for yourself. Chapter 24, Absorb the Second Spirit Ring. Forget it, I don't want to do so much, the known conditions are limited, and no other conclusion can be drawn at all. Uchiha Uranus shook his head, and continued to look at the purple light spot above the corpse of the wind-sickle beast, his eyes flashing with thinking. Can he absorb this 1,000-year spirit ring? Judging from the information available in Douluos continent, the second spirit ring is basically 100 years old, such as 700 or 800 years. There is no second spirit ring that is 1,000 years old. If you insist on absorbing, there will only be one. Ending. The physical fitness is not high enough and he burst into death. So the question is his body capable of absorbing this body that has been strengthened by 2 radiation eyes? It is important to know that the original writing wheel eye can strengthen physical fitness, improve dynamic vision, improve pupil power and increase chakra settings. Although there is no such thing as chakra in Douluos continent, the improvement of physical quality is real, and Tang San's second spirit ring in the original work is only yellow, which shows that the profound heaven art he cultivated did not allow him to obtain 1,000-year spirit ring. It is still yellow. Is it possible for me then? While thinking about it, Uchiha suddenly smiled, he patted his head and suddenly woke up. That's right, the spirit beast in this place sensed him and ran directly. In addition to the spirit ring in front of him, where else could he find the spirit beast and absorb the spirit ring? Let's not mention how the soul beast runs far away, how should he kill it, and more, the adaptability of the soul ring, the age of the soul beast, etc. If he is allowed to catch it, he may be around 20 years old. It should be a perfect breakthrough in the second ring. And the spirit ring in front of him, he only needs to take billions of risks, so that he can get enough protection in the next life, and no longer suddenly die. Forget it, fight it. Damn, it's a death sooner or later, every day I eat unflavored meat and drink strange-smelling water. I've had enough of these days. I'm going to die early and live longer. Fight. After a while, Uchiha Uranus strengthened his heart, and he died. He had enough of such a savage life when he died. The young man raised his right hand and resisted the banging sound. The violent heartbeat caused by his emotions slowly condensed his soul power into his palm, accompanied by an invisible and colorless halo. The exhaustion of microscopic particle streams, alpha rays, gamma rays, and beta rays have rapidly undergone energy conversion since his surroundings, emitting a large amount of radiation, and causing more wonderful changes with the fluctuation of soul power. Come on, my second spirit ring, for the first time in my life, I gambled my life. I lost and died. If I win, I will continue to live. I hope you can give me the hope of continuing to survive here. Under the invisible and colorless, as if the rhythm of the light, the 1,000-year wind-sickle spirit ring slowly flew towards Uchiha Uranus. Uchiha remembered the key to absorbing spirit rings in the book, and immediately sat cross-legged, intending to guard the spirit, and began to imagine his martial spirit radiating eyes in his mind, focusing on his eyes, waiting for the spirit ring to slowly fall in his body. It was the first time that he absorbed spirit rings independently without someone protecting the law, and it was a gamble. Life or death. Soon, the purple halo came to the top of Uchiha Uran's head, and he did not give him any chance to react. The purple halo suddenly shrank and turned into a golden ring the size of a fingernail, but incomparably illusory, directly printed on the boy's closed tightly. In his eyes, the radiating eye martial soul was imprinted in his pupils. Uchiha only feels that his eyes are immersed in hot water. Although it is a trivial meaning to the palm of his hand, the fragile pupils are not comparable to the palm of his skin. A fiery energy rushes into the eyes outside the eyes, violently. The heat rushed into the body from the eyes instantly, and in an instant, the brain felt familiar. And as the heat gradually moved down from the head, the 5 internal organs were burning, and the body couldn't help but shake violently. This is more exciting than Daigo empowerment. Can only use boiling water to pour the brain to describe this feeling. No matter how the power of the spirit ring impacts your body, remember that you must stay awake. Only in this way can you make better use of the power of the spirit ring, my son. In his mind, Uchiha Uranus recalled what his father said to him when he first absorbed the spirit ring. The next moment, he closed his eyes. And his consciousness was completely immersed in the hot body. The pupil power in the radiating eyes seemed to be stimulated by this sudden force. The already mature brain instantly felt a cold breath emanating from the depths of the pupils, and then proceeded with the external force inside the eyes. In the collision, Uchiha Uran only felt that his eyes were sore, but he couldn't do anything. It turned out that the proud pupil power of the Uchiha family has not disappeared in the Douluos continent. The power of the rushing spirit ring baptized Uchiha's body in an instant, but the pupil power in the pupil of the eye gradually gained the upper hand. In addition to the baptism of the radiant eye, the excess spirit ring power gradually went down and began deepen his body. The consciousness suddenly brightened, and the cold breath slowly soothed the sour pupils, and the gradually swollen eyes slowly eased, no longer as if they were about to burst under the impact of the soul power. Gradually, under the baptism of flame-like spirit power, fine granulation began to grow from the scary wounds on Uchiha Uranium's body. As the spirit power deepens, the wounds are recovering faster. It would take several months to open the mouth. The like cracks began to scab and fall off within 5 minutes, revealing pink scars. Boom! All the heat rushed out. Uchiha Uranus felt that the hot breath had completely melted his body. Reading www.uuganshu.com. After a while, the tumbling heat wave in the body slowly receded, but the refreshing sensation brought by the absorption of the spirit ring could not be described in words, although he had experienced it once. But this kind of ecstasy, the feeling of standing on the top of bliss, is no exaggeration no matter how many times you feel it. Uchiha Uranium's face, who absorbed the spirit ring intently, also gradually blurred, as if standing on top of a cloud and looking up at the sky, and like falling to the earth, enjoying being with the air and embracing the sky, with more than 4 million pores open all over his body, greedy breathing the nectar-like air around him. The baptism of soul power has caused Uchiha's body to undergo a wonderful change. He won. Uchiha Uranium gradually opened his eyes after completely calming the power of the spirit ring in his body. The sky has dimmed, and there are no creatures living in the deadly surroundings, and even the usual bird singing in the woods is inaudible. Everything seems so strange and normal. The night brought cool air. Although it couldn't compare to the blissful sensation of absorbing the spirit ring, he unconsciously let the young man squint his eyes and quietly enjoy the beautiful night breeze. Uchiha struggled to stand up from the ground and knocked on the lumbar spine and thighs, which were not so sore because the soul power nourishes the body, and looked down at him. He found that his body seemed a little thin because of the spirit ring. The body looks a little stronger, and the body grows a bit taller. But he can't see any changes besides these. According to his memory, there should be changes in his shoulders and skin, but he obviously can't see any difference. Hey! I won, I survived. Sighed, Uchiha looked at the bright stars in the sky and laughed unconsciously. Chapter 25, The Second Soul Skill, Extreme Nuclear Energy Reaction. Night. The bonfire burned slowly on the side, making a crackling sound. It may be that the wood still contains water, which caused the sound of the firecrackers to be uninterrupted. After Uchiha Uranium had absorbed the spirit ring, it was already night. Before he knew it, he absorbed it all day, and he was even a little bit astonished. It took an unexpectedly long time to absorb the spirit ring. After that, the rapid recovery of his body also made him happy, but he quickly adjusted his mentality, and Shen Xin began to understand what kind of skill his second spirit ring was. But before that, Uchiha, who was a little boring, had unknowingly diverging the thoughts in his mind to a book he had read before Uchiha family history. Just as Uchiha Uranus conjectured, after coming to this world, the pupil power in his eyes had formed a strange fit with the soul power of the soul master. His ancestors came from the powerful Uchiha people who could cross time and space. But there is no chakra in his body, some only have spirit power. Perhaps it was the reason of the world, or chakra became the existence of the energy nature of soul power, but the writing round eyes were retained, the ninjutsu was retained, and most importantly, the pupil power in the eyes of the writing wheel. This is also the fundamental reason why the family can be passed down for thousands of years. With pupil power, you can perform some of Akipotter's secret arts, although I don't know who the ancestors are, even Izanami and Izanaki. This forbidden technique has actually been preserved. Could it be that Uchiha took the soil to travel through the divine space by mistake, and as a result can't go back again? Uchiha Uranus once thought about this possibility. But the result is obvious. Uchiha, who opened the kaleidoscope, fought with other soul masters under the same circumstances. It was obvious that he had many abilities, whether it was the unique pupil technique of two eyes, or the Susanoo who changed the battle situation, forbidden technique, etc. Wait, you can let the Uchiha family hang other soul masters to fight. Can even compare with 3 cases. And for him, Uchiha Uranus awakened the radiant eyes during the awakening ceremony, the special mutant spirit in his father's mouth, but unfortunately, his mutation was not benign, but moved in an unknown direction. Not only that, his first spirit ring was transformed into a radiation trap by the radiant eye. From this it can be seen that no matter what spirit ring is obtained, the particularity of the martial soul will make it a wonderful change. This kind of change is not good or bad, it can only be said that it is more suitable for him and most suitable for him. His second spirit ring is called extreme nuclear energy reaction. When talking about nuclear energy reaction, you should understand what it is. The reason is very simple. It is the most fundamental thing in a nuclear reactor, that is, the energy released by the nucleus, whether it is fission or fusion, is closely related to it. And how should the nucleus release energy? The nucleus is composed of protons and neutrons. When an atomic nucleus is bombarded by foreign neutrons, one atomic nucleus will absorb a neutron to split into 2 smaller nuclei and emit 2 to 3 neutrons at the same time. The neutrons produced by this fission bombard other nuclei, causing new fission. Such continuous progress is a chain reaction of fission. Chain reaction produces a lot of energy, similar to perpetual motion. This is nuclear energy reaction. Similarly, the so-called nuclear radiation is the destruction of these energy through the human body. Another thing to mention is that the radiation intensity caused by nuclear reactions is much higher than normal. Generally, nuclear reactors are constructed with 6 to 8 meters thick concrete on the periphery, which also contains lead blocks to isolate radiation. However, the surrounding Uchiha uranium nothing at all. In fact, he almost forgot all of this knowledge, and he didn't memorize it well after passing through it, or the library in his head. All knowledge can be remembered clearly. The reason why he can remember, more accurately, is that he forced himself to remember. Only by understanding can we go deeper. Only in depth can you master. He can't even figure out what his abilities are. Although he was confused this time, he has finally achieved results. He clearly understands how terrifying the nuclear energy response is. Not to mention that the information in the mind of this spirit ability has been gradually mastered. As far as the spirit ability is concerned, this ability that exceeds the age is really terrifying. First of all, this is a state-enhancing spirit ability. Once used, the duration will be determined as his spirit power is consumed. During the duration, all the nuclei in his body will start to collide fiercely and continuously release energy to achieve the point of own increase. It can increase the speed of oneself by 50%, the strength of 50%, greatly increase the dynamic vision, and the state of rapid recovery from physical trauma. And within the duration, the alpha rays, beta rays, and gamma rays inside his body will diffuse outwards, mixing the surrounding energy. Within a radius of 10 meters, all long-range physical attacks will be affected to a certain extent, causing angle shifts. Or something like exhaustion of kinetic energy. Energy-based spirit abilities, such as Behulibo and Phoenix Firewire, will be greatly interfered by various rays. The closer you are to the center, the stronger the interference will be. www.ltnovel.com. Finally, however, within 100 meters of the surrounding area, extremely high concentrations of nuclear radiation have spread. An ordinary person standing around him will fall into a coma within a minute and collapse and die in 3 minutes at most. As for the spirit beast spirit master, this speed will not slow down much. After all, no matter how strong the body is, it can only resist for a while. Radiation is like a snowball rolling down on a snowy mountain, continuously emitting, and rolling bigger and bigger, until it reaches a certain node, it directly crushes the fragile body of the victim. So after feeling the ability brought by his soul ability, Uchiha Uranus fell silent. Asked myself, this soul skill is too strong. Among them, perhaps there is a factor of 20th level spirit power absorbing a 1000-year spirit ring, and there is also a combination of pupil power and a special increase. But one thing is certain, it is strengthened by the radiation I. Hey? Why does the wind sickle beast have this ability to quickly make itself into a high-intensity attack state? Did I not finish reading the Soul Beast Encyclopedia? Uchiha Uranus felt that this spirit ability did not match the characteristics of the wind sickle beast. How could this kind of power similar to the power attack system appear on the wind sickle beast spirit ring of the sensitive attack system? Uchiha Uranus took out a somewhat shabby encyclopedia from the soul guidance device. With his own memory, he quickly turned to the section of the wind sickle beast, and began to read the content carefully. Wind sickle. Once it enters the mating period every 10 years in the spring, females will begin to emit hormone representing pheromones. The range is large, and there are fewer females and many males among wind sickles. I am not looking at this. Turning to the next page, after seeing the words above, Uchiha's pupils shrank slightly, and he already understood the source of this augmentation skill. Chapter 26, Camp Visitors. Male wind sickle beasts will fight each other, and it is extremely bloody, endless. Only the winner is worthy of female favor, but there is also a very pitfall, that is, before the female completely chooses a partner, there is something like a wheel fight, or a big melee, not one-to-one. It is very likely that a strong male was forced to single out all other males. After a large-scale screening, the only remaining male can be qualified, but if this male is defeated by other strong bodies, the status of the partner will change again. In this kind of blood fight, the wind sickle beast will show extremely terrifying melee skills and similar spirit power gains. Under normal circumstances, it can last a long time to deal with various challenges. Only when all the males are defeated and arrived after mating time, the partner is fixed. Seeing this, Uchiha Uranus admired the author who compiled this encyclopedia of soul beasts very much, and he can only say a word about it. Niobe. Even the fight before mating, the racial habits are written clearly. I am afraid this author must be extremely powerful, and has a good understanding of soul beasts. And this also confirmed that the spirit ability he inherited came from the special increase in blood fights, and this male can have a partner. Presumably he has very rich experience in blood fights, and even this special increase may be it. The most proud ability. It's just a pity that this extremely powerful ability integrates amplification, resists long-range attacks, greatly improves nuclear energy response, and also has a high radiation halo. It can be said that once this spirit ability is activated, the opponent has only two choices. Either running or carrying a high radiation close battle with him, but this option is probably the worst option, but anyone with a brain will not choose to die in this way. After all, death is ugly. Hehe, it can increase the speed by 50%. You don't have to be so embarrassed to escape in the future. From now on, if you don't like it, just run a few laps on him, haha. When Uchiha thought of this picture in his mind, the corners of his mouth raised involuntarily, but after returning to the campfire in front of him, his smile gradually disappeared until he became indifferent. The sound of grilling meat continued to sound, and along with the silent night, there was a different kind of desolation around Uchiha Uranus. Into the night. Uchiha put a torch on the surrounding stone wall, and with the fire, slowly cleared out the debris piled up at the door, so as not to smoke him, and finally took a heavy step, lay down in the tent, and gradually fell asleep. You have heard it clearly to me. Once you enter the forest, you may face the attack of the soul beast at any time. Although the outer area is the area of the soul beast for 10 to 100 years, our goal is the 1000-year soul beast. We must go deeper into it. Once something goes wrong, it is very likely that we will be chased by the soul beast. Don't attack the soul beast at will, and don't leave me 20 meters away. Do you understand? Lin Feng stood in front of the Stardo forest, speaking solemnly to several students in front of him. Outskirts of the Stardo Great Forest, tall trees are at least over 20 meters tall. The dense forest has no paths at all, and there are so many shadows that you can't see the real scene in it. Understand? A group of young girls Zhang focused on nodding, and then gradually entered the forest under the leadership of middle-aged teacher Lin Feng. After entering the forest, the air becomes more comfortable, and the temperature can obviously drop a few degrees. The refreshing breeze carries the fragrance of warm earth, which constantly stimulates the smell of everyone. Is this the Stardo Great Forest? It seems to be fundamentally different from the national captive forest. The trees here are so tall, I am afraid that every few hundred years will not grow. Kai Ying sighed, looking away from the side. Move away from the big tree and place it on Lin Feng directly in front. This teacher is blazing a trail. There is also a teacher behind him, a strong man about 30 or 40, with dark skin and a needle-pierced beard. 2 teachers from Princelington Advanced Soul Master Academy are leading their students to obtain spirit rings. The Stardo Great Forest is the closest to the Soul Master Academy, and the spirit beasts in it are of the best quality. Of course, a group of 7 came here and slowly marched inside for the spirit ring. The path they took was different from the path used to help students obtain the spirit ring. Because the spirit of the new students was rather special, the previous path did not have suitable spirit beasts, so after a moment of hesitation, the dean asked the 2 teachers to open it up. A new path, hoping to find a new type of soul beast. That's for sure, the Stardo Great Forest is the forest with the most soul beasts. If it's nothing special, it's not as good as the national forest. Alas, Kai Ying, you said you heard your spirit talking, is it true? It's a lie, I have never seen Wuhan speak when I grow up, haha. A somewhat delicate-looking girl leaned on the boy named Kai Ying and asked jokingly. Although she looks young, she is already about 1.6 meters tall. You reading www.yunsha.com looks a bit out of the ordinary among the men and women of 1.5 meters. She blinks her lovely big eyes and is harmless to humans and animals. He looked like he was talking heartbreaking words to the boy. Ha ha ha, Lin Wanner, do you really believe that this guy's martial arts can speak? You are too naive, and he must have made up. I have seen him through, he just wanted to get your attention. Tisk, a young man with yellow hair, sneered, and then whispered a few words to the boy with the same yellow hair beside him. I didn't know what was said. Then the 2 of them burst into laughter and pointed at the silent Kai Ying. Although Lin Wanner did not speak, she could see from the corner of her eye that there was a trace of disdain in Kai Ying's indifferent eyes, and she was determined. Although she didn't know why she believed him so easily, Wuhan's words were obviously a very fake thing, but she just believed, there was no other reason, only one point. He is handsome. Okay, don't be hippie and smiley, it's dangerous here, don't attract any soul beasts. The black-haired boy surrounding the middle broke the laughter surrounding him and shouted at the 2. It can be seen that a group of 7 people, except for the 2 teachers before and after, the remaining 5 people are not single-minded. 2 hours later. Stop, hey, Lao Li, come and check, the surrounding environment is a bit wrong. Lin Feng, who opened the road in front, looked at the somewhat grey surroundings, frowned, and then called out for a seemingly strong, actually good at exploring the environment. Lao Li stepped forward and analyzed the surrounding dusty land and plants. They guessed that they might have reached the territory of a soul beast that could only change the surrounding environment. And just in the distance of this pedestrian, there is a black lake. The water in the center of the lake is constantly rolling, as if something is under the lake. Chapter 27, Talking Wuhan. Stardo Great Forest. At the end, Lao Li slowly walked forward. As he watched his surroundings, his smiling face gradually disappeared and became more serious. He is a plant spirit, and he can clearly feel the surrounding atmosphere. Whether it is plants, land, air, or anything else, it is full of lifelessness. Lifelessness in various meanings. This kind of environment abruptly shows that it is here. The front foot is still covered with rotten leaves and moist brown soil, and the back foot becomes dry, and lifeless gray, and the color becomes deeper as the line of sight can see. What is going on in this place? Lao Li was silent for a while. He had never seen this kind of abnormal landscape change, let alone the death in the air, which made him feel uncomfortable all over his body. Old Li Qiang endured this discomfort, twisted the dry grey soil on the ground, placed it on the tip of his nose, and sniffed it carefully. A faint smell of corruption irritated old Li's nasal cavity, causing him to sneeze. Would you like to go on? This may be the range of movement of some kind of soul beast. With the strength of my soul king and you, I am afraid it will be a little difficult. Old Li and Lin Feng looked at each other. Go ahead, where we are going, we have to pass a lake. If we have to make a detour, we may not be there by tomorrow night. Moreover, this area is a 10 to 100 years old soul beast area, and it is unlikely that it was caused by the soul beast. Probably it is some kind of geographic phenomenon. Lin Feng was silent for a moment. On the question of whether to make a detour, Lin Feng decided to continue walking. He was right, this is the low-level spirit beast area, and the spirit beast that can change the surrounding landscape. The worst is the spirit beast over 50,000 years, it is impossible to appear here. Now that he has decided to go on, Lao Li has nothing to say. Indeed, the changes in the landscape in front of him cannot be caused by the soul beasts. This is too frightening. The land is deserted and the plants are decayed. He has never seen this before. It was comparable to a general destruction scene, but it was very similar to the legendary titled Douluos spirit abilities, such as a large range of life absorption. Walked in front of everyone for about an hour, by this time, it was noon. Since this hour, they have encountered very few soul beasts. It can be seen that there is an extremely strong aura of death on this land, which has caused very few soul beasts to survive here. More than that, the soul beasts encountered had some peculiar changes. The two-headed rabbit soul beasts had sharp front teeth and blood-red eyes. As soon as they saw everyone, they rushed forward, as if they had never seen meat. But this kind of unopened spirit beast that came up to die was easily solved by the leader Lin Feng, but he was a bit strange. He remembered that this kind of inverted toothed rabbit was a spirit beast for about 10 years, how could there be such a mutation? On the other hand, a special type of soul power cultivation that has reached 100 years? But he didn't care very much either. After all, the spirit rings produced by this low-level spirit beast were the same as their predecessors, very weak. In this special environment, Lin Feng didn't dare to be careless. Although he killed the spirit beasts easily, it didn't mean that he could still deal with it easily after the smell attracted other spirit beasts. Soon, he poured a little powder to cover the smell on the corpse of the soul beast. Although it could only cover for a while, it was better than exposing the smell of blood. Moreover, when the time expired, they must have been away for a long time. Okay, let's rest for a while. Lao Li's voice relaxed the people who had been nervous. Kai Ying and the black-haired boy who had spoken before began to sweep the surrounding thorns and make a clearing. For rest. Old Li glanced at Lin Feng, and after getting confirmation, he immediately began to surround the surroundings and exude the aura of the Soul King's strength, so as to prevent those little boys from being attacked while resting. This place is weird. Is very weird. This is Kai Ying's first impression. He has a vague feeling that he shouldn't step into this strange place. The rotten leaves dried up and hardened, and the ground became darker and darker. Just turning the soil would give him a dizzy feeling of trance. The surrounding plants began to become strange, the branches and leaves were withered, and the branches were grey, like ghosts. Like a place of taboo, with a different kind of horror. The shapes of these trees become more exaggerated and weird as they move forward, and when they get here, they can no longer look back, so they can only bite the bullet and continue walking. Everyone quickly repaired the neighborhood, and then a yellow hairy mouth uttered a few words, and suddenly, there were many more steaks in the hands. The dark red meat seemed to have just been cooked, with the unique steam of freshly baked. Visual effects. Everyone took out the forks or sticks they carried with them, took them from Huang Mao's hands, and ate them after a while. Not long after a full meal, Lin Wanner leaned against Kai Ying with a smile on her face. The girl's unique scent radiated from her body, mixed with the strong, unspeakable disgusting smell around her. It mixed into a strange smell. "Hey, Kai Ying, tell me, what did your martial soul say?" "Hee hee. Hey? You don't believe it? Why are you interested now?" Kai Ying frowned, suddenly felt that the girl in front of him was having fun. He was relieved the next moment. That's right, martial soul has never spoken. With her character, she would indeed make such a move, and it was very normal. "Ahem, I actually believe you, but I have to let me listen, right?" "Hee hee, you secretly let Wuhan speak, and other people can't hear it, I swear not to tell anyone." Suddenly smiled playfully and blinked at him. Yu reading www.yukansha.com's eyes were full of pleading, as if not agreeing to her, she would cry immediately. "I've known you for so long, but I didn't expect you to do this trick. Can you change it, Lin Wanner, every time you are like this?" The young man was a little helpless. Well, this made him a little irritated. "Please, Kai Ying. Okay, alas, I'm afraid of you." Sighed, Kai Ying turned her head and looked at no one around, then raised her hand and called out her martial spirit, a giant sickle that was as tall as a person. His martial spirit is very special, the whole body is dark red, the blade is black, and some special patterns or lines are engraved on the sickle handle. The sickle blade is like a waning moon, and like the sharp claws of a certain monster, it bends an arc very exaggeratedly. Behind the sickle blade are two sharp blade tails that are sunken in and protrude again. At the junction between the sickle and the sickle, there is a fist-sized vertical pupil, with a trembling sense of fear, like a killer, wanton display of his domineering. To be honest, you martial spirit scared me a bit, and I always feel that eyes are staring at me again, Kai Ying. Lin Wanner shrank with some fear, but thought that this was just a martial spirit, and she was so courageous he stood up, fixed his eyes on this exaggerated Wuhan. "Hey, can you talk?" "Wuhan." Kai Ying was a little silent, and then she wanted to say something. The next moment, a deep and hoarse voice, with a mysterious bewitching power, but a voice like a devil groaning from the sickle, interrupted what Kai Ying wanted to say. "I smell death. It belongs to all of you. It smells bad." Chapter 28, Lost. Who is it? Who is talking? Lin Wanner was taken aback, the sudden sound frightened her, but there was no one around, only the giant sickle with eyes opened. Gosh! It's true. Hey, Kai Ying, your martial soul can really speak. The girl almost jumped up in fright just now, but the next moment she looked a little weird. She lowered her voice, with restrained excitement, and asked Kai Ying gently, while her eyes were still on the giant sickle. At this time, she was very excited, with an indescribable feeling. And Kai Ying's focus is not here. He is keenly aware that his martial soul mentioned the smell of everyone's death. What does this mean? Hey? Everyone will die? How did you predict? Kai Ying raised his hand to stop Lin Weiner's words. Now there are more important things that need to be verified. This place, this time, the incomprehensible sense of pressure, what his martial soul said, gave him an inexplicable sense of urgency. He became a little anxious. He also felt something wrong, but he couldn't tell. The invisible and intangible pressure around him slowly accumulated. Although Kai Ying couldn't detect what it was, this kind of anxiety lingered in his heart. I am immortal, and you will die today. A voice gradually sounded from inside the giant sickle, and along with the sound, the one-eyed eye on the giant sickle also turned and fixed its gaze on the young man named Kai Ying. It then bewitched word by word, "Run away. Kai Ying, this is not shameful, you don't know what you are facing. Who are you? Are you really a Wuhan? How should I call you? Can I believe you? What's happening now?" Kai Ying did not directly answer the giant sickle's words, but raised more questions. It is true that Wuhan is indeed his Wuhan, but it didn't suddenly wake up at night until he reached the 30th level of spirit power. If one's own martial spirit is really wise, why did he wait until now to suddenly speak out? Be aware that there are people next to you. Thinking of this, Kai Ying's gaze shifted, and she glanced at the girl who still didn't know what the wisdom martial spirit represented, and the people who didn't know it in the distance, who were still resting. Silence, a long silence. Hey! Kai Ying put away the Wuhan, raised her head, and looked at the strange surroundings, feeling a little uncontrollable for a while. It didn't say anything, it just pretended to say a few words in a profound way that it was dangerous here, and left early, but didn't even say why. How could he believe him? After telling the teacher about this, will they believe him? Indeed, this place is very weird. You must know that the teachers came here 5 years ago. There were no special changes at all. They walked safely to the edge of the forest lake, but now, before they get close, they have already set foot on this amazing place. Disgusting land. This is a change that has only occurred in the past few years, and it definitely does not always exist. Kai Ying was convinced of this, but the originally noisy martial soul had no sound at this moment, which made him realize that it might be because there were people around and it was inconvenient. Suddenly, that low and hoarse voice echoed in Kai Ying's mind, and the voice had a wonderful flavor, and it had a bewitching taste that made people unconsciously want to continue listening. Are you qualified? Kai Ying. Kai Ying opened his eyes in the dim world, observing the grey sky, black ground, and withered plants, all of which are almost the same as the situation in reality before, if it weren't for the strangeness in the surrounding air. I'm afraid he will treat the two as the same product. What? I mean, hello, I'm Kai Ying. Kai Ying didn't understand what the unknown existence was qualified for, but out of friendship, Kai Ying responded with a smile. He believed that his martial spirit would not do anything unfavorable to him. Where are you? Can you come out? The next moment, Kai Ying couldn't help asking. The empty surroundings made him a little bit nervous, really just a little bit. Release your martial soul, Kai Ying, I am in your hands. Kai Ying immediately raised his right hand, and as the spirit power condensed, a dark red and black massacre scythe appeared in his hand. The spirit was about 2 meters long, and he felt a cold texture with biting bones. The chill. However, as the cold touch in Kai Ying's brain appeared, it slowly dissipated and gradually transformed into a warm feeling. Because the sickle handle itself was too large, it existed in his hand in an adsorbed state instead of being caused by he held it tightly. Are you, my martial soul? Seeing the violent and cruel martial soul in front of him, Kai Ying was a little at a loss at this moment. He didn't know why he came here, or why martial soul has its own wisdom, let alone martial soul. If he wants to do something to himself, he is like a child who has no choice. He can only stare at the adults eagerly, praying for some candy. Yes. That's right. I am Rost. Remember my name, R-A-Y-S-T. Remember. After Kai Ying asked questions, the original low voice with a wonderful charm, like a demon whispering, boiled, no longer bewildered, no longer concealed, with fury and enthusiasm, read his name aloud. I am Rost. I am resurrected. Kane www.ltnovel.com. You never think of it. At the same time, in the world of consciousness, Kai Ying was a little nervous. It could be seen that his martial arts spirit seemed to be not a normal one. It was more like the soul of a certain creature with emotions, anger, sorrow, and joy, and Rost said, can't he think of it? Can't think of anything? Seemingly seeing his doubts, the one-eyed eye on the giant scythe turned to Kyan, and Lost began to continue, it's not about you, Kyan. It's another one, Kyan. Okay, you don't need to understand, Kai Ying, you just need to know that the past will not affect you in any way. In the next moment, Rost's voice became restless, not only Wuhan, but also the entire space had a tendency to collapse, endless flames appeared from the grey sky, with a fiery killing intent, trance. Kai Ying seems to be able to feel Lost's heart from this world. Massage. Blood. Fury and anger. Every life is the fuel of my anger. Victory, step on the sea of blood. Feel my fury. The killing is so happy. Endless rage radiated from the surroundings, stimulating Kang's fragile heart, as if assimilating. Kang couldn't resist the power from Lost at all, his eyes gradually turned red, blood filled his pupils, and he wanted to kill now. Use Rost to cut the body of the weak and tear them apart. Relax. Kai Ying. Suddenly, Lost stopped his catharsis. It slept for thousands of years, and only just regained consciousness. Although it has long been dead, and even its strength has also been defeated and taken away in the struggle, it will not die. By absorbing the spirit power of the Kai Ying family for generations, now, Rost woke up. Chapter 29, Escape. Calm down. Kai Ying. You can't become a fool. Compared to his madness, Rost values Kai Ying as a physical body. He is now just a martial soul, no entity, everything can only rely on Kai Ying to act, although the crazy killing Kai Ying is more in line with his appetite, however, it is not necessary. It chooses Kai Ying. Kai Ying chooses it. After it awakened, he understood that the two are one, and whoever falls into madness will have a very, very bad influence on the other half. Unless, the time has come. Who? Kai Ying held on to her knees and looked at the giant sickle in her hand, lost in surprise, panting heavily, her face flushed, and the blood in her eyes gradually faded, as if the craziness just now was just a nightmare. Rost, what the are you? Are you really a martial soul? Slightly slowed down, Kai Ying no longer kept it. The sudden change just made him feel lingering. A brain question came out of his mouth. He wanted to know what was going on, and he hadn't forgotten it. It said, around there is danger, everyone will die. Rost was silent for a while, and then a low voice sounded. Kai Ying, to me, you are the chosen one. It's also the only one. Kai Ying was shocked. How could she suddenly feel that Lost was a bit abnormal in front of her? Don't think what I'm talking about is numb, it's true, you and I are light and dark, both are indispensable. However, Kai Ying, do you dare to play a game with me? On the irrelevant note. What do you want? Kai Ying became wary, what is it coveting? Your body. Of course, after you die. Rost's voice suddenly became a little weird, like a spell, fascinating, no longer as wild and hot as before. And this kind of voice transformation seems to have no flaws at all. The previous transformation between the two is like passing clouds and flowing water, and it is completely impossible to see whether Rost is a demon eager to slaughter or a demon that appeals to people. Your bet is only your body, and my bet is all my power. How about, Kai Ying? Kai Ying was a little silent. If the Darkborn scythe that hadn't awakened consciousness before was just a top weapon spirit, then Rost is now the top martial spirit in the entire continent, and there is no martial spirit that can match it. It has wisdom and, moreover, has great power. Why do you want to bet with me? You are my martial arts soul, I am dead, can you survive? This. Ho ho, then it seems that you have agreed? You and I are one body, and you have not rejected my ability, Kai Ying. Rost's charming power dissipated in an instant, snarling feverishly and violently. You are too poor and weak now. Your killing is not enough. You don't even have the strength to carry an arm of me. Remember. Go kill. Bring death. I will give you strength, but accordingly, you need a price. But, I refuse, Lost, I am the one who holds the martial soul and executes the battle. You can't control me. Kai Ying's face became serious. Since Rost could not hurt him, then he was no longer nervous about whether he would be the first in the mainland to be killed by his own martial arts. As for Rost's order to let him kill, he chose to refuse. Okay, Kai Ying, I will obey your arrangements, but I still have to give you a little strength, after all, you are mine. Rost laughed wildly, the one eye on the giant sickle glowed dark red, and at the same time, Kai Ying suddenly covered his right eye, and the sharp pain like a puncture suddenly erupted from the inside of the eyeball, and the hair was covered with slender blood. The eyes are white, and they become denser and deeper as time goes by. The blood gradually flowed from the corner of the eye, and the sudden pain ran across the eyeball like a cut wound. Kai Ying could not help but let out a scream, then half kneeling on the ground, covering his eyes, enduring the pain of the eyeball. Rost, what did you do to me? Hey! After a while, the pain dissipated, and everything returned to nothingness, as if the blood from the corner of the eye was only tears, and it disappeared after a little wipe. But this transformation still left traces. His vision was not affected. Instead, his right eye could see more and farther than his left eye. But unlike the eyes on the left, the eyes on the right have turned into dark red vertical pupils like reptiles or dragon soul beasts, with amazing deterrence. This is the power of self-preservation, Kai Ying, maybe you haven't understood where you were before, roar. There is a breath of death everywhere, this is a place of absolute death, I sincerely hope you can leave, after all, I still don't want to take possession of your body so quickly, you are really, too weak. Kai Ying. The next moment, the world of consciousness collapsed, and Kai Ying, as if waking up, a fierce man raised his head and looked around uncertainly. Was still in the burnt world of ash defeat, and returned to reality in the next moment. For a moment he was a little hard to tell what happened. Rost. I am here, Kai Ying. What should I do, Lost? Escape, flee madly, or you will die. Haha. Let me see how you run desperately. Kai Ying. Rost appeared in his mind. All the conversations were carried out in his mind, but Kai Ying still unconsciously said something out of his mouth, and these, Rost can still answer, and it is very satisfied. It seems to have found the previous feeling. Is it because you will die if you stay here? Or is there any scary soul beast? Kai Ying has already adapted to another person in his mind. This is a special experience he has never experienced before. At present, Lost seems to have no intention of killing himself. Is too ridiculous, obviously this is his martial soul, but it feels like a partner and opponent. It's this land, Kai Ying, as I said, the land of death means. Kai Ying. Run away. If you don't want to die, run away. Rost thought answer this question slowly, but after feeling something, the tone of voice suddenly became urgent. If you can see Lost's current face, you will find that it is very serious. What? Is there a soul beast? Where? Kai Ying quickly raised her head and looked at the two teachers who hadn't noticed it at all, as well as the comrades on the side. She fell into entanglement for a while. Should we remind the two teachers? What if it is fake? No, Rost should not lie to me, he doesn't want me to die now. Kai Ying calmed down, stood up quickly, looked at Lin Feng who closed his eyes and rested, and the two soul kings of Lao Li said loudly, "Teacher, there is a soul beast approaching." Lin Feng was the first to bounce from the ground, and 2 yellow and 3 purple spirit rings appeared on his body, and they moved up and down repeatedly. The same was true for Lao Li, only 1 white, 2 yellows and 2 purples. The spirit ring configuration obviously did not have Lin as the leader. Peak height. Lin Weiner, the black-haired young man and the 2 yellow hairs immediately formed a group very tacitly. Lin Weiner and others were outside. In the first place, everyone released their spirits, including Kai Ying. Inside. 1 minute passed, and there was no abnormality. A Huang Mao looked at the quiet surroundings, frowned, and asked dissatisfiedly at Kai Ying, who was waiting for him, "Where is the soul beast you said? Is it true?" The next moment, there was a rumbling sound of a big tree collapsing to the bottom, with a thick dust and a sense of oppression, shocking everyone's hearts, and even the yellow hair was frightened. "Run! Go back!" Lin Feng, the leader of the team, felt that something was wrong, and immediately greeted Lao Li to take the lead. After his palace, he left the place as soon as any giant creature was not close behind him. Such a big prestige is not something he can deal with by the Soul King. Roar! Beside the Black Forest Lake, you can see a huge footprint on the ground. The owner of the footprint has disappeared without a trace. Chapter 30, Monsters infected by radiation. Boom! A figure suddenly rushed out of the forest, slammed into the tree with huge kinetic energy, accompanied by a harsh scream, and then fell weakly on the ground, making a toothy fracture. 2 spirit rings on its body. It dissipated in an instant, the limbs were soft, like mud, the clothes burst and burned with the skin, making a prickling sound, and it was impossible to live. The next moment, with dull footsteps, a huge ape soul beast slowly walked out of the woods, with the terrifying killing intent flowing in its eyes, as if only madness and the desire to eat could be seen in the eyes. One of the arms slowly hung down, originally entangled on the surface of the fist. The thick black and red flames slowly extinguished, leaving only the hardened body hair, indicating that the blow was extraordinary. This is a 3-headed monster with a height of 7 meters. Its fur is rotten, revealing iron-gray flesh. As it approaches, small holes appear between the monster's ribs, densely packed, making people feel trembling. Several dark red musculature shot out from the hole, like a tongue, rolled up the yellow-haired boy who had fallen on the ground, and was slowly sent into the head with a huge mouth but no eyes on the chest. Inside, accompanied by a nauseating chewing sound, this soul beast, which is obviously not a natural creation, raised its lowered head and quickly swallowed all the food, but its flesh was always festering, and the energy in the body could never keep up. The speed of making up for gene collapse can only be delayed, not resolved. It has absorbed too much radiation, and it can't be saved by the gods. The reason that even supported it to survive was also because of the radiation in the body, and the endless pain and torment had destroyed its only mentality. Without consciousness at all, it was only left the hunting instinct. Roar! Different from mutation, it is the product of gene collapse. The body has been out of balance. The head grows out of the body one by one, and even the arms have 7 roots. Some are thick and powerful, some are only decorative and weak. The ground hangs at his waist. The hunt has begun. As early as half an hour ago, under the leadership of Lin Feng, the group of people quickly began to evacuate in an orderly manner. With their soul power exhausted, their running speed was extremely fast, not to mention that the road had been opened before. There was no hindrance. But they ignored the endurance of the hunter. Then a brief fight began. The battle started very quickly and ended very quickly. The 2 soul kings could hold back for a while at the beginning of the battle, but when Lao Li was instantly caught by the tongue of his waist and swallowed one of Lao Li's arm, the battle was turned over. Lao Li knew that he would never survive. The soul beast that was chasing and killing clearly exceeded the cultivation base of 10,000 years, and it may not be an ordinary race. Although the body has been corrupted and the mind has been wiped out, this powerful body, it's not comparable to ordinary spirit beasts, plus the size of an ape, this is obvious. They were not sure of confrontation, and even their chances of survival were very slim. They only had the ability to procrastinate long enough for the children to escape safely. Lin Feng is the team leader, his father's best child, and he cannot die here. He chose to sacrifice himself and flee quickly in the opposite direction. He didn't want to be able to escape, but he asked for a little more time. What kind of good seedlings could not be destroyed in this Stardew forest so easily? It is the demon wandering at the source of radiation, all living in the nearby area, the nightmare of all soul beasts. It followed instinctive intuition and came to this source of radiation. Although the dense traps around the camp made it suffer, the radiation concentration of this one was too high and it could continue to mutate. Although, as a meat eater, it wants to leave this place to find food, the brain spawned by radiation forcefully stops its actions. This head only wants to live in a place with radiation and does not want to go anywhere else. There are many traces of Uchiha uranium in this place. He didn't even expect that there was such a soul beast that was over 10,000 years old and mutated from the radiation of a century-old Titan great ape. It was in his original home. Although he is not here, at this moment, someone is thundering. The pursuit continues. Who? Who? Kai Ying and Lin Wanner opened their mouths wide and breathed as hard as they could, even if their chests were already aching. It is not just the two of them, Lin Feng, the leader of the broken arm, and the previously indifferent black-haired boy, now panting and running with all their strength. In fact, at the speed of Lin Feng's Soul King, he could have thrown away the soul beast that was behind his ass, but he was a teacher, and there were helpless students behind him. He was heartbroken for not being able to save Cartway and the two Carter cousins, but he could not show that the deceased had passed away, and the next children were the most important thing, and no one could be lost. Hurry up, hurry up. Children, don't stop. Lin Feng is at the end of the line. If necessary, he will pester the terrifying soul beast to increase the time for the children to escape, but not now. This is a ghostly place of death. Here, everything does not exist, only silence. What? Suddenly a sad scream came from a distance. Kai Ying trembled all over, somehow, her nose was a little sore. www.novel.com The two brothers who used to laugh at him and deceived him, stay here forever. Then, the sense of crisis and urgency resembled the giant claws of a monster, and suddenly grabbed his heart. At this moment, there is only one voice left in his mind: run away. Run away. Otherwise, it will be shredded and devoured like a former friend. The young man's face was pale and his gaze was flustered, but when his gaze touched his side, he was determined to run his spirit power to ensure that his breath did not go wrong, causing him to suddenly fall behind. The current desperate escape is struggling with a breath held in his chest. Once his breath is relieved, he will no longer have the ability to run. Tidal fatigue will overwhelm him. Kai Ying knows this very well. He must not die. Rost is right, this is the place of absolute death. It was only half an hour, the teacher and classmates died one after another, and there was still a possibility of death. Invisible fear was chasing everyone, and no one wanted to be the next person to fall. But at this moment, everyone's physical strength has reached the limit. It's time for my spirit ability. Lin Wanner said with a tangled face to the people around her. The next moment, everyone's speed slowed down, no longer the previous speed. Hey! Sighed softly. Without hesitation, the girl clenched her teeth and once again released the second ring spirit ability Light Feather, providing the team with 40% speed, but the rapid spirit power consumption made her a little dizzy, but in the critical moment, regardless, not so much anymore. Roar! There was a beast roar suddenly in the distance, the sound penetrated layers of dense forest, passed through the running people, and gradually disappeared without a trace. Suddenly, Kai Ying's face changed. Is coming. Chapter 31, Life and Death. But it was just a roar. In Rost's perception, after stepping out of the grey ground, this bear-shaped soul beast quickly turned back by itself for some special reason. I can't feel the specific reason, but this is good news. It dare not leave easily. Kai Ying. Hey! I have good news for you, would you like to hear it? Rost, I can, but I don't have time, I am very tired now, listen to you. While running, Kai Ying did not expect Rost to speak loudly in her mind, distracting him. Almost let him hit the tree. Oh, okay, it doesn't matter anymore anyway. Half an hour later, everyone finally rushed out of the forest. In the encounter just now, the two teachers were killed and injured after a short encounter. After the second encounter, it was even more painful to lose two students. It was difficult to understand why such a terrifying soul beast appeared in the low-level soul beast area. And the appearance is very disgusting, the fur rots and falls off, the extra head and arms, and even more than a dozen tongues are born on both sides of the waist. What kind of experience is it that gave birth to such a terrifying soul beast? It is the winner among all soul beasts in all infection radiation. Everything else was eaten by it. The teachers at Prince Linton Advanced Soul Master Academy naturally did not expect that a young man lived in the forest lake where they had not yet arrived. The high concentration of radiation destroyed the surrounding area, and it was he who brought this piece of Stardow Great Forest near the town. It became a dead place. And that young man, Uchiha Uranus, has gone deep into the Stardow Forest, looking for a place where he can survive in a real sense. Although the cave is good, it is too narrow. After all, it is better to find a better environment for life. So in the early morning of the next day, Uchiha Uranus took action. He did not forget that there is a lake nearby, but unfortunately, what he originally wanted was to drink water from a tributary to ensure that he could live safely, but the attack of the windsickle beast caused this water source to be advanced by his blood. Polluted. He knows how much his blood has spread power, so this lake, other spirit beasts can't eat it, otherwise it will only die. He has to look around for a suitable cave. It is best to be big and deep enough. Suddenly, the boy was stunned. He recalled the status quo of the original forest lake. Settling down will only allow him to go deep and destroy everything around him. Although the Stardow Forest is large enough, his radiation range is not small. The longer I stay, the more thoroughly the surrounding environment is destroyed. The destruction of the environment is closely related to his living comfort. The polluted water source will kill all living things, whether it is a plant that draws groundwater or a soul beast, there is no escape. And what if he moves? Only a little bit of the water source is used, and the radiation is no longer deepened, so the soul beast will naturally not be forced to flee or die here. You must know that the meat of the soul beast is his main food source. Forget it, get some water and continue walking. The cave is not waiting. It's boring. Anyway, I'm already a master of battle spirit, and my spirit skills can also provide me with the ability to escape and fight back. All right. Uchiha thought for a moment, and then gave up his plan to continue to settle down. Yes, if he continues to live, at most 6 months, the surrounding area will become like the forest lake. He would not underestimate himself. You must know that as his spirit power level increases, the radiation concentration will increase. Although a bit exaggerated, as his spirit power gets higher and higher, the radiation concentration also gets higher and higher. In the end, the water source will stinks after a few days. It's better to run now. Although the lake has radiation, if his source leaves, there will be no problem of continued infection, and the surrounding spirit beasts will not be destroyed. It is also a benefit for him if the soul beast does not run. Uchiha Uranus understands that fighting is a kind of training for him, and he needs to fight too much. And just so, judging from the crisis he encountered, the 1,000-year soul beast seemed to have less fear of him. Although ordinary souls could not beat the 1,000-year soul beast, he could. The lethality of radiation is far higher than the power of soul skills. It's so decided, get some water and set off. Uchiha Uranu tidied up, changed direction, and under the light of the fine sunlight in the forest, he began to remember the way to the water source. He arrived at night, but fortunately, he had already awakened the second Guyu at that time. Although the night was not considered daytime to him, it was not far off and the difficulty was not high. After going around, the boy found his way. Without further ado, Uchiha Uranus set off immediately, but in order to make room for the space soul guidance device, to fill water and food, etc., he could only remove some currently seemingly useless things, such as the bone spear that once saved his life. Or a spare folding tent. Of course, these were not brought by him from the family, but he wove them out of vines little by little during the day, and made more, so as not to cause the tent he used to be useless due to radiation. Packed things up, Uchiha Uranus left the rock cave that had only lived for one night. It is true that he was a little impulsive, abandoning his good life situation, and chose to go outside with no fixed income. It seemed like a fool. Even if the surrounding environment is destroyed by him, reading www.whatdoesuyugonshu.com have to do with him? It's not time to eat, drink, and live a normal life. It's nothing more than to continue to change a place. Why is it necessary to start now? Uchiha Uranus couldn't answer the question raised deep in his heart. Another him, he didn't know why he did it. But he also understands that sometimes being kind to others is also being kind to himself. This so-called other person can be a human being, a soul beast, any creature, or even a landform. He still can't accept it. He is world destroyer. Soon, he returned to the source of the water again. The place where he was dying was already a withered forest. The body of the female wind sickle was faintly visible, but it had become a pool of skin. Smooth skin. The horror of radiation can be seen from here. Facing the corpse exuding a strong stench, Uchiha was rare to be silent. It's not that he has never seen a guy who died due to heavy radiation, he has seen even the more disgusting. He is just a little emotional. Life is so fragile. Time flies. He encountered a problem while collecting water. What should I do if the water bladder is not enough? No way, any fur that has been irradiated is abnormally ulcerated and cannot be used as an appliance for water collection. Since 1 year's amount of water cannot be stored, 1 month, 2 months or something is acceptable, but you must consciously approach the water source, otherwise the supply will not keep up. At noon, Uchiha Uranus set out deeper. Today's goal is to find a soul beast and fight it. Chapter 32, Attacked. Uchiha Uranus made a wrong judgment. After walking for almost a day, he did not encounter a soul beast. The theory that he judged that the 1,000-year soul beast would not be afraid of the radiation source failed. I am afraid that the wind and sickle beast couple he encountered were special. It is now approaching night. Today, the whole day is not smooth. The forest is huge, and the surrounding terrain has gradually become more complicated, making it difficult to walk. But it doesn't matter, he was just a little disappointed, he didn't find any fun when he was on the way. He has an idea. Judging from the situation of his radiation eye martial soul, it has all the abilities of riding round eyes and is even more powerful, but he has no means to deal with the enemy normally, except radiation or radiation. The dynamic vision of the riding wheel eyes, the super high speed brought by the increase of Guyu, and the useless physical strength, made him a little troubled. He thought of Sasuke and Itachi in Naruto. Is also a riding wheel eye, a high speed and precise sword technique, and a hand thunder Renin sword superbly. One relies on ninjutsu, but there will be kunao fighting in close combat, and there is also a perverted kunao throwing technique. There are no flaws in the distance, middle, and near. If you insist on saying yes, then you can only say that there is nothing. Strong expertise. Then, what does the Uchiha family of Douluo continent have? Kunao, he has never seen anyone in the family use it. Knife? There are some, but more depends on the natural affinity for fire in the blood, or the strange thunder, water, soil, and wind, and then the spirit ring obtained should rely on these attributes as much as possible. Spirit abilities are mostly long-range or medium-range energy attacks. The reason Uchiha Uranus can know these things is because according to family rules, Wuhan must first confirm his physique before awakening. Is obviously the most common and the most common in the family, fire. So his first spirit ring, his father would take him to kill a spirit beast with a fire attribute like the escape flame beast, but it was a pity that he didn't get a breath-type spirit ability, and he was very sorry about that. In case it has been enhanced by radiation and turned into a mouthful of enriched uranium, or a mouthful of high-concentration compressed radiation sprayed over it, it will be sour and refreshing to think about. It is much stronger than a trap similar to a hunter now, and it is also very handsome. However, the trap also has an advantage. It is condensed by soul power, and it will automatically become invisible after release. Once placed, 3 or 5 years have passed. The trap may still be there, but the explosion range and intensity will be slightly reduced. This kind of permanent thing, although worse than the ray type, is not worse than there. So the question is, he has nothing to do in the forest, should he find something for himself? Or, in these complex environments, exercise your reaction speed, dexterity, and the ability to fly over the wall, and then think of a way to make a knife, even a bone knife, under the rendering of radiation. It can even be compared to a straight death blade. As for Kyuyu, he didn't think about it. It is estimated that the ancestors did not bring Kyuyu over, and he couldn't do it when he crossed over. This has led to more and more descendants who only know the secret technique, but don't know. This is a weapon that can be used as a dart at a distance and a knife at a distance. Besides, everyone is playing martial soul, but you are playing with this kind of toy. Once my martial soul body is turned on, I can't die for a year. After all, the Naruto world is all crispy, and it can be killed by nothing, but the soul master of Douluo continent is joking with you? Thinking about this, Uchiha guessed that Kawa may have been brilliant in the past, but it has been eliminated, so this is the case. If you think about it, you can only play with swords. After a while, he raised a fire in the middle of a clearing. The forest at night is quiet. For others, the forest at night is always accompanied by carnivores, so it seems dangerous and deep. But he can be seen, and for the sake of safety, he arranged a lot of traps. Anyway, it is a spare one. Sooner or later, the spirit power will be restored. After all, his spirit power is already enough to make 20 or 30 traps without being consumed too much, causing emptiness and weakness. Without the influence of wind, the bonfire emits orange light, and it makes a crackling noise from time to time, and some sparks burst out. Surroundings have been carefully checked by Uchiha Uranus, and there are no footprints of beasts. Among them, he pays more attention to bears or wolves. Uchiha Uranus almost lost his life because of the bear and the wind common, so naturally he paid great attention to this aspect. But in fact, even if he is now full of traps, once he is attacked, he has just awakened from sleep, he certainly has no ability to evade or fight back. But it is always an insurance. Speaking of which, how long has he not spent the night outside? I have been huddled in the camp all the time. Apart from the increasingly difficult life, everything else remains the same. I haven't even considered further study. No one here teaches him. I just used dinner. Uchiha Uranus doesn't care whether it is good or not. Anyway, it tastes like this every day. If I think about the food in memory, the meat in front of me can't be swallowed. At present, he has ample food reserves. Even if he is out now and there is no fixed hunting location, he does not need to be so anxious to add new water and food. And in the depths of the forest, the abundant resources are far from comparable to a single forest lake. www.novel.com. At least in terms of survival, there is no need to worry. Click. Suddenly, Uchiha heard the sound of dry branches being crushed. The fire of the temporary camp dispelled the surrounding darkness, but it also seemed to attract the attention of some existence. From the perspective of an ordinary person, a little farther away, you can only see a cloud of pitch black, and you can't tell whether there is nothing in the darkness, or there are poisonous snakes and beasts lurking. The sudden sound made him tense gradually. He felt something slowly and quietly approaching the camp. If it were an ordinary spirit master, I am afraid it would be really dangerous. Humph! Uchiha Uran's eyes closed and opened, and the black fan-shaped guyu appeared in his pupils, and everything around him was blind in his eyes. This is what Uchiha should be. I can see everything. A blue wolf, dare to approach me, I don't know how high the sky is. Uchiha's mouth twitched, not knowing whether it was because of an opponent that made him a little excited, or because the idea in his mind was suddenly interrupted, which made him a little angry. But the ending is the same. The young man kicked the bonfire somewhat casually, kicked out a burning wood, then picked it up without warning, and threw it to the front left. In mid-air, the flames shone, crossed a beautiful parabola, banged, and landed on the ground, illuminating a wolf with blue-gray hair, a huge body, and a tall man. There was also the raised wolf kiss under the firelight, showing yellow fangs. It seemed to be rejoicing that when it was hungry, it encountered a lone traveler. It is starving to death, and it can no longer control any deterrent warnings. Now, it just wants a good meal. Chapter 33, Win, then Dominate. Without warning, Qingming Wolf exerted its strength on all fours, accompanied by a low wolf roar, and then a cyan figure suddenly sprang out fiercely from behind the dense grass. There is no confrontation, no fancy things, it wants to use its fangs and claws to tear up this weak-looking 20th level spirit master. The amazing jumping ability of the giant wolf supported it to jump into the air and dive directly towards Uchiha Uranus. At this moment, time seemed to slow down. The wolf's mouth opened wide, revealing his hideous teeth and even splashing saliva. But Uchiha Uranus can see everything. Did not hesitate, when the giant wolf swooped in, the radiating eyes in the teenager's pupils turned rapidly, and after just a glance around, he saw a suitable venue for counterattack. The boy turned abruptly at a faster speed, and then picked up the pointed wooden sticks scattered on the ground to avoid this pounce. Immediately after the giant wolf hit the ground, before turning around, he stepped on and rushed up, and the sharp wooden stick went straight into the giant wolf's head, intending to blow his head. As Uchiha Urano charged straight, a swiftly slamming grey shadow followed. The fierce wind mixed with a frightening sense of horror swept toward the boy's body. In order not to be attacked, Uchiha took a step backwards, almost avoiding the steel tail, and was short of breath for a while, and it felt bad that he almost passed the death. If he had just been hit, maybe he had been swept over to the ground, and then the wolf kiss followed and died here. This is not a question of whether it is strong or not, but the rigidity after being attacked has caused him to expose his flaws, which may cause him to die here. The giant wolf didn't give him time to think. After using the wolf tail to close Uchiha Uranus, it quickly rushed to the young man standing still, the wolf claws raised, and the 3-inch-long pointed claws from the soles of the feet. Leaning out, with a cold light drew a silver light in midair and waved to the boy. Retire. Without hesitation, after realizing that there was no object to hold the sharp claws, Uchiha immediately activated the second spirit ability. Accompanied by the rhythm of the purple spirit ring, the 50% increase in speed made him feel relaxed. With a good posture, a back jump, and escaped the slap. But it's not over yet. Qingming Lang realized that a single attack would definitely be ineffective when fighting against each other, and soul beasts are not fools, and the old-time tricks of taking a bite with you. I saw a blue crescent-shaped light blade that was visible to the naked eye, swept around, rushing towards Uchiha with gusts of gale. Immediately after that, several wind blades spurted out in succession, and Uchiha Uranus was not given time to react. The wolf claws rushed to the young man, avoiding the wind blade with a slight green glow. Boom! The power of the wind blade should not be underestimated. A few wind blades are easy for him to dodge, but after the wind blade cuts the big tree, the fallen giant canopy is not so easy to fight against. It is a coincidence that the stone bursts and the crown. The direction of the collapse was all towards Uchiha Uranus, and the boy also noticed that the target of the blue wolf was him. But the isolation and long-range attack of the second ring spirit ability worked. The kinetic energy of the splashing stones was weakened by the invisible energy in the air. Under the deviation, they even turned to the path of the blue wolf, but the clumsy canopy could not threaten him, but lay between him and the blue wolf. Divided a person and a beast. The tree canopy collapsed, throwing up a large amount of dust and fallen leaves, making it impossible to see the surroundings at all. A cold light flashed in the wolf eyes of the green dark wolf. It had an idea. Instead of screaming, but using all fours and jumping as hard as possible, the smell from the opposite side of the tree guided it, silently pounced in the direction of the boy. What? With a burst of shout, Uchiha Uranus seemed to have completely anticipated the actions of the blue underworld wolf. When the blue underworld wolf leaped into the air, he jumped high, raised his leg and hit straight. His movements were elegant and vigorous, yet simple and neat. His body looks weak, but at the moment it shows fierce power. Strong leg wind. Qing Ming Lang couldn't dodge, and was kicked in the face all at once. The howling of the wolf stopped abruptly, the giant force struck, and the Qing Ming wolf flew far away. Fell to the ground, the boy's legs were slightly bent, and his strength was relieved. The moment he was just like a ballista, his legs and feet were huge arrows shot out. Boom! The young man kicked Qing Ming Lang on the head, and with one blow, he kicked Qing Ming Lang fiercely and fell to the ground, knowing his life or death. Hey! Died. For a moment, the boy breathed a sigh of relief and let go of his vigilance. I don't know when, his right pupil has turned into black and yellow, the black one is Guyu, and the yellow one replaces the position of the white of the eye. The gap between it and the radiation warning sign is only a Guyu. Elemental pupil, this is the ability he brought to Guyu's awakening, and he obtained the name. And he has not confirmed the specific situation of the corpse, and fully anticipated the location of the giant wolf's takeoff, and even the position in the air, all depends on the pupil of the element. He once opened the pupil of the elements, but he could only see a black and white vision, but at this moment, when facing a living creature, he could clearly see the trajectory of the energy inside the Qing Ming wolf. Is not only the green energy trajectory, but also the red blood rhythm, and even the external energy of various colors becomes clearer with the appearance of the pupil of the element. He could see the green energy gathering in the mouth of the Qing Ming wolf, and he could also see behind the black and white collapsed tree, a wolf-shaped creature jumped up and rushed towards him. And why can it be determined that the blue underworld wolf is dead? That is because, in his eyes, it represents the blue vital signs. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com has gradually become a big tree with the twitching after landing. Stone like black and white. If you guessed correctly, I am afraid it is dead. Put away the fighting posture, and also retracted the radiating eyes in his pupils. Uchiha only felt his legs soft, and then he slumped on the ground, breathing heavily. This was his second desperate fight. The burst owl and the male wind sickle could not be counted at all. They didn't even fight against each other. The first time it was the female wind sickle and brought him. The feeling of death also made him understand what it was like to wander around the ghost gate. Until this time, he was wondering what level of his strength was. Before he obtained the spirit ring and before awakening the Urgu Jade, he definitely encountered a 1,200-year-old wind sickle beast. How miserable it is! But after the spirit ring and Guyu's strengthened physique, he could instead carry that 1,000-year-old spirit beast forcibly. As far as physical quality is concerned, the 30th level soul may not have his strength. But kicking the Millennium Soul Beast to death in a volley is also a bit outrageous. Suddenly he thought about what he hadn't paid attention to. Radiation will destroy the body. If the radiation has been affecting, weakening the body of the Qingming wolf, and then volleying its head and stiffening its head in front of it, the impact of its own pounce plus its own foot, the strong impact rebound and radiation, the existence of directly destroyed its brains. Thinking about it, so there is only this way to explain it. Hehe, my first night kick was successfully completed, and I have been practicing. It's a pity that it's not perfect, and I didn't pose anything when I landed. Pity. Chapter 34, At Night. In any case, this Qingming wolf was still the first soul beast he did not rely on radiation or trickery to kill, and he faced it head-on. As for why it stared at him, Uchiha didn't know, nor could he understand it. After all, this is the Soul Beast Forest. Isn't it normal that there are soul beasts in the Soul Beast Forest? And his previous kick, leaping high, and then kicking head-on, can do this kind of action. Uchiha Uranus himself was a little surprised. This is completely unthought, subconscious action, but he did not expect to change become a one-hit kill finishing trick. The surrounding area is still dark, and with this battle, big trees collapsed, gravel cracked, and scattered everywhere. The dust in the air was slowly sinking, and the inside of the bonfire was a little dark, although all the firewood outside was still extinguished. The fire is gone, but as long as the fluff, fire lighter and other things are stuffed under the bonfire, the dull residual temperature can still ignite it, forming a burning flame again. It's okay. This time, the wolf skin should be usable. Although the radiation is still fast, it's already much better. I might be able to make a wolf skin mattress. Uchiha Uranus smiled. He first lit a bonfire and let the firelight shine around again, then walked to the side of the blue ghost wolf, turned the body over with his feet, and carefully observed the scar on the wolf's head. There is no trace of damage on its whole body fur, only its head has a shocking fatal wound. The nasal bones shattered, from the mouth, the towering nose to the eyes, it was a mess, black, yellow and white mixed together, and there was a huge depression, which was the wound caused by the violent impact. Is also this blow, completely kicking the head of Qingming wolf, and kicking out the things in his head. This injury will kill anyone who changes it. Don't blame it, although it is a 1,000-year-old soul beast, it is extremely fast, and can eat a war soul master of Uchiha Uranium's level as a snack, but obviously, it has not hard bones. My kick is a bit powerful. Do you want to find a way to engage in a spirit skill of Kung Fu on the legs? Uchiha Uranus looked at the slightly disgusting wound again, and couldn't help thinking about the possibility of kicking spirit skills in his mind. He has a high physique, great strength, fast speed, and dynamic vision. If he were to use those physical skills spirit rings, perhaps his melee combat would be quite terrifying. Forget it, I'll think about it later. I have to take off its skin first, and I just exercised again, just in time to try roasted wolf meat for a supper. Without further ado, Uchiha took out a very large banana leaf from the Space Soul Guidance device. He picked it easily from the rainforest environment, and now it happens to be used as a container for putting meat. Taste the taste of plantain meat. This is a dish he has seen before he travels. The raw materials need meat, blood, salt, star anise message, banana leaves, etc. A bunch of main ingredients and auxiliary materials, and he doesn't have those star anises, only salt, meat, plantain. But it was enough. He still had some picked perilla in his soul guidance device, and some plants he had seen similar to peppers. Although they only had a little spicy flavor, they were enough. The things stored in the soul guidance device will not be infected by radiation, so the dried meat, water, and other books he puts in the soul guidance device will not be infected, otherwise he will not be able to eat anything. It's all smelly. It's easy to peel the skin. He has a dagger. Although it is not sharp enough, the skin is not so strong. He mainly peeled off the intact fur around his torso, thighs, and shoulders. Although the limbs are fine, it is not necessary. Soon, the wolf's skin was peeled off, the blood was washed off with water, and then it was stretched aside to bask. Then came the highlight, supper. Cut the meat with a dagger, pick out a few moderate pieces of meat, make a few cuts on them, sprinkle with salt, spicy plant, and basil, then wrap the meat with banana leaves, wrap it with rope, and finally wrap it with 3 more layer banana leaves, remove the open flame, and stuff it into the ashes of the original campfire. Covered with soil, Uchiha continued to burn wood on the bonfire to keep the heat constant. Although I don't know if I can eat it after making it, I have to try it. Otherwise, how can I know if it works? Half an hour later, the tempting breath gradually came from under the bonfire. This is actually the breath that all the meat will emit when it is cooked. It does not mean that it is really delicious. Uchiha Uranus knows that it will be better if you simmer it for a while. It's just cooked. A quarter of an hour later. The scent of is getting stronger, but it is also accompanied by a faint burnt smell. It seems that the remaining temperature has burned through the banana leaves and started to work directly on the meat. Finally, I'm starving to death. Uchiha Uranus chuckled, and immediately moved away from the fire, swept away the ashes with a wooden stick, and picked out the grey-black plantain leaves that had turned into powder. Then, he opened the last layer of banana leaves and saw the delicious meal tonight banana meat. You are not polite, he moved. The taste is fresh. The rough wolf meat is not tender because it is wrapped in banana leaves. Although the carrier has a light fragrance, it has an inexplicable taste under the mixture of meaty and wolf scent. Although it is not very tasty, Uchiha Uranus still ate it 3 times. There is no way, can it be thrown away? And although this thing is not very tasty, it is at least much better than hard bacon. Seeing pity in the sky, this is the only food he eats after he came to the forest, apart from the food that he brought with him, to satisfy him. He will definitely not be able to eat it in the future. He didn't bring so many banana leaves. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. He brought these things at the time, but because of hamster psychology, he had to collect a little in everything. Wow, I feel comfortable. Eat and drink, and sleep. With a long sigh, Uchiha stood up and stretched, then sorted out the surrounding traps and there were no loopholes, then went on to make up some more, so that he could sleep at ease. In the end, he casually spread a piece of fur around the campfire and fell asleep directly. Night. The bonfire burned again, illuminating everything around. With the slight sound of flames, time is gradually moving towards the middle of the night. The surroundings are very quiet, and there are no soul beasts that are blind to their eyes. They come to find their own death. Early the next morning, the sun fell on the messy surroundings, the trees collapsed, and the smell of blood persisted for a long time, indicating that the traces of last night did not disappear with the passage of time. There is no one in this temporary camp, and the extinguished bonfire still emits a faint residual heat, which seems to show that the people camping here have not gone too far. Uchiha Uranium walked on the road, arbitrarily over the boulders, stepped over the rotten roots, and stepped on the moist and rotten leaves. The surrounding complex terrain did not reduce his speed. At this time, he was no longer the original boy, and he might even slip past the moss-covered gravel. Okay. Dexterously and accurately jumped to the surrounding boulders, Uchiha Uranus stopped advancing, frowned, and let out a doubt. There is a smell of blood. There was a smell in the wind that drifted away, and he could smell the smell, which meant that the battle location was not too far from here. Hey, go over and take a look. After tidying up, Uchiha looked around, determined a direction, and then rushed away quickly. Chapter 35, The Struggle Between Soul Beasts. It's hard to judge the distance, but it's fine to find the most noisy place. Whether it's a soul beast hitting a soul beast or a soul master hitting a soul beast, it makes no difference to him. Anyway, if someone wants to do something to him, he don't mind letting the opponent try a new move he thought of blindfolded with blood. Somewhere in the Star-Do Great Forest. Boom! A big tree more than 3 meters wide was smashed by the waste, and with great strength, it directly overwhelmed the tree next to it, and slowly fell, making a roar like muffled thunder, resounding through the forest, shaking up a large area of dust. For a time the birds and beasts rushed away, piercing and shrill noises. The next moment, I seemed to feel the approach of Uchiha Uranus. The soul beasts who were approaching here were hesitant for a while, not knowing whether to move on or to retreat. This did not last long. Soon a leopard-shaped soul beast quickly left the surrounding area, 1 or 2. Soon, a large number of ironless soul beasts fled, leaving only the hard bones still holding Uki. The radiation emitted by the wave of uranium continues to move forward. There is no doubt that these guys have narrowed the road. Hiss! A deep neighing sound rang from the center of the battlefield, making people shiver. Hiss! Responded to this voice with a loud, like the former neigh. If you don't see the front, I'm afraid you will think that 2 snake spirit beasts are fighting each other. Uchiha Uranus lightly landed on a side of the fallen tree, squatting, watching the battle in front of him interestingly. The surrounding area was in a mess. Many trees were knocked off by the waste and fell to the side. The vegetation and shrubs on the ground were destroyed and messy, the moist soil was turned out, and the ground was full of stubble and fallen leaves, and there were many blood stains on it. For Uchiha, who had never seen a battle between soul beasts, this scene was quite new. The struggle between soul beasts was much fiercer than he thought. Boom! It was another collision. A giant python that was more than 10 meters long kept tossing. Compared with the small and venomous snake, this giant python, similar to the forest anaconda, is relatively non-venomous. Of course, it was just his guess. He did not actually played, there is no right to decide. There are shallow pits all over the body of this cocky python, some of which show bright red flesh and tissue, and the scales are very messy, but it gives people a heavy feeling that is difficult to be precise. A man with a huge body, Kong Wu's powerful muscles, rough scales, there is nothing else in his whole body except for the cocky scales. It doesn't look so ferocious, but it's a little bit cute. Is like the white snake in the zoo, the golden snake. The thick python body wriggled on the ground, and the culprit who lifted the turf was obviously the python soul beast in front of us. Its body was raised halfway up, its huge snake head facing the competitor in front of it, with a slightly open mouth. Spit out the slender tip of the tongue, and felt the surrounding situation from time to time, making bursts of neighing sound. And its opponent is a giant green lizard nearly 2 meters high and 7 meters long. The back of the lizard is covered with a spiked carapace, and its defensive power like a tortoise makes it difficult for this giant python to tie it up and strangle it. Ordinary bites, ground thorns spurred by soul power, and other types of breaths can hardly cause effective damage to the mutant lizards with shells on their backs and shells below. And this lizard is the same. The giant python is large in size and fast-moving. It is difficult to kill in one hit, and its combat effectiveness can only be 50-50 in close combat. Its strong acid spit is limited. Insider. The confrontation between the two sides was quickly broken again. The green lizard let out a terrible weird cry, and then spit out a strong green acid. The giant python couldn't dodge, and the acid directly hit the giant python's rough scales, and a white smoke immediately rose on the surface of its scales. Uchiha Uran's eyes narrowed, and he keenly discovered, some acid splashed on the boulder beside it, and within a few breaths, the boulder was corroded out of a fist-sized pit. If this is sprayed on me, if it is hardened by the body, I am afraid that within 2 or 3 breaths, I will only have bones. What made Uchiha Uran's heart a little relieved was that after the green lizard spit out concentrated acid, he never spit out anything. This kind of reserve seemed to be exactly that kind, a little less strategic reserve. Obviously, this acid is not its regular means of fighting, and to be able to fight this giant python to the present, I am afraid it has some other means. From Uchiha's point of view, these two spirit beasts should be 1,000-year spirit beasts, and they have not surpassed them in 1,000 years. Otherwise, this battle is definitely a one-sided slaughter, rather than being very jealous of each other. Wait a little longer. I see more and more soul beasts in the future, and I don't know what is there. These soul beasts are not afraid of me, they are all gathered here, and I will be off when I am almost there. One-time solution. Uchiha Uranus did not end in a hurry. For him, there is no difference between a few more soul beasts and a few soul beasts. The second soul ability limit nuclear energy reaction is opened www.novel.com as long as he can't catch up with him. The soul beast then waits for a long time for high concentration radiation, and all of them will die here. For the first time, he felt a little bit that this passive ability didn't seem so unbearable. Anyhow, when he was in danger, he still had the ability to fight back. From this point alone, this strength is not bad. There are more and more soul beasts. 10 years, 100 years, and even 1,000 years of soul beasts have appeared. I don't know what kind of treasure is here, and it can attract all the surrounding soul beasts. But the range of attraction is not very large, at least the 10,000-year soul beast is in the most core place, and the distance is too far to be felt. The two strongest spirit beasts on the battlefield suddenly stopped. They felt like they were fighting each other. Neither of them could kill each other. Unless they stupidly didn't run away, and they were hardened to death, they would continue to fight. They are very likely to be torn into pieces by other spirit beasts around them. The two sides began to confront each other again. But this time it was obvious that the two spirit beasts had retreat. They didn't fight each other together, but slowly retracted toward the back, trying to exit the battlefield. But Uchiha Uranus was unhappy. The two extremely threatening spirit beasts could not slip away under his nose. Obviously, he did not escape because of the radiation threat in the surrounding situation, so the future will be very difficult. It is possible to encounter a surprise attack by these two spirit beasts. After all, those who can ignore the threat of nuclear radiation have basically shot him. In order to prevent this possibility, Uchiha Uranus decided to go straight away. In his opinion, he must not die so easily. With the high speed of the second spirit ring, at the moment, unless there is a sensitive attack-type spirit beast like the wind sickle beast, no spirit beast can catch up with him. This is his confidence. Chapter 36, Land of Soul Beasts. But unexpectedly, before Uchiha Uran turned over, suddenly accompanied by a faint smell of blood gradually drifting from the surroundings, this strange smell, the blood mixed with pink sweetness, like a poppy, with fatal temptation. The spirit beasts around began to riot. The smell came so suddenly that even Uchiha Uranus felt a little weird. After he smelled this smell, he suddenly had an inexplicable killing intent. Is not for anyone, but for all living things. The surrounding spirit beasts were even more unbearable. The two spirit beasts seemed to have ignited their anger once again between the dilemma. The two were so tacitly in agreement that they glared at each other, and then followed a fierce charge, with the hard snake head stuck on the spikes. On his carapace, the mouth of the blood basin was opened, revealing two sharp long teeth, biting into the tender flesh of the green lizard. The green-skinned lizard is also a ruthless character, carrying its fangs and biting, and directly pressing its mouth against the neck of the giant python. Opening its mouth is a mouthful of strong acid, which directly drips on the scales and flesh. Hiss! The giant python was in pain. The giant mouth that had bitten the tender flesh loosened and groaned in pain, but not only the green lizards, but more soul beasts fought each other around. It's like all the spirit beasts around have knocked out stimulants, not afraid of pain, not afraid of casualties, and fighting desperately with other existences. This is wrong, very wrong. Uchiha was holding his swollen head, as if there was a voice in his head bewitching him to kill, but the mental resistance brought by the radiant eyes was enough to counter this, but it was not strong enough to ignore it. He also has the current appearance, there is always something in his head that is forcing him to rely on him, but he can't stop listening to this voice. Is simply a breakdown. Even he is like this. Those low intellectual spirit beasts are even more crazy. When Uchiha once again looked back into the battlefield, he was surprised to find the original majestic and aura of the earthy yellow giant. The python is dead for some time. Falling to the side, the body broke into 3 sections, one of which can be seen. The wound is extremely scorched, which is different from flames, and more like sulfuric acid. If you guessed correctly, which green skin should be the lizard did it. The cleared area around him was completely messed up. In his eyes, all the soul beasts were madly fighting with their opponents, even being pulled out of their intestines, and the claws were inserted into the eye sockets to fight, which really made him a little scared. Should there be a 1,000-year soul beast that can manipulate the mind of these soul beasts? And it's still spiritual. Without hesitation, Uchiha immediately packed up his things, then turned his head and left. Just kidding, don't run at this time, will you wait for it to react before you do it alone? At the moment, this kind of trick similar to group frenzy has made him a little frightened. If he encounters it alone, he will turn his head and give him control, then it is really lacking in power and letting others kill him. As expected, after he got away for a certain distance, the noisy sound of murderous desire in his mind disappeared, and he was clean and thorough. This also makes him more sure of this. But when he looked back, he found something unusual. A large leaf flower with fiery red, wide branches and clear veins swayed in the center of the battlefield. It seemed that the fighting was getting more and more intense. The blood that was visible to the naked eye was sprinkled on the ground, and more soul beasts fell on the ground, and their limbs also had some change, they gradually become thinner. He can see all this clearly. The radiating eyes gave him extremely good vision. Even after he opened the pupil of the elements, the dense red energy and blue vital signs almost blinded his eyes. In his vision, all the blood and all the energy gathered in the big flower towards the center. The blood on the ground was sucked dry, the blood of the soul beast that fell on the ground was drawn away, and as the blood accumulated more and more the more, it swayed gently like life blooms, and this big flower showed an unparalleled sense of beauty at this moment. Is this demon? Is this a fairy grass? Uchiha Uranium was a little sluggish. He had never thought that immortal grass could grow out of this ordinary landform environment, and he was still not picky. He only ate the 1,000-year soul beast and the immortal grass that was satisfied with the blood of 100 years. How is this possible? If the fairy grass is so easy to feed, then it is impossible that the original book only contains the fairy grass that lives in the eyes of the ice and fire, and you should be able to see it in other places. It is probably an ordinary spiritual grass. Tut, it can actually confuse people's hearts, attract soul beasts to fight, and then absorb blood to grow, no matter how they look like human wisdom. Uchiha Uranus slowly analyzed a few things, but he couldn't find out more deeply, such as whether this spiritual plant would absorb more blood in the future, would it be advanced to the fairy grass level, and for example, after eating this thing, what are the consequences or costs in the future? He looked at the original book, and it seemed that those who had eaten immortal grass became gods. He was also a little envious, but he couldn't help but join Tang San's camp at that time. After all, he didn't even know himself. You reading www.yukanshu. In which age is calm, what if it is in the age of thousands? Let him wait 100 years for Tang San to be born? It's rare to encounter this kind of thing in the forest. It's a bit interesting. If it is there, I seem to have no worries. After pondering for a moment, Uchiha Uranus immediately prepared for action. The primary goal is to destroy all the spirit beasts present, and then use blood to supply this glamorous flower of killing. As to whether it gets stronger and stronger, and then confuses itself? Uchiha Uranus is not worried, he is a little bit afraid that this spiritual plant cannot withstand the heavy nuclear radiation on his body, leading to premature death. Let's move. Uchiha Uranus once again stepped into the mental interference range of the Flower of Slaughter. Suddenly, he felt like a strange existence had broken into his head, and a soft voice directed him to kill, blood, and death. If it is an ordinary soul master, I am afraid that at this moment, he has fallen into the half-crazy state of Muta's brain, but the Radiant Eye is a mutation of the Writing Wheel Eye, and usually has extremely high mental resistance. This is already in the Hokage world manifested. But in the Douluo continent, this resistance has not been cut by half. Judging from the current level of Slaughter Flower's infatuation, it wants to turn Uchiha Uranus into a brainless killing machine. I am afraid the difficulty is still a bit high. The pressure is okay, no problem. Then, start killing. Uchiha Uranus chuckled, his body began to linger with a faint white light, a purple soul ring lit up from his body, and Uchiha Uranus as the center, everything around him suddenly changed. An invisible beam of ray energy hovered around, and nuclear fission continued to decompose new protons and neutrons. The energy reaction in it led to a large amount of radiation, and a breath like a wild beast radiated from Uchiha Uranium. Chapter 37, Bloody Killing Spirit Grass. The surrounding suddenly fell silent. But soon, as Uchiha Uranu entered the battlefield, this silence was instantly broken. In his mind, the bewilderment brought by the spirit grass was even better, which also made Uchiha a little pity for these soul beasts. Poor fellow, it is estimated that even the instinct has been wiped out by the desire to kill, and I don't even hide from nuclear radiation of this intensity, and I don't know what it means to live. After sighing, Uchiha Uran's figure suddenly became a little fuzzy. The next moment, he appeared in the middle of the entire battlefield, condescendingly looking at the plant motionless, the branches and leaves gradually turning into iron grey, and the surrounding stones melted into one monster. Foreign spirit grass. So smart? I saw it for the first time. I'm afraid it won't be a humanoid soul beast that can transform in 10,000 years, right? The first time I saw the spirit grass that would hide him when he felt danger, if he was not sure that he had seen it just now, I am afraid that at first glance, he would not notice the weeds on the stone, and then let it escape. Looking around, Uchiha closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Then, he opened his eyes, and a ray of light burst into his eyes, and his figure went straight to the nearest bovine soul beast. He hasn't forgotten what he came here for, he needs to hone his skills, and he never wants to go back to the time when he can't control his life. The fierce wind blew, and the young figure suddenly appeared beside the soul beast. Uchiha's eyes turned slightly, and all the reactions of the bull soul beast were under his nose. Then, Uchiha Uran raised his hand and grabbed the huge horn on its head. After holding it down, ignoring the spirit beast's crazy struggle, he violently pulled it to the ground. But before he could make up the knife, he felt a chilly chill from his head. Without hesitation, the boy immediately bent his waist and escaped the attack of a cat-shaped soul beast. The chill just now was its fangs. The strong wind brought by the claws. And after it landed, it grinned at the boy in front of him. Its red eyes were full of murderous intent, and it yearned for blood to splash. This is the melee. Without hesitation, Uchiha directly counterattacked the cat-like soul beast, and it was more flexible than expected. The speed was Uchiha's speed, and Uchiha could barely keep up, but could not make it faster. Action! But the killing always destroys its brain. After the two fights, the forest-tailed cat went uncharacteristically. After avoiding his attack and landing, he jumped again and rushed towards Uchiha Uran's front door, but it was in the middle of his arms, just a heavy right. With a punch, the boy squatted up and volleyed into the air with a punch, forcibly hammered it flying, and fell into the center of another battlefield. Then 3 or 5 soul beasts grabbed its body and tore it to pieces. In the melee, all creatures are enemies. Time flies. As the steady stream of soul beasts is attracted by the blood, the hidden slaughter spirit grass swayed more and more cheerfully, and the smell of slaughter sweetness in it became more and more intense. Just smelling it is enough to make people intoxicated. Then he couldn't open his eyes again. Is approaching noon. As the sound of fighting gradually weakened, there were no more soul beasts around to join the battlefield. It seemed that this forest had been cleared of a soul beast vacuum zone, and the surrounding soul beasts had died. No other soul beasts entered the arena, and there were only a few soul beasts that survived. It's not that Uchiha's killing speed is fast, nor that other soul beasts are fighting fast, but because he is standing in the center of the battlefield and all the soul beasts are within the range of nuclear radiation. If it's only a quarter of an hour, it's okay, as long as you get away. The scope is not too big a problem. But the situation right now is that the spirit beasts are all slaying mad, and I can't wait to get closer, preferably at zero distance, which gives him the ability to completely release the nuclear radiation. However, most of the soul beasts are not directly killed by nuclear radiation. They are basically because nuclear radiation extremely weakens the physical fitness, strength, and speed, and then brings easy internal organ bleeding, vomiting, hair loss, high fever and high fever. Internal organ disorders and other unhealthy conditions. Among the soul beasts, just a flaw is sometimes fatal, so with the aid of nuclear radiation, all the soul beasts are becoming fragile, and with the passage of time, they become more vulnerable. In other words, they have entered the countdown to their lives. In the end, the soul beasts that survived were basically not lucky, either, they were very powerful, or they had something good at it, which made it difficult to die. But that's it, they can't deal with Uchiha Uranium, an alien human. This killing ceremony should be over, I will end it. To be honest, he is very tired. From morning to noon, he felt the breath of death all the time, the spirit beast attacked, the spirit beast's counterattack, and the killing aura that interfered with his thinking in his mind. All sorts of messy and deadly atmosphere constituted a desperate morning fight. He has benefited a lot. But now, this battle should be over. He is very tired now, and he doesn't want more incidents to cause something wrong. In fact, he also has a feeling that he killed himself. There was no thinking, no worries, but the crazy killing ignited his desire. Part of the reason was the special bewilderment around here, and the culprit was right in front of his eyes. The next moment www.novel.com the seven spirit beasts suddenly seemed to have received some instructions, like a collective action, suddenly rushed to Uchiha Uranus in the center, trying to completely tear him up. Whether it is the hatred between soul beasts towards humans or the spirit grass is secretly guiding, these Uchiha Uranus doesn't care. He knows that these seemingly powerful soul beasts are just the end of the crossbow. It only takes a few laps to go. One who can stand. After a moment. In this place where blood flows into a river, Uchiha Uranus stands proudly alone, surrounded by dead bodies, and the blood is gradually draining. At this time, this killing spirit plant does not seem to hide anymore, and it no longer secretly absorbs blood from the ground. But directly absorbed. There is too much blood around, let alone the corpse of the soul beast. At this moment, Uchiha standing in the center feels as if he is standing in a whirlpool, with endless blood surrounding him, with the surging touch of the sea. An invisible deterrence slowly solidified from behind him. After a short while, there was no more blood around, and there was a corpse all around, messy. And the flower that is no longer covering up, coquettishly seems to drip blood, an intoxicating fragrance blooms from its stamens, the pinkish-yellow breath instantly fills the entire battlefield, and the smell is unknowingly absorbed. Only retained the breath of grass in the forest. It took shape. Uchiha Uranus smiled lightly, and directly reached out to hold its stem, the rough dark brown branches with a sticky and moist feeling, like touching a slug, or soaking their hands in a pool of blood in. But he doesn't care. With a strong right hand, he brought the soil along, and this flower of killing that absorbed the blood of all the soul beasts was uprooted by him. You are mine. Chapter 38, After the War. There was no picking method, no protective measures. Uchiha Uranus so carelessly pulled this killing spirit grass from the crack in the rock, grabbing the stem and pulling it out. Although there was some resistance, it did not hinder his actions. No matter how clever the spirit grass was, it could not move away from its position and could only be held firmly in his hand. I don't know if this spirit grass can be eaten. I always feel that if I just tear the petals and swallow it, something bad will happen. Uchiha looked at the blood-red spirit grass with brown soil in his hand, and he was hesitant for a while. There was no rare species such as spirit grass and fairy grass in the book he was reading. For this kind of thing, he must be an expert. Only when you come can you judge whether you should eat it, or when is the best time to eat it. He is a layman, and he knows well that you should never eat things you don't know outside, otherwise the diarrhea is still good, and it is very possible to eat directly. While he was thinking about how to deal with this large flower, he suddenly felt a pain of puncturing the flesh and flesh from the fingers holding the stem. The sudden pain of 10 fingers connected to the heart suddenly frightened Uchiha Uranus. The right hand holding this large flower stem couldn't help but loose because of the pain. The slaughter spirit grass quietly fell on the ground, making a soft landing sound. Uchiha Uranus looked at the sharp breach in the belly of the index finger, and a few drops of blood remained near the wound, without dripping. When he looked at the big flower on the ground and quietly absorbed the blood, his brows wrinkled. Does this thing have the ability to grow spikes, pierce the skin, and absorb blood? Hey! Wait, do you still dare to my blood? Want to die faster? At the time of shock, Uchiha suddenly thought of his own situation, and for a while, he had some strange thoughts about the spirit grass that even dared to his blood. You are very brave. The young man smiled and picked up the big flower that fell on the ground again. He wanted to see what wonderful changes would happen after this killing spirit plant absorbed his blood. Unsurprisingly, the energetic blood-red flower shook after absorbing Uchiha's blood. The petals shook, and the stem began to shed dark red, unknown sap. But as time passed, the vibrations became more intense, visible to the naked eye, and the leaves of the flowers that stood proudly fell slowly, as if they were reaching old age in an instant, like a mimosa, wrapping themselves all over, which made Uchiha Uranus see a little silly. After a short while, it turned out to be indispensable in his hands, and his appearance was accompanied by killing and death. There was even a certain intelligent spirit grass that sucked his blood and became autistic. After a while, Uchiha poked the spiritual plant with his finger, trying to see its reaction, but it didn't move, and still closed the leaves tightly, wrapping itself up so that the stamens and ovary were not exposed. In front of him. For a while, Uchiha Uranus became very playful. He put up the index finger with blood remaining, and pressed it towards the bud outside the spirit grass little by little. After the index finger was erected, Linko seemed to have seen a scourge, and suddenly tilted an angle. As the index finger got closer, its tilt angle became larger and larger. It could be seen that it wanted to try its best keep away from his blood, its best not to touch it at all. But after all, there is a degree, it can't pour any more, it can be seen with the naked eye. As the index finger approaches, it begins to tremble all over, and it becomes more and more intense. Haha! This thing is really interesting. It seems that at least it won't be easily killed by my radiation. It's interesting. Uchiha smiled, and when he changed his hand, he took out a wooden box, digging a little soil from the rock where it used to live, then inserted it in the box, sprinkled a little water, and made a hole in the box with a dagger. Come out! After a short while, it was packaged into one. The soil and root system were packed in a box, but the stems and buds were all exposed. He suddenly became interested in growing plants. Originally, he wanted to raise some soul beasts, or animals, so that he would not be too lonely in the forest by himself, but it is a pity that as long as it is a soul beast, it will definitely die in the hands of his nuclear radiation. There is no doubt. After a long time, he lost his mind. But he didn't expect that now he has the opportunity to raise a spirit grass that is more powerful and interesting than the soul beast. He doesn't think this thing is fairy grass. He has already read books by calling him spirit grass. After all, although there are grass-shaped plant soul beasts, the area in front of him is obviously theropod, reptile soul beast living area. Only a densely planted environment with heavy shadows of trees can give birth to this kind of plant spirit beast. What's more, it has a large area where all spirit beasts are bewitched. If they grow here since they were young, they would have been eaten long ago. The most important guess is that the soul beast has the instinct to run when it meets him, and the silly thing right now gnaws at his finger directly. Sucking blood is dumbfounded, knowing that something is wrong, avoiding himself. If this thing is really a soul beast, isn't it a bit silly? Patted the dust on his body, Uchiha put it on his back waist casually, secured it with a rope, and then began to walk towards the scattered corpses. After playing the soul beast, Yu reading www.yukanshu. It's time for CM to touch the corpse. 2 hours later. The young man straightened his body, wiped the sweat from his head, put a complete sharp claw in his hand into the animal skin bag next to him, and looked around. This was the last corpse. Harvest. Although the boy feels very tired at this moment and wants to sleep, his spirit is extremely refreshed. This is an unprecedented harvest. He has never seen so many loot before. Although many corpses have been damaged, such as the original good-looking snake skin, it has been directly turned into 3 sections, and its appearance and use are greatly reduced. But fortunately, there are many good things. Although it's a bit like picking up rubbish, is also good or bad. The sharp claws, carapace, fur, special organs, fangs, and special-shaped bones of the soul beast are all for him. It's a good thing. Some can be used as daggers, some can be used as tools for scraping skin and bones, and some bones are excellent weapons with a little polishing. The carapace can be used as armor, breastplate, or as a roof when it rains, or as the roof of a house. And I have this spare time, take time to make my life more comfortable. Hey! I'm exhausted. He breathed a sigh of relief. After getting these trophies for nearly 2 hours, he already felt that he was reaching the limit of his physical strength. Uchiha walked quickly to the side of the tree, leaning against the tree trunk, squinting his eyes, and enjoying the forest. The cool breeze is very pleasant. This is life. Just take a good rest after you work. If you have another drink and a pop of ice at this time, you have really beaten the gods. Alas, I miss the past. Unconsciously, he lay in the shade of the tree, and the sound of steady breathing gradually came. The surrounding quickly fell into silence, and there was no living thing to disturb him. Chapter 39, Steel Leg Spider. The next morning, Uchiha woke up faintly, looking sleepily at the unfamiliar environment around him. For a while, his mind couldn't turn around. Where am I? After looking around, he suddenly realized that he was asleep when he thought he was tired. He couldn't help but smile. He thought that this kind of reckless and happy state of mind would never come back after those crazy soul beast attacks. Unexpectedly, it still appeared after all. Although there were no traps to protect him, the radiation concentration emitted by the 22nd level spirit power at this time was not comparable to that of the 10th level. He will only become safer and safer in the future. When his spirit power level gets higher and higher, there will be fewer and fewer soul beasts that can threaten him. Oh, I feel comfortable, keep going. Stretched, the teenager ate some breakfast casually, poured some water on the spirit grass he caught yesterday, and set off lightly. I have to say that the convenience brought by the Space Soul Guidance device is too easy, and neither knowing what age it was the lost technology, now the entire Douluos continent, there are so few such soul guides. Is it possible that someone from the Sun-Moon continent sneaked over and died and left here, right? This possibility is not unavailable, but Uchiha Uranus does not need to delve into these things. For him, if he cares about the Sun-Moon continent, he might as well think about what to eat at noon. The surrounding area gradually stinks. When the blood is sucked clean, the decay rate of the corpse is greatly reduced, but the dried corpse will also ferment microorganisms. Soon, as time goes by, a strong smell of corpse wafts here. Uchiha Uranus did not stay, and he left this place soon. It is not suitable to stay here for a long time, and there is no need to stay. The forest is gloomy, and a vigorous figure is moving in the woods. This is Uchiha Uranus. Uchiha Uranus quickly left the battlefield like a meat grinder, and at this moment, he ran aimlessly in front of his eyes, extremely fast, and did not retain any soul power. This is his exercise. He made a plan for himself to exercise his flexibility, as well as how to attack, defend, or counterattack when moving at high speeds, and find opportunities, etc. to improve his perception. Rushed up to the boulder in 3 or 2 steps, exerted a little force on his toes, and his body was vacated again, spanning a long distance, stepping on the side of the tree, and once again borrowing force, jumping in the air. It seems that he has become a little more proficient, or because there is no pressure during the jumping process, Uchiha Uranus gradually started to increase his height and speed, enjoying the breezy wind rushing towards him, like a spirit of nature, enjoying wantonly fast and furious. Snapped. Uchiha Uranus stopped. He is standing on the forked branches that are more than 10 meters high. The thick branches have a waist thickness and can fully bear his weight. He just followed his vision and saw a cloud of something a little fuzzy. Because of the distance, it was outside the limit vision range of his radiating eyes, so he couldn't see what it was, but it was certain that it should be a large-sized soul beast. Let's see what it is. After pondering for a moment, Uchiha Uranus decided to take a look. As the so-called art master is bold, he already has the ability to move at high speeds, as well as jumping in the woods, and without being disturbed by complex terrain, he also swells up. After all, no soul beast can catch up with him, so there is nothing terrifying. After making a decision, the young figure flashed, and the next moment, he appeared on the trunk of another tree. This kind of trunk jump he had seen in Naruto, now he finally has the ability to realize it. After a moment, he came to the nearby tree trunk, looked down at the shade of the tree condescendingly, holding a heavily wounded, immobile spider-like soul beast. This is a steel-legged spider? It's so big, it should be more than 1,000 years old. Good deed, the body is almost the same as a car, and the spider's feet are completely open. I am afraid it can occupy a 2-lane road. The silver-grey spider in front of him was the one he had seen in the Soul Beast Encyclopedia. Generally speaking, it was a 100-year-old soul beast. Few thousand-year-old soul beasts were born. The reason is that it needs to lay eggs and eat the male steel. Only after the leg spider can the soul beast of age be greatly improved. Unlike humans, for this kind of spider spirit beasts, males basically exist as food, so there are few males that live more than 500 years, let alone the stronger females, which require mates. Also higher. It is recorded in the Soul Beast Encyclopedia that why steel-legged spiders have fewer millennium levels because females have to eat males if they want to upgrade for years, and as suitable males are eaten up, the next generation of males does not meet the needs of females for upgrade years. The females don't look down on the weak males, so they can only consume them. Or venture to other places to try his luck, and see if there are any powerful males that can make it a feast. If not, it can only stay in the position of 100 years for a lifetime and can never go further. That's why he was a little surprised. There were steel-legged spiders that were thousands of years old, and they were still seriously injured. For a passing spirit master, it was simply a spirit ring sent to the door automatically. But unfortunately, he has already obtained his second spirit ring. Otherwise, he might really have come to see the steel-legged spider. After all, it is too rare. It is rare enough to be at the same level as it. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com is even older. Under circumstances, he would still choose steel-legged spiders. Without him, the rare soul beast brought it, it must be a very valuable soul ability. Let me see who made the move. Uchiha has some interest in this steel-legged spider. According to the Soul Beast Encyclopedia, the feet of the steel-legged spider are very hard, light, and hollow bones. Due to the biological material, it is hard but not brittle, and the texture is fine. The cilia of the stabbing hand are also free of various toxins, and as long as they are processed, they are good weapon materials. Moreover, steel-legged spiders are all treasures. Spider silk is a kind of silk protein, which is tough and elastic, and its strength is more than 5 or 6 times that of ordinary steel. It is often used for soft body armor. The small and young steel-legged spiders are usually caught in summer and autumn, and are still scalded to death in boiling water. They are boiled for an hour and then removed, dried for 3 days and put away. The whole body is ground into a powder. It can be used for oral administration. Treat infertility, stroke, facial paralysis, etc. External application can be used for hemorrhoids, expelling heat and cooling, detoxification and swelling, etc. It can be said that the medicinal value is very high. Large-sized steel-legged spiders are even more good. In addition to the above, they also have some special effects. For example, by removing the head and feet, the whole torment. Supplemented by the right amount of scorpion, snake slough and musk, can be used for treatment. For brain diseases, it can be said that as long as the steel-legged spider is caught, its whole body can be treated as a baby. After reading the encyclopedia, Uchiha nodded in satisfaction, then put it away. Suddenly he felt a little bit wrong about this encyclopedia, how he even wrote out how to use it for medicinal purposes, torture and other time methods, and it seemed a little weird. It didn't look like Soul Beast Encyclopedia, more like what he saw in his previous life, what mountains and seas have passed. The sentence on the left is for improving eyesight, and the sentence on the right is fishy, not eating more. Chapter 40, Steel Leg Knife. Should Soul Beast Encyclopedia look like this? But the author of this Soul Beast Encyclopedia is real cowhide. Not only has time to record various habits, but also the medicinal value is clearly written. It is strong. Sighed for a while, Uchiha Uranus bowed his head and continued to look at the steel-legged spider who stayed in place, not knowing his life or death. The reason why he didn't go down for the first time was because he was looking for the soul beast that had injured it seriously. He is not worried about being attacked, but if he really fights, he will also find it a bit troublesome. You must know that the fighting power of the steel-leg spider is among the 1,000-year spirit beasts. Although it is not the top level, it is already quite capable of fighting. 1 batch. The legs of the spider are as sharp as a knife, the silk is tough, fast, and the carapace is hard. If it is not many years older than it, and singled out at the same level, the steel-legged spider is completely invincible. But from the top down, you can see a huge cavity on the back of the steel-legged spider, and you can see the colorful intestines from the wound, and other tissues are constantly squirming inside, which looks very disgusting. What does this mean? It shows that it was severely injured and fell to the ground. It means that the steel-legged spider has not had a fight with the sneak attackers at all. Although it does not seem to be a unilateral crush, this kind of attack has been repeated several times. It makes no difference to end abuse. He didn't think that he could do better than a steel-legged spider under such complicated terrain. Although it was larger and more easily beaten, he was not a steel-legged spider. Even his exoskeleton was almost beaten through. If he was rubbed a bit, it is estimated that half of his body would be blown. That's why he didn't go down. Observing carefully cannot be regarded as counseling. This is called waiting for the time to come. Can the patience of a qualified hunter be regarded as counseling? He waited for nearly an hour, but still did not get down from the tree. He watched the steel-legged spider gradually walk from serious injury to belching. Even the corpse was cold and could no longer be cold, but the soul beast that caused the fatal blow did not appear. Suddenly Uchiha Uranus thought of a terrible conjecture. Could it be that it has been watching itself? Suddenly, he moved. Jumped vigorously and quickly moved away from where he was originally. The radiating guyu in his pupil quickly turned, one that had become the pupil of the element, and through his sight, he observed all signs of life around him. There is nothing, there is dead silence around, and there is no sign of life in the black and white world. This can only be said that he is thinking a little bit more. Thinking of this, Uchiha slammed his forehead. Oh, how come I didn't open the elemental pupil in the first place? I could kill this spider long ago, but I stood on the tree stupidly for almost an hour. Why am I so stupid? While sighing about his stupid appearance, Uchiha Uranu walked directly around the corpse of the dead soul beast. The cold flashing steel legs carried an extremely amazing deterrent. This is the key to the steel leg spider's name. In the true sense, biomass is more powerful than steel. Lighter than steel, harder than steel, and tougher than steel. In addition to the energy produced by steel, the output is almost lower than steel. The baby on the steel-legged spider is much better than the steel made. This is the soul beast, which nourishes the body with its soul power, brings a huge advantage. Otherwise, how could ordinary beasts have such terrifying hardness? Is it really useless to smelt steel to burn wood? It's not that the soul beast is too abnormal. Clang! Uchiha Uranus lightly tapped the thick arthropods in the first few sections, his fingers pressed hard, and a soft echo was heard from above. Yes, this thing is really good, it looks like my knife, I should be able to use this. The boy looked happy. He had been greeted by Sasuke Uchiha's amazing physical skills and swordsmanship for a long time, but he has never had a suitable weapon. In recent battles, he has only used his fists and legs, or by radiation, without using weapons at all. Precedent. The female wind sickle is an exception, after all, she hit it herself, he didn't do it. Although he had not practiced related tricks, steps, knife paths and other things before, nor had he learned such things as holding swords and slashing methods, he could only use things that kill people, and he did not expect to be too proficient. Anyway, just like Uchiha Sasuke's, it's fine. As soon as the radiant eyes opened, the speed increased sharply, and he slashed at others with a knife. Incidentally, he had another thunder to escape. But he has no thunder, but there is radiation. Is it possible that radiation follows the knife and penetrates directly into the body? It didn't take him too long to take off the arthropods. Soon, Uchiha followed the joint and removed all the arthropods at the front end of it. The biggest of them is definitely not available, but you can keep it and use it for other things in the future. The middle-sized limbs are just right for use as weapons, but they still need a little sharpening. After all, they are not in the shape of a blade, but in a sharp cylindrical shape. The smallest limb is not much smaller than the middle one, but it has enough joints, and the picked one is a bit short, but it is very hard. He hasn't thought of what it will be used for, but let it go first, there will always be something to come across in the future. Next is to grill the shell. Under normal circumstances, the steel-legged spider nourishes its feet with spirit power, and then warms its body. Uchiha Uranus doesn't know whether the 1000-year soul beast in front of him has been warmed www.novel.com, but the so-called goose plucking, at least get it down to see the situation. If it is not easy to use, just throw it away. Soon, with the help of the arthropod, the shell was lifted. The colorful intestines brain flowed all over the floor, a violent stench came out, and the whole body had an indescribable smell, which really made him a little nauseous. Seeing this situation and this scene, Uchiha Uranus also lost the mood to continue looking for materials. He only took these arthropods, and left the skull in a hurry. At noon, he polished his optimistic arthropod next to a protruding rock. In fact, this kind of biological limb is not suitable for polishing. After all, it is fixed and formed, and once it is damaged, the whole body is useless. But Uchiha Uranus is different. He only needs one weapon, and he has many arthropods. According to reason, he doesn't need so many arthropods very much. If you waste a few, you should waste it, anyway. Break a few, and with experience, you can make a relatively perfect weapon. About an hour later, Uchiha Uranium finally figured out a real steel leg knife after scrapping 3 limbs. The sharp cylindrical appearance was sharpened into a knife-like shape by him. One side is thick and the other is thin. The thin side is cold and shimmering. Although it is not as sharp as a similar sword, it has contrast hardness. If the two cut in pairs, it must be this steel leg. The knife completely won. The leg knife is silver grey overall, and there is another limb at the end, which is directly connected to the port of the leg knife. Bandages are wrapped around the limbs to act as a handle. The blade is about 1 meter long, there is no blocking, no spikes, and the overall look is almost the same as the Sasuke Kyuzena sword in Naruto anime. Except for the creature chitin nourished by soul power, the other is steel. Chapter 41, the so-called knife. Taking a good weapon, Uchiha Uranus naturally swung it along with his strength. It was not heavy, and it was not difficult to wield. It was swish and with surprising sharpness, it swept across the air, and it was vaguely heard. The strange sound of airflow blew the blade. Although it was a living body, it was not easy to reach this level. Hey, good stuff, oh yes, there are some small ones, which can be used to make daggers. Once there is a battle in the future, they will just fly and wait. Uchiha Uranus suddenly thought that he still had many small limbs on his body. Wouldn't it be a waste if he didn't use it? With the previous production experience, half an hour later, he sorted out 16 short daggers less than 20 centimeters in length, all without blocking the hand. The specific appearance was the reduced version of the long knife. It's just that the appearance is slightly changed. It is not that one side is sharpened, but both sides are sharpened slightly. There is no way. The word sharpening itself is a steel tool, but he has biological limbs in his hand. The two do not apply, but it's just a little sharpening and thinning. After playing a little bit, Uchiha put away these weapons, and then took out a thick, hollow limb, which is a bit cumbersome and not suitable for weapons, but in Uchiha's view, this thing is just usable. Come as a scabbard. Otherwise, if you accidentally chop off your hand with this knife, what do you think? And those daggers that are used for throwing also need a carrying, hanging objects, preferably on the waist, so that they can be thrown out in time to avoid missed opportunities. There are more and more ideas about the application of weapons in my mind, whether it is scabbards, daggers, belts, or more blood troughs, spikes, and spiked armors. It's like a spider has been picked up. Zi opened his cold weapon technology tree. But based on this idea, Uchiha suddenly thought that he should give the weapon a name, the steel leg knife or something he called casually, and it was forced to drop straight when he heard it, and the name was too long. You need to know that this knife may be the only thing he can count on for a certain period of time in the future. 1,000-year steel-legged spiders are rare, and it is more likely that there is only one in the same area. If you encounter other spirit beasts, it will be difficult to have the strength of this sword right now. More importantly, it is the first weapon, very memorable. Sword? Why, call it Kusunagian. Hey, it's a foreign sword, so. Long Chuan? No, it's a sword. After hesitating for a moment, Uchiha Uranus still didn't decide to call it this. After all, there are so many swords called this name, it is better to think of a domineering one. Which knife is more famous in history? Uchiha Uranus frowned. He, who is not very digging into history, just feels a mess in his mind at this moment. There are too many famous swords, and the swords are obviously pitiful, even the evaluation is the same. The most famous sword in ancient times should be Xianyuan, so the sword. Oh, by the way. Minghong Dao. Brother Xuanyuanjian. I remember it was a knife that condensed when the raw materials flowed to the bottom of the furnace by themselves. Uchiha Uranus slapped his head, and suddenly remembered the sister sword he had thought of, although it had no record, but was of the same origin as Xianyuan. He still remembered that he saw this when he was in class. An ancient text, to the effect that in ancient times, Huangdi Xianyuan cast swords, and the raw materials were left. Due to the high temperature, the liquid casting raw materials spontaneously flowed to the bottom of the furnace. Self-made knife shape. Then the Yellow Emperor felt that the knife's intention was too strong, and that those who could easily control it would backfire. He was a little afraid that this knife would do harm to the world. He wanted to destroy it with Xianyuan sword, but he didn't expect the knife to turn into a red skylark, turned into a red color, disappeared among the clouds, and escaped. Would you like to call this? The name of the knife is a bit big. Forget it, it's called Minghong Dao. It happens to be the first knife in history, and now, it is also my first knife. The moral is completely reasonable. Uchiha looked at the silver-grey killer in his hand, and was somewhat satisfied with the name with a profound meaning. The name is nothing more than that. It doesn't matter whether the lifestyle can suppress this illusory thing, he is in the Douluo continent. Is it true that Minghong Dao can kill him? And this knife doesn't exist. 2 hours later, it was dark. Uchiha also put away the scabbard that had been beaten. In one afternoon, he also got a scabbard and half a belt. The scabbard was okay, and the shape of the scabbard was good, but the belt for the dagger should be stored. It was very difficult. It needed a shell to store the dagger, and it had to be connected together, compact and handy, which made this thing more complicated. He was not a blacksmith, so he couldn't handle this kind of thing. So he dragged it until dark. As soon as he dragged it, and he was hungry and aching back. Fortunately, he explored the surroundings when he was tired, and got a pile of steel-legged spider silk. The toughness is very good. The knife has to use a little bit of force to break the fiber. If it really needs to be cut, then at least 3 or 5 knives are necessary. After finding this thing at that time, he also had the idea of making a belt, making a shell, and then linking it with spider silk, just as a rope, directly wound 3 strands, and then made a knot to firmly fix it. Leaning against the tree, the bonfire was burning, illuminating the face of a young man. The forest is different from human society. There is no one here. Naturally, he doesn't have to dress and tidy up specially. The hair is spread out like a wild man. Long silver hair is no longer as soft and smooth as it used to be. The frequent lack of carnivorous hair for many years has made his hair dry and rough, and the ends have even split a lot, knotted and twisted. If this happens in women, must be able to drive them crazy. But he doesn't care. www.novel.com. Even when he washes his face and brushes his teeth, he just follows the habits of the previous life and doesn't let himself be too sloppy. The whole body is mostly naked, and the upper body is even more of a piece of fur. It's not ashamed or afraid of others to see it. He is a savage now. After a few more decades, I am afraid I can only tell from the outside that it is a person. He once believed in the words of a knight in light clothes, a handsome boy, a hermit in the forest, and so on, until he discovered that life is not a fantasy to live through. The clothes are torn, there are no stitches, the trousers are stained with mud, and they have been washed several times. Years ago, I have washed white. After 3 years, his youthful and frivolous fantasies have long been obliterated. Oh, now I have to increase my spirit power. I still have some thoughts about increasing the spirit ring. I really don't know when I will be able to truly control this passive nuclear radiation. I can't control my own abilities. This is nothing. What? After a while, Uchiha sighed quietly. After that, there was no more sound, and he wiped the Minghong knife in silence, poured some water on the spirit grass before going to bed, and then lay directly on the paved blanket and fell asleep. I hope I can have a better tomorrow. This thought flashed through Uchiha's mind before going to bed. The next moment, he sneered and closed his eyes. I don't know whether it is laughing at his own thoughts, or laughing at himself as a trash that he can't control. In the middle of the night, there was a rustle around. The big blood-red flower that was placed aside has left its bud state at some unknown time. The petals are wide, the pistils exude a faint fragrance, and the roots plunge into the soil, quietly blooming its own beauty. Not long after, a lean and dry soul beast corpse fell into the grass. Chapter 42, Assault. The next day, he got up very early. There was a harsh crashing sound from the rock. It was he who was perfecting yesterday's belt. In his thoughts, the belt should be a belt wrapped around his waist, in which there are sleeves, and the flying daggers are stored in it. No matter how it is moved, it will not fall off at will. It can only be taken off when it is needed. Ideas are naturally good, but he did not turn ideas into actual abilities. This is also a common problem for most ordinary people. There are too many things that restrict themselves. Materials, equipment, techniques, environment, etc., are indispensable. An Uchiha Uranus is a coincidence, he has nothing and lacks everything. But it doesn't bother him. After all, he has nothing but time. Some time is spent on it. Although it is very energy intensive, it is also a great honor to watch the equipment take shape bit by bit. This means that I am not a manual waste. Go hard, boy, you can. Encouraging himself, Uchiha took a deep breath, and once again plucked up his strength. He was so heavy that he hammered down the rock block in his hand, knocking it on the hollow limbs, intending to smash it a little bit. This hollow, the depth is too great, just shake it, and the flying dagger will fall. 3 months later. In the early morning in the Star-Do forest, sunlight shines through the tall cedar leaves and falls on the ground full of dead branches and fallen leaves. The forest is full of moisture and mist. Although there are no birds and beasts around, it looks more secluded. On the ground full of dead leaves, a figure suddenly stepped heavily on it, and then jumped up again, the dead leaves flying all over the sky, swaying with the breeze, slowly falling. Accompanied by a slight sound of breaking through the air, suddenly, the small wooden stake in mid-air seemed to have been hit hard, swaying heavily and constantly swinging. Then 3 or 4 black shadows flashed by, hitting a small wooden pile that oscillated irregularly in mid-air. Then, a cold light flashed by. The wooden pile tied to a height of more than 10 meters broke in the air, and there was no smooth cut. The stubble, as if the knife that passed it did not receive any resistance. A boy about 1.5 meters away fell to the ground, stepped on the dead branches, slowly retracted the knife, and stopped in the forest. A flying dagger and a knife cut is as smooth as running clouds and flowing water. Although Uchiha has not learned the sword technique, nor has he exercised the corresponding skills, the high-speed dynamic vision and physical fitness of the radiating eye itself make him move at high speed. There is no difficulty in using weapons at all, and even as his proficiency continues to improve, his application of Minghong Dao has become easier and easier, such as using arms with fingers. Perhaps Uchiha's natural use of kunao, shurikens and other remote throwing objects, his proficiency in flying daggers is even faster than that of swordsmanship, and he can shoot into the trunk of a tree from 50 meters away in 3 days. Even he felt that no matter how far away, the guidance in the dark could still make him hit. After getting familiar with the speed of the flying dagger, the power and angle of throwing, he can even try to intercept the flying dagger with the flying dagger. The visual accuracy brought by the radiating eyes allows him to have perfect control of such moving objects. And after 3 months of training, he is still not as good as Uchiha Itachi, who shoots the bull's-eye behind the stone through continuous impacts with his eyes closed, but he has learned other operations except for this difficult one. It's all over the place, and only in-depth practice is left. I have to say that learning new skills, and he can see the progress of growth, can bring great satisfaction in itself, not to mention that as the more mastered, the deeper the understanding of the two. Just now, he had 5 flying daggers directly hitting the bull's-eye on the small wooden stake, he didn't even need to look at it, he already knew that he had all hit. Hey! With a soft cry, Uchiha Uran took another deep breath. The next moment, his figure suddenly blurred. With a soft sound, his legs and feet exerted force and stepped on the tree. Then he leaped high, and the blade of his hand flashed with a flash of light. The rope of the stake was cut neatly and fell to the ground. As expected, 5 daggers were inserted in a twisted circle in the stake, and none of them fell outside. Throwing is already a very proficient ability for him, even above the sword and physical skills. But for him, the imbalance of the 3 is not the key. After mastering the flying dagger, he has the initiative of long-range attacks instead of only melee combat. Soon, while thinking about it, Uchiha Uranus took back all the daggers he had stuck on the stake, and inserted it into his waist with some treasure. When he began to look around, looking for the next training site, Uchiha Uranus suddenly looked on. Make a change and make a listening action. There is movement. Uchiha Uran's face darkened slightly. A slight shock came from nowhere. Some resembled earthquakes or the footsteps of large-sized soul beasts. Although they did not seem to be very far away from themselves, for this kind of soul beast that appeared in radiation perception. Reading www.yuyuganshu.com, he has always had a strong defensive psychology. Go first, there is still a little distance from me. I hope it is not staring at me. Perceiving this, Uchiha Uranus decisively stepped forward, feeling the movement, and ran in the opposite direction. The next moment, his face changed drastically. Boom! Boom! The originally peaceful forest became agitated, and countless startling birds flew in the distance. Accompanied by the harsh and unpleasant birdsong, gradually, the trees collapsed and the sound of heavy objects walking became clear. This is exactly what changed his face. Within his radiation perception, he could feel a big body rushing towards him quickly, and any big trees and rocks in the way were overthrown and kicked away. This amazing destructive power must be accompanied by a huge size. And a large-sized soul beast would at least have a cultivation base of thousands of years. He didn't have this ability, knowing that the thousands of soul beasts he had encountered almost killed him. Run! In an instant, Uchiha Uranium activated his whole body's strength. The spirit ring appeared from his body, one yellow and one purple exuding a soft halo, with an inexplicable charm, while the spirit power flowed from him, the radiation of 2 jade in his eyes. The eyes turned quietly. Took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled it. A ray of light burst into the boy's eyes, and then his stature moved instantaneously, crossing numerous distances, and appeared 10 meters away. Second ring spirit ability, the extreme nuclear energy reaction started instantly, nuclear fission continued to evolve and split in his body, and radiation began to radiate rapidly, haunting him wantonly. Didn't stop, he moved at full firepower far faster than before. At high speed, he could only see a shadow in the forest. After a few jumps, he jumped on the big branch and started jumping high in the dense forest. At this moment, it is the time of crisis. Chapter 43, Fight. Soon, a giant figure stepped through the dead branches, exerting force with both feet, and at a speed that did not fit the body shape, it headed towards the fleeing teenager. It can be seen from the traces behind it, it was overthrown all the way and rushed over. Uchiha's body flashed constantly, from one trunk, with the help of kinetic energy and momentum, jumped to another branch, the solace of the feet exerted force, the blood was surging, the blood was transmitted from the heart to all corners of the body, and a long-lost passion gradually moved from the body. Deep recovery. Yes, that's it, the sense of crisis is stronger. Except for those few battles, his life was too dull. It made him possibly distracted from his daily practice. Yes, it was not enough to make him feel the front line of life and death. Uchiha Uran's mind suddenly flashed these outrageous but reasonable thoughts. The recent life was indeed too plain for him. For 3 full months, there was nothing other than the practice of swordsmanship and throwing. Even if it was 10 years of hard work, it would take after the actual combat to know where you are, let alone there are no people here. Only soul beasts can fight. If you escape this time, when will the next fight be? Inadvertently, he thought of such an idea. Forget it, the sense of crisis right now makes me feel like a deadly horror. If I turn back to the hard steel now, I am afraid I will die here. Although I don't know what soul beast it is, it must be difficult to kill in general. I ran first. See if it can catch up. If it can't catch up, then consider fighting. If you can run, then safety is guaranteed, then there is no problem if you turn around and fight. But if you run faster than yourself, what else do you want to fight and die? He did not stop. The rapid jumping and running made him lose his way. He can't even be sure whether he is going deeper or running to the outside world, but it doesn't matter. How to deal with the soul beast behind thee is important. Day. Uchiha Uranus fell into the ground from the forest, at an unabated speed, passed over the boulders, stepped on the stones, and raised large patches of dust and broken leaves. Accompanied by the sound of crunching teeth, he soon escaped from this rocky beach. Entered the woods again. After a few breaths, he was no longer seen. He is an elf in the forest, just like a high-floating ape. With his agility and high-speed dynamic vision, all obstacles in the forest are not his hindrances, but his help. Gradually, the ground behind him shook, and the feeling of the big tree falling down began to weaken. After a while, it disappeared completely. It seemed that he could not catch up with Uchiha until he died. The soul beast seemed to have given up chasing and no more. There was a shaking sound of running. Do you want to look back? Boom! Uchiha Uranus landed on the high branch, looked at the way out, lost in thought, without considering the consequences. The young man's eyes flashed with a desire to pursue stimulation, although he did not say it, but in his mind he has accepted the idea. Now, he is going to implement it. There is still more than half of the soul power on the body, it should be enough, but I want to arrange something. After a while, the boy sprang out of the woods, his pupils turned into two colors. Elemental pupils would help him detect attacks in advance and see through weaknesses, and the spirit power flowed to this extremely critical ability for him. If he didn't have it, he wouldn't even consider going back to death. He hadn't lived enough yet, and he wasn't a fool. He would be so naive that he thought he could kill a large soul beast with this knife. After a while, after running for a while, Uchiha Uranus felt that a frantic aura broke into his radiation range. Uchiha Uranus's face became serious. He understands that Yu Kun Shao is not inviting people to eat and drink tea. If he is not careful, he will die. Come on, big guy, let me see how powerful I can deal with soul beasts. I hope you can live until I kill you, but don't be a radiation mill. Uchiha Uranus said to himself. He believed that he felt this soul beast. On the contrary, this soul beast must have sensed him. As expected, it moved. With an overwhelming aura, a huge figure flattened everything around it. The huge tree collapsed, the dust was high, and the huge noise continued to be heard. Before the soul beast had a fight, it would have an endless desire for destruction. Ang! The smoke and dust gradually dissipated, and a huge sharp horn emerged from it, followed by blood-red eyes, with cruel and murderous intent, without a trace of reason. The hideous faces tangled together, as if suffering from pain, and as if they were born. That's it. Hi! Black Rhinoceros Flame Monster. Why is this thing? It's still so big. Uchiha was a little unbelievable for a while. The red and black body hair in front of him was similar to an upright rhinoceros. It was the top melee soul beast he had seen in the Soul Beast Encyclopedia. Can even be compared to the soul beast overlord like the Titan Great Ape, extremely aggressive and extremely cruel. Generally speaking, the size of the black rhinoceros beast for about 1,000 years is about 3 meters, even if it is about 5,000 years, it is at most 5 meters. This kind of black rhinoceros beast is similar to a strong man with muscles all over the body. Basically, increasing the height is equivalent to increasing the combat effectiveness in 3 directions. The black rhinoceros beasts of about 2,000 years can even fight for 10,000 years without losing the wind. And at the moment, this big guy who is over 15 meters, undoubtedly, must be at the 50,000 year level, or even stronger. Among all 10,000 years soul beasts, they are also among the best. Run! Without hesitation, Uchiha turned around and ran. The idea of fighting against each other was fleeting. If he knew that the soul beast chasing him was this thing, he would be able to run for 3 more days and 3 nights without stopping. He thought it was the kind of big giant elephant, big snake, orangutan. He didn't expect it to be this black rhinoceros beast that only saw ghosts. This kind of soul beast overlord would not go to the core area to find the giant ape trouble. www.novel.com actually came to him. Without the title Douluos' strength, he would never have the idea of moving it, so thinking that he would come back and die, it would not be an exaggeration to scold himself for being stupid. A good escape advantage was wasted by myself. But the black rhinoceros flame monster didn't give him time to think about it. It took time to escape. After seeing Uchiha Uranus from a distance, it suddenly slapped its big palm on the ground. Although the distance from Uchiha Uranus was a bit far away, it was accompanied by a boom. With a sound, the sudden wind pressure and the violent shock of soul power pressed Uchiha Uranus. Immediately after Uchiha jumped on the stone, a shock wave had arrived. The shock wave instantly penetrated into the body, tumbling inwardly, as if all the internal organs had moved, and under the heavy pressure, he almost stared out his eyes. Oh! Was hit in the air, and a thick blood spurted from his mouth, sprinkled on the chalky ground, and then fell heavily on the ground, stirring up half-human dust, floating in the air. Strongly holding back the pain and fainting, Uchiha struggled to stand up. And the high-strength physique brought by the increase of the spirit ring and the Guya was vividly displayed at this moment. He doesn't need to be driven, the blood in his body is already calming down automatically. If he was the previous one, I am afraid he has stopped thinking and can directly carry the coffin and blow the Suana. Did not stop, after struggling to get up, Uchiha Uran swiftly fled, he could feel it, it was not over yet. The next moment, the ground he was standing on suddenly sank, and the fiery red-hot crushed stones soared into the sky with amazing kinetic energy. If he was still standing in the same place, he would probably not need to arrange funeral affairs, he could just pack them. This is a fart. Can the black rhinoceros of the king of the Hardsteel Forest, the Titan Great Ape, bully me a 20th level war spirit master? This is not running yet, wait for death. Chapter 44, My name is Xiao Wu, Dance. After realizing the life crisis, Uchiha Uranus burst out all his potential, his soul power surged, his figure disappeared, and he quickly entered the forest. The idea of fighting against each other was instantly thrown behind him. Now he only had his life in his mind. This option. This forest is too dangerous, I'll wait until I reach Tidal Douluo before I leave the mountain. Inadvertently, such a nonsensical thought flashed through his rapidly turning little head. I have to say, this does make sense. Roar! The next moment, as his figure disappeared, there was a loud beast roar in the distance behind him suddenly, and then, the pressure of the tide rushed toward his face. Run quickly! Uchiha Uranus felt like he was stabbed and troubled. If this kind of guy with a stubborn mind fixes himself on him because he didn't kill himself, then he will be in trouble. In terms of physical strength, he is definitely no, and the black rhinoceros flame beast is a long-range flame-burst rock avalanche. How to fight it? Thinking of being chased by this soul beast in the future, there is no time to practice, no time to eat and rest, and to be prepared for the sudden collapse of the ground under his feet at any time. Uchiha's face is green in fright. It's really better to die than life. I can only hope that I can run fast, get rid of it, and run away. Even if I am not a professional, it is almost the same. In mid-air, Uchiha wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and quickly traveled through the forest. He quickly thought about how to escape the chasing of the soul beast. The big tree collapsed behind him, the sound of the plant collapsed, and even loud roars from time to time came. Although there are many soul beasts in the Stardew Great Forest, there are many types, but when they feel its breath, they all evade. Who would dare to stop the path of this top soul beast, who is always in rage? Similarly, Uchiha Uranium's breath can also dispel other spirit beasts, and its deterrence is even higher than that of the black rhinoceros beast. This kind of radiation brings the deadly breath that is like annihilation of all life, can make any spirit beast tremble. And this fits the appetite of the extremely combative black rhinoceros beast. It is not afraid of death, let alone being killed, just afraid that there is no battle. If it weren't for the black rhinoceros flame monster who just passed by and sensed the existence of Uchiha Uranus, perhaps the two would never meet forever. After all, it was either fighting or on the way to fighting. The run is still going on. Uchiha Uranus knows very well that unless he completely gets rid of it, if he is caught up, I am afraid that he will not have the chance to run next time. He is just a weak soul master, and he is not qualified to compete with this top class. The big guys fight against each other, not to mention that they still need to develop. The world is still too dangerous after all, and even this top-level soul beast can be encountered when it appears and wanders for a while. An hour later, Uchiha Uranus stood pale on the edge of a river. For more than an hour, he rushed without remembering the price of soul power, making him like a tight string at this moment, and he was at risk of breaking down at any time. But he felt as if he had completely shaken it off. The running of this hour was too much consumption for him, his soul power was constantly consumed, his spirit was tense, for fear of suddenly encountering an attack, and under heavy pressure, he was now stable, almost causing him to collapse to the ground. But he still feels unsafe. There is a river right now, so he should wash his scent quickly so that the black rhinoceros beast will follow the scent. As for radiation, this high threatening thing is perceived by it. This is not within his consideration. After all, he can't even shut down the continuous emission of nuclear radiation. He feels that he is a reactor that does not break and change and then fission. As long as he is still alive, he will not stop these basics. Particle movement. Unless he is dead. Hey! The cool river water constantly washed his body, and the heavy sweat swept away. After he got up, the refreshing sensation of the water running through his skin made him a little addicted, and he wanted to stop and enjoy it. But he can't do it. I slipped away, run quickly. Without staying too much, Uchiha Uranus set off again, randomly looking for a direction. His figure was instantly blurred and disappeared around the river, without a trace. Half an hour later, the giant tree collapsed suddenly, and the sturdy black rhinoceros beast pushed away the obstructing tree and appeared on the edge of the river. It sniffed the disappearing smell in the air, and after feeling that the extremely dangerous shivering was no longer in the perception, the sudden disappearance of the opponent made it furious. Roar! Accompanied by the roar of extreme anger, the clear river suddenly bubbled, like a high-temperature steaming. The river began to emit light white high-temperature heat visible to the naked eye, and the surrounding ground constantly undulated and collapsed, just like plasticine. Ravaged. After a while, the black rhinoceros beast disappeared in this area, leaving only the terrain like after the earthquake. The river dried up, and the ravines were everywhere, no longer the appearance of Uchiha Uranium just passing by. In the top spirit beast's anger, the world changed color. Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy. Xiao Wu, it's a holiday tomorrow, do you want to go home? Tang San said to Xiao Wu as he packed his clothes. He has been studying at the Junior Soul Master Academy for an academic year. Now that he is on vacation, he can finally go home to see his father. Today he also asked for a leave in the forge and bought a brand new forging hammer. Go home and give it to father. An academic year has passed, and students are not allowed to go home during the whole process, but relatives can come to visit. Tang San hoped his father would come to visit him more than once, but he never got what he wanted, but now it's a holiday. He should also go back to see his father. A year has passed, and he doesn't know if his father is still the same. Xiao Wu was a little uneasy, and her eyes were a little uneasy, which was very different from her usual liveliness and cheerfulness. I want to go back. There may be something wrong there. Tang San was dazed. Something happened? Can I help? Xiao Wu shook her head www.ltnovel.com and said, Little San, this is not something you can help. This matter is very troublesome. I have to go and see it myself. If there was nothing like this, I would like to go back with you. Play, but I... Tang San pondered for a while. After a year of getting along with him, he knew Xiao Wu better. Judging from his knowledge of Xiao Wu, a girl, rarely bothered about such troublesome things. It is still thrown to him, let him find a solution. But now she says she can't help much, which means that this matter is not that simple, and even she doesn't think she can help. Then you are in a hurry? If you are not in a hurry, how about I go home first, and then go home with you? With me, no one can bully you. Tang San thought of a compromise. Seeing Tang San's appearance, Xiao Wu smiled, and the frown just now disappeared without a trace. People can't help but wonder if this girl is straight-tempered or has no sorrow at all. She akimbo her hands, staring at Tang San with big eyes. Do you still want to go home with me? That's not good. Suddenly, she felt that what was said was not right, and quickly continued, Ahem, I didn't say no, I mean no this time, Ziosan, at least I have to go to your house first, then go down, I will take you to my house next time, how about? Some things are really troublesome this time, I'm afraid to bring you to. Xiao Wu didn't go on, her pink face showed some hesitation. But in the end she decided not to let Xiao San provoke her, or she would die. She felt the anxiety in the dark. She and Daming Erming had been together for thousands of years, and they had a tacit understanding between them. Perhaps they were warning her of this anxiety. She is going back to the Stardow Forest. Chapter 45, Do you dare to drink my blood? Hey, should I get rid of it? In the dark woods, a figure with an invisible face stood on the highest branch, observing all the changes around him through his long-distance vision. I don't know how long he ran. It's night time. Although the sun disappeared and his vision was dark, for Uchiha who has radiation eyes, this is not very dim. At least everything around him is under his control. Today's encounter almost didn't scare him to death. He was still thinking about fighting spirit beasts and trying his 3 months of cultivation. He didn't expect to catch a megalodon by fishing. He was only within the ashes at the time. 1 second. But I have to say that he is worthy of his regular ability to practice forest escape. The advantage of fast movement brings a very difficult ability to survive. He really loves the self who worked hard before. If he can go back in time, he will definitely kiss himself a few bites. Great brother, you succeeded in making yourself alive. Ahem, boy, although you looked embarrassed while running away, you were really pretty when you were practicing. Holding on to the tree trunk, Uchiha suddenly made a very stinky boast to himself. The pretending deep voice did not bring much, but this kind of joy after the rest of his life gave him a kind of you awesome, you great, you feel so amazing. After a while, the young man found a direction at random, went in, disappeared into the forest, completely gone. This place is not considered safe, he needs a temporary residence. Not long after, the young man rushed out of the forest at a very fast speed. With just a few taps, he quickly jumped between the trees. I don't know when, after learning this way of walking, he never wanted to be in the ground walk slowly. Unlucky, unlucky. What kind of place is this? Why is there a 10,000-year soul beast here? After Uchiha Uranus took a few ups and downs, a huge black shadow in the sky trailed behind. It was not clear what spirit beast it was, but it was obvious that he could run but fly. Looking from a distance, the wide, jet-black bat wings are clearly visible, and a faint white dust exudes under the bright moonlight, which seems to be spreading intentionally, and it seems to be shaking off unintentionally. Too bad today. In his mind, Uchiha Uranus thought of the word, and then turned his attention to him. The dark forest was very dangerous. At this moment, two more dangerous killers were chasing each other, one fleeing and the other chasing. Squeak! The harsh screams reverberated around, and there was an inexplicable power in it. Special sound waves were interfering with Uchiha's actions. The sound waves like intangible matter kept beating the boy's heart, causing him to twitch. But he didn't dare to be discouraged, for fear that when his anger was relieved, he would no longer have the strength to continue running in such a fast state. Today I don't know if I went out and didn't look at the almanac. Today I encountered two spirit beasts who were not afraid of his radiation deterrence. A black rhinoceros flame beast is very easy to understand. After all, it has been completely messed up. He couldn't fight the battle, otherwise it would have gone to trouble with the Titan Great Ape. Although it has been fought before, it just hasn't been fought. And now this bat that can't see the specific face is even more strange, actually catching himself. For a while, Uchiha Uranus was a little bit hateful. I will give you my blood, do you dare to it? But this situation is very clear right now. Not only does it dare to inhale, it even wants to take 2 mouthfuls of Uchiha's brains to appetite. Fuck, things are really going wrong today. Haha, let me put some blood and kill you. Gradually, Uchiha Uranus slowed down, took a dagger from his waist, gently cut his arm, dropped his hand, and let the blood soak into his palm. He decided to fight back. He has been chased for almost half an hour. At this time, he dared not stop for a second. For fear of being caught, he would die on the spot. If you know, he will bully a 1,000-year-old soul beast at most and meet a 1,000-year-old soul beast. If you don't run yet, wait for it to become a supper. After all, radiation takes time. It's not to Uchiha's blood. Right now, this soul beast will die on the spot, but he doesn't have time. Once he enters an encounter, it will take no more than 1 minute at most. He is 9 years old. His physique, the 23rd level of spirit power, encountering 10,000-year spirit beasts, there is no ability to resist at all. Tang-san is here, too. That's why he itched his teeth with hate. Uchiha could even say that as long as he was given time, even the Titan Great Ape could be killed by radiation, let alone this 10,000-year soul beast. Now, this endless pursuit must end. He can't run away from the soul beast. Unless he kills it, he will be killed by it. Didn't let him wait long. After the bat-like soul beast smelled the smell of blood, it suddenly seemed to be hit with chicken blood, and its speed soared, carrying a nauseous wind and rushing towards Uchiha Uranus, with the terrifying mouth open. Great, revealing sharp and slender fangs. It's now. I'm blindfolded with blood. Realizing that the assault had arrived, Uchiha Uranus jumped into the air in one breath, and the right hand holding the blood instantly expanded, and all of it spilled on the bat spirit beast. After that, he landed quickly and rolled to avoid the attack. The petite body burst out extremely fast. His reaction speed flashed past the boulders and the trees, and disappeared without a trace in an instant. This is how he specializes in escape. Squeak! The bat spirit beast's huge mouth was also sprinkled with blood, and all the scarlet liquid remained on its face and body. As the blood was gradually absorbed, it suddenly stopped. The terrifying giant there was an unpleasant scream from its mouth, and it landed on the tree trunk anxiously, violently rubbing against the tree, trying to wipe the blood off its body. But after a while, it began to tremble all over, emitting a light red heat, and its screams became louder and louder. The bat spirit beast that had absorbed life fluids and essence at this moment seemed to have suffered serious torture, and fortunately its body tough enough, otherwise this degree of physical breakdown would be enough to kill it. Squeak! Squeak! After half an hour, after enduring nearly half an hour of torture, it fainted directly and fell under the tree, completely motionless, as if dead. Hey, scared me to death, scared me to death. I thought it was going to be cold today. Could it be that I went directly to the 10,000 years soul beast area? It didn't take long before I met a 10,000 years soul beast. Reading www.yuyukanshu.com. My goodness, it scares me to death. Uchiha Uranus stopped running, his hands pressed against the fiercely beating heart, his face was pale, and he was sweating. If he didn't rest, he would die suddenly. After realizing that the bat soul beast was no longer chasing him, he couldn't help but laugh. Tell you to chase me, are you stupid now? You can chase me too. The boy smiled, and then looked suspiciously around the silence, for fear that a big one would run out again, wanting to eat himself for dinner. After a while, the boy breathed a sigh of relief, and then quickly arranged traps around him, ready to start tonight's rest. The giant bat that fell under the tree suddenly fluttered its wings and slowly fell to the ground. After carefully looking at the presence of Uchiha Uranus around, it wailed humanely, then flapped its weak wings, fly slowly to his lair. Its extremely strong digestive ability almost killed it by itself, directly swallowing ultra-high concentration of nuclear materials, which made the unhealthy giant bat even worse. Even now, it barely survived, but the harm of this physical collapse will accompany it throughout its life. It can even be said that it has been 10,000 years old, and it is very likely that it cannot beat its kinsman for thousands of years. Radiation is not harmful in nature. It is a neutral word. In essence, it is energy in the form of electromagnetic waves and particles. If it can tame the energy in the body before its lifespan is exhausted, then it will not only not death will go further. The next day, Xiao Wu embarked on the road to the Star-Do Great Forest, while Tang San chose to go home alone. He didn't know where Xiao Wu's home was, but he knew that they would still be able to meet again next time they returned to the college. Chapter 46, Uranium and Xiao Wu. After stepping into the Star-Do Forest, Xiao Wu saw that there were no other people around, as if she had freed herself from the shackles. She opened her arms while spinning, closing her eyes and feeling the breeze from nature, and her pink face with a quiet smile. People are obsessed. Wow, I finally came back. I have been studying in the academy all day long. It's boring, hey. While thinking, Xiao Wu stopped spinning. For some reason, Tang San's gentle smile suddenly flashed in her mind. Although she still didn't know, at this moment, after leaving the college, she did miss a little bit. Tang San. But Tang San can't come here, nor can he let him know. Oh, I wanted to go to Xiaosan's house to have a look, and I don't know what happened in the forest. Or, turn around first, and then let Erming come over? Anyway, too late. Thinking of this, Xiao Wu originally came to the forest with a solemn expression and gradually relaxed. Although she wanted to get to the core as soon as possible to understand what happened, she was not in a hurry. Since I'm not in a hurry, I will take a round in the forest to see if there is any change, and I've been tired of seeing the core lake for so many years. Xiao Wu immediately set off, found a direction, her legs bent on her knees, her toes popped out instantly, her delicate body moved instantaneously, and she appeared 10 meters away. It's still interesting outside, with comfortable quilts, and being a big sister. Hey, it's so fun. Walking along the way, Xiao Wu looked around. Because these vegetations were not disturbed by humans, they grew like they used to be, very lush. And with the gradual deepening, the large and small soul beasts gradually increased, some in groups, gnawing the berries in the bushes, and some rushed into the jungle and disappeared. The normal forest it is difficult to see such a harmonious scene, the Star-Do forest, worthy of the reputation of the soul beast heaven. And these soul beasts had some commotion after they sensed Xiao Wu's breath, but soon returned to calm again. They stopped their movements and stopped to look at the pink and lovely Xiao Wu, the eyes of these petite soul beasts. There are different colors in it, as if she is a goddess that attracts the attention of beasts. Soon, Xiao Wu walked past here with a smile, touching the head of this soft bone rabbit from time to time, and the next moment he picked up the cute light mouse, spinning a few times in the air, and put it down. At this time, when she came to the realm that really belonged to her, Xiao Wu relaxed. She likes these fluffy cute guys the most. I am also the cutest, hee hee. Half an hour later. Across the small stream, the sun gradually turned to noon. Xiao Wu wiped the sweat from her forehead, and she couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. Why the sun can be so venomous and make her feel a little uncomfortable. But fortunately, after feeling that it was a bit troublesome to wander the forest alone before, Xiao Wu released her breath. Presumably at this moment, Ming was already on her way. This forest is too big. If you really want to see it, I'm afraid I won't be able to finish the scenery in my life. I think it's better then. Suddenly, Xiao Wu stopped. She looked at the silent surroundings in front of her, and at some point when she started, all the soul beasts disappeared unknowingly. She was pale for a moment, she didn't feel it just now, and now she felt that an extremely cold, death-filled breath kept lingering here, and the desire for life in her bloodline warned Xiao Wu that there was danger ahead. Be careful! Where am I? Xiao Wu suddenly remembered the evil spirit tiger who had been driven away by Ming Erming. He was cruel, devoured, and loved to devour soul beasts. Then he thought of where he is now. Her pink face was bloodless, and her body stood stiff. In situ, at a loss. Ming, where are you? Click. With a soft sound, Xiao Wu bounced up in fright in an instant, activated her spirit power, and quickly left the place tens of meters away. But there was no low beast roar, no heavy footsteps, and no cruel breath. There is only one young man with a moderate figure and immature appearance walking out of the forest. The sound just now was the soft sound of stepping on the broken leaves. Are you? Human. Uchiha Uranus also saw not far away, the figure hiding behind the stone, showing half of the body and the small head, suddenly opened his eyes. After so many years, he actually saw people again. There is no hesitation, even if he is happy after seeing people, even if he wants to talk to them urgently, he wants to talk to people, but he still retreats quickly. After a few ups and downs, he completely disappeared in Xiao Wu's view. He did not forget that the reason why he came to the forest was to prevent his radiation from killing more people. Right now, the distance between this little girl and him is a bit close. Hey? Is it a human? Xiao Wu was full of question marks, and the sound that came out just now shocked her. She thought that she had walked to the dark demon evil tiger who was expelled from the Star Do Great Forest. She was almost about to be eaten as a snack. A teenager is here. She stood out from behind the stone and looked in the direction of the boy with some confusion. She didn't understand why the boy ran when she saw her. Is she so scary? Isn't she cute and scares others? Just when Xiao Wu was wondering about her appearance, two tall trees suddenly slowly separated to the sides, and a huge figure quietly walked out from there. It is like a mountain, with dark hair shining faintly under the strong sunlight. Although it is on all fours, the height of its shoulders completely exceeds 7 or 8 meters. A behemoth. On the outside, this is a body that looks like an ape, but the limbs and claws are no different from chimpanzees. The lantern-sized eyes are shining with citron-like luster. Except for the eyes, the whole body is pitch black. You can shoot. If calm is in the night, I'm afraid it still can't be seen clearly. But under the sun, the black giant creatures are particularly conspicuous. From the top down, this big guy is a bit unbelievably majestic. Every part of his body is covered with strong muscles like granite. It is hard to imagine that the soul beast can have this kind of body shape that humans have trained. It is completely different. It is the appearance of natural growth. It is the king of the forest, the Titan Great Ape. Hey? Ming, you are here, just in time. There was a human just over there, and he ran inside. If he is not driven out of the forest, he will be killed by the soul beast. Xiao Wu suddenly felt something, turned her head suddenly, and pointed anxiously in one direction. She felt that Ming was right behind her, the feeling of relief that suddenly filled the whole body, besides Ming, only De Ming could give her. After hearing Xiao Wu's words, Ming shook his head miraculously, pointed in that direction, and his thick fingers swayed, as if he didn't want to pass. Then Ming let out a dull low growl. Its voice didn't sound loud, but it passed a full kilometer. Finally, Ming patted his broad shoulder. That can only be done. Xiao Wu's expression was a bit hesitant, and she was still a little worried about the boy who appeared suddenly and then disappeared suddenly, but Ming did this, it must be because he had to rush to Daming's place to find out the specific situation. Let's go. Xiao Wu quickly sat on the Titan giant ape, and then Ming gradually disappeared into the forest without a trace. However, around Uchiha Uranium, all the soul beasts within a 3-kilometer radius have long since escaped. Ming's roar can only be heard by all the plants. Chapter 47, Risk of Forest Destruction. Uchiha Uranus hurriedly walked through the forest, jumping and tumbling constantly, not caring about the surrounding environment, no matter how loud it made. He couldn't think that he could meet people in this Stardo Great Forest, and she was still a weak and tender little girl. Although she couldn't see anyone protecting her, she actually walked up to him unknowingly. Radiation perception, I haven't noticed it yet, this is really shocking. Logically speaking, any living body should have a reaction, but now, the girl is approaching quietly as if it merges with the forest, and the radiation perception has no response, as if it is malfunctioning. But at this moment in retrospect, Uchiha's mind flashed through the face of the girl who had just met, her pink face and long scorpion hair. Although he didn't know who the girl was, he always felt his temperament gave him a strange familiarity. In a daze, he suddenly caught a glimmer of inspiration, but soon, he gave up again. He understood very well what he was like at this time, as if he was solving a math problem, his brain flashed, and he thought of an idea, as if he could solve the problem as long as he went deeper, but the cruel facts cruelly flogged after a teenager, his ideas were all wrong. It's like now, how similar are the two? The only difference is that the figure in his mind has quietly overlapped with a certain shadow he had seen in his previous life. Through a dense forest, the Titan Great Ape slowly walked into it with a gentle feeling that did not fit its body shape. The clear small lake appeared crystal clear and gleaming under the sun. There are towering trees planted by the lake. The warm humidity and the bright and soft light are intertwined into a heaven-like dream. What appears in front of Ming is a beautiful world that cannot be described in words. It is very familiar with this place, and it has not caused a trace of damage due to its size. The reason why there are no other soul beasts around this dreamlike forest lake is because the owner here is the real emperor of the Stardo Great Forest, 100,000 years old. Soul beast, sky blue cow python. And here is also Xiao Wu's home. Countless splashes of water turned into gorgeous and strange light, and they gushed out like a fountain in an instant. The air suddenly became moist. A huge bullhead with a diameter of more than 4 meters suddenly emerged from the water, and the scales of Almori Mori's huge body rose into the sky, and then slowly sank. The body floated into the water again, exposing the huge head outside. Ming Dynasty. Before the ox-headed snake-body soul beast stood firm, Xiao Wu quickly waved to Ming while sitting on Ming's shoulders. The joy of family reunion made her feel uncontrollable for a while. Ming just bent down and Xiao Wu I couldn't wait to jump down and ran towards the blue sky cow python. I miss you so much, you know what, the human world outside is very interesting. There are delicious and fun things, and I have a friend, his name is Tang San. Hee, it's interesting. The sky-green cow python just lowered her head. Xiao Wu jumped to the side of the sky-blue cow python with the cow head snake body, and her immature little hand stroked its shimmering scales, while telling interesting things about the outside world while laughing and joking. Happy. Ming didn't know when he sat down not far from Xiao Wu. His simple face could not see anything, but his serious expression could be felt. He was listening quietly, making a low roar from time to time, as if he was agreeing. It's like saying something again. Xiao Wu sat cross-legged on the grass by the lake. There was no soil on her body on the warm grass. On the contrary, it exuded a faint fragrance. The mere smell of it made people excited. Half of the sky-green cow python is exposed on the lake surface, its huge head is lying on the shore, and its big piercing eyes gently look at the eloquent Xiao Wu in front of him. For a while, this forest lake is like a beautiful picture scroll. Generally, it's fascinating. So, that's it, hee, there are so many beautiful things out there. I have gold soul coins to collect every month, but it is not enough to spend. I want to buy everything, but I don't have enough money, so I will borrow it from the junior. Hey, by the way, speaking of Xiaosan, I actually wanted to visit his house with Xiaosan today. I heard it was very close. Xiao Wu gradually began to talk about her and Tang San in the academy, but somehow, she talked a little too much. After hearing the word about Tang San appearing more and more frequently, the sky-green bull python had quietly raised his head and looked at the serious titan and great ape Ming, and then nodded tacitly. What, or have any plans? In the end, Xiao Wu said that her mouth was a little dry. She sighed and lay down straight with a smile on her face, closing her eyes, feeling the sun on her face. Her immature body curve has not yet developed, but her slightly raised have already taken shape. Especially her long thighs and unbearable waist, which fully interpret the term petite beauty. The perfect golden ratio, the curved eyebrows are naturally formed, a pair of big watery eyes and a slightly round pink face, not only beautiful, but also a bit of a delicate feeling. The two words cute seem to be tailor-made for her in general. Xiao Wu, calling you back this time, I am afraid you still don't know what happened. The sky-green cow python was silent for a while. www.novel.com. It watched Xiao Wu comfortably enjoy the sunshine after returning home, but this matter is related to the survival of the forest. There are some things that it needs to say, and it can't be delayed any longer. Otherwise, waiting for that terrifying, virus-like existence to continue to grow, the Stardow Great Forest will be destroyed. It's not that it has not tried to expel, but twice it drove the soul beast to go, each time because the soul beast took the lead because its soul beast overlord aura overlapped with that human's terrifying aura, causing its thinking to collapse and almost let that human being die here. This made the sky blue cow python see the human being getting closer and closer, and for a while, anxiously, he called Xiao Wu back to discuss how to solve this matter. In fact, if it wasn't for that human being has a very strong corrosive ability in a large range, it would have driven away by itself, but once this kind of thing is contaminated with half of the silk, according to its guess, the corrosive ability will be accompanied by it. Hundreds of years. And if the human dies in the forest, even in the periphery, the uncontrollable radiation will pollute all the forest land at the speed of light. Under its guess, it may even reach their home in danger. The blood was sprayed out, and there would be dead silence within at least 50 square kilometers. After all, the power called radiation had already seen it from the surrounding environment and the dead soul beast, which also made it deeply jealous. In fact, the azure bull python doesn't know it, and it's fortunate that it didn't do it on its own. Otherwise, the half-life of uranium is almost 240,000 years. Once it does it and kills the boy, the radiation will follow it for a lifetime. Die. You know, the sky blue cow python is also a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Chapter 48, Choice. Xiao Wu listened very carefully. From the helpless look of the sky blue cow python, she could feel that it was very unwelcome to this uninvited guest who broke into the forest. The sky blue bull python also has its own helplessness. If you say kill it, go out on your own. Once you kill that human, not only will you be exposed to radiation power for a lifetime, but the dead radiation power will also affect all the surrounding environment. Turning into a Jedi, it will even spread to the forest lake, destroying it, Xiao Wu, and Ming's home. And drove the spirit beast to go out of the way. That would be even worse. It has driven away soul beasts twice, to attack that human, let him quit by himself, and no longer go deep into the forest. It is best to stay outside forever and not come in. The madness of the soul beast was unexpected. It is the emperor of the Star Do Great Forest. The natural king's breath will make the soul beast madly flee, but when the driven soul beast enters the human realm, it comes from radiation, awe from life instinct, and fear of death. When the beast felt the sky-green cow python on one side and the breath of death on the other, it instantly collapsed. There is no escape, only death. It was also the crazy attack of these spirit beasts that almost caused the death of the human being. After trying twice to no avail, the sky blue bull python gave up using the spirit beast to drive away this method. If that human is really killed, at least 1/5 of the Star Do Great Forest will exterminate all soul beasts. This is the forest where it grew up since childhood. No soul beast is more profound in its love for homeland. In any case, it will not let that human being die here. So what should I do if I don't kill? The result was obvious. After the human was not threatened by the soul beast, he chose to continue deepening, and he had almost reached the 10,000-year soul beast area, and it was not far from the center. Now, the azure bull python is in a hurry. You must know that among 10,000 years soul beasts, there are many stubbles that are not afraid of death. In case they ignore the threat of radiation and forcefully kill that human being, with the spread of radiation, it and Erming are even dangerous. And is even more non-existent. If you don't mention staying within the radiation range, your life will be in danger. Radiation-killing soul beasts don't look at enemies or friends, let alone long-distance protection. I'm afraid that the 10,000-year soul beasts will directly kill them. I rushed over again, the body was cold. So in a hurry, I can only ask Xiaowu to come back as soon as possible to see what she can do. In the past, Xiaowu has always existed like an older sister, and it is the same for those who find ways. This has been the case since childhood. Xiaowu, what should I do? Finally, the sky blue cow python lowered its head and looked hopefully at the pensive girl. In terms of strength, it is the overlord of the Star Do Great Forest. In terms of ability, it even has domain skills. The entire Douluo continent can defeat it by no more than 5 fingers at this time, but now, it is against a small second ring. The Soul Master can do nothing. That human being is like an extremely dangerous time bomb, no, more terrifying than a bomb. Once he dies, the extinction it brings will be permanent. But seriously, it's not permanent, it's just that no soul beast can survive here for more than 200,000 years. Once in the radiation area, all the soul beasts will be like the one mutated from Erming's clan that it has seen before. The body collapses, and there is no consciousness, leaving only the desire for killing and flesh and blood. Although powerful, it is completely inseparable from the radiation range. Although it can kill the monster by flipping its hands, the azure bull python is disdainful of doing it. It knows that this monster will collapse over time and have no place to die. The most important thing is that killing that radiation monster will also dirty its hands. Oh yes, the sky blue cow python suddenly recalled that it seemed to have no hands. Wait, Daming, isn't the human being you're talking about is a person with silver white hair, not tall, and looks 2 or 3 years older than me? Suddenly, Xiaowu recalled the teenager she had just met, and the horrible shudder in him, and asked guessingly. Yes, he is a human child. Daming nodded, then turned his gaze to Ming, his expression inquiring. Ming's somewhat honest head lightly tapped. Somehow, he seemed unwilling to speak, but Daming got used to it long ago, and there is a special way of communication between them, which will not be affected by this reason at all. Second, you. How could you let Xiaowu approach him? I didn't even dare to approach him. I was mad at me. Xiaowu, do you feel something wrong with your body? De Ming nodded when he saw Ming. He was a little furious for a while. It knew the danger, and Ming actually let Xiaowu approach the source of that horror. This was maddening him. Gentle light sprinkled on Xiaowu's pink face, her pretty little face was white and red, and her pink and tender appearance was like a ripe peach. She shook her head slightly, her eyes diverged, and the young man, after seeing him, turned around and left quickly without hesitation. If she guessed correctly, I'm afraid that young man was also aware of the destruction he brought, and it must be the people around him who have suffered. So now, according to De Ming's words, he came to the soul beast full of death at the age of 6. Forest. This kind of determination shocked Xiaowu. You should know that he left home at the age of 6, left everything he knew, stepped into the forest of life and death, and lived a life like a savage. This kind of determination, this perseverance, really it's indescribable. If it were her, she might not be able to do this. After all, she didn't really live only 6 years old, and she couldn't abandon Daming Erming, these friends who grew up together, or their relatives. Erming scratched his head guiltily. He knew that the boss was blaming him for not rushing there soon. www.novel.com actually let Xiaowu face the human, but he ran all the way from the core, already doing his best. Now I can only hope that Xiaowu is okay, otherwise, even if he carries the poison called radiation, he will pinch that human to death and avenge Xiaowu. Well, I'm fine now, Daming. Do you think that human came here because he was driven out? Then if we drive him out of the forest, doesn't it mean that the human side is very dangerous? Is it? After all, they don't have the physique of ours, and I am afraid they will be overwhelmed. After all, Xiaowu has been in human society for a year. As far as she is concerned, the people around her are very good. Whether it is a junior, a master, or Wang Sheng, the teacher who teaches, everyone is very difficult to be good. If the teenager is driven away, going out will be very dangerous. But she has survived for thousands of years in the Stardo Great Forest. The plants and trees here are familiar enough to tell what they are with closed eyes. If the forest is destroyed, the soul beast will flee for it, and she cannot accept it. Therefore, her position, her words, are also about the consequences of expelling, not whether or not they can be expelled. Xiaowu is a child of the forest, so naturally she must think about the forest. Suddenly, there was a picture flashed in Xiaowu's mind. A young boy was burdened with pain that no one understood. He went into a strange forest alone and stayed with the boring surroundings. No one talked to him or no one accompanied him. Looking at everything in despair, the young man still lives stubbornly, but he will cry humble and bitterly in the middle of the night. This ability is not what he wants, but he is forced to endure it all. He is too pitiful. Thinking about this, Xiaowu went on to say, or, I'll go talk to him. Let him stop going further. How about living on the periphery? Chapter 49, Go Away. There is no doubt that Xiaowu's words were flatly rejected by Daming Erming. The reason is very simple. The two of them can't let Xiaowu take risks, even if there is no danger, let alone Uchiha uranium's radiation level, which is far beyond the normal range. Even the sky blue bull python is not willing to stay by his side. It is enough to see that radiation can pose a threat to 100,000-year soul beast. To be more precise, under the shining of radiation, any creature, whether it is aged or strong or not, whether it is a water source or a plant, whether it is a stone or the earth, can be killed by radiation without any survivors. This is its horror. At this moment, when Xiaowu, Daming, and Erming were discussing, Uchiha Uranus suddenly woke up in the process of resting. Scorpion braid, little girl, alone in the Stardo Great Forest, these factors gathered together, Shit, why did I forget? Xiao Wu, it must be Xiao Wu. For a moment, Uchiha Uran's face turned pale. It's over, I remember it was said in the book that Xiao Wu likes soul beasts the most. I am a creature exterminator here. She definitely can't bear it, but she didn't do it. Why? It's broken. It's a rescue soldier. Fuck, run. The next moment, Uchiha Uranus suddenly jumped up from the huge boulder, no longer saving his soul power, thinking about where Xiao Wu had come from, and rushing in a certain direction. Fortunately he remembered that Xiao Wu's body was a soul beast, and it was also a soul beast that grew up in the Star-Do Great Forest. If she saw the devastated forest environment, she might be annoyed to let the Titan Great Ape treat herself over and over again. Crushed to death again. Although this was not his original intention, because of his reason, soul beasts died suddenly. You know, when Tang San went to obtain a spirit ring, Xiao Wu always said, "Do I have to obtain a spirit ring?" It can be seen that she would feel distressed when killing a soul beast, so what about him who indirectly killed a bunch of soul beasts because of radiation? While running, Uchiha Uranus remembered the plot in his mind, and suddenly increased a speed value. He did not run at this time. When Xiao Wu came with the Titan Great Ape, he had nowhere to run. Uchiha's full fire speed is very fast. At this time, he can't help but start to perceive the surrounding environment. In case one is not good and runs in the wrong direction, he will be really dumbfounded if he runs to the core lake. Home delivery did not bring so fast. But fortunately, the Star-Do forest is huge and unexpectedly large. If compared with the actual landforms, it may be enough to cover a large province or even exceed it. After all, it is the forest with the largest area in Douluos continent, and it is also the oldest, and the number of soul beasts is also the largest. It is also this large area that makes Uchiha Uran a little relieved. After all, it is not easy for him to wander around and run into other people's lair. He only needs to find one direction and keep running, and one day he can run there. The edge of the forest, and then slowly developed. From now on, wander around the Star-Do Great Forest. Don't go deep in the forest, otherwise, you might bump into the Titan Great Ape who kills the beast at any time. He is no match for the title Douluos' strength, let alone not even the Soul Venerable. Running around all day, I don't know when I am ahead. With a silent face, Uchiha Uranus plunged into a gloomy forest in an instant. From time to time, he could hear slight movements. After a short while, the surrounding area became completely quiet. Night. Uchiha Uranus grilled the unfinished wolf meat. After eating, he set up some traps, and then began to cultivate his soul power. He has realized that if his strength is not enough, then no matter how terrifying his radiation, he will be slaughtered. It was like that 10,000-year soul beast that didn't know whether it was dead or not, or the kind of lunatic soul beast that was irrational and mad to death that he encountered several times before. The reason why he was reduced to run away when he saw the soul beast was nothing more than his own ability. But men can't say no. After learning from the pain, the young man's eyes narrowed, looking at the safe surroundings, and he started practicing throughout the night. If there is no accident, he will continue to practice tomorrow. After a period of time, he will change places. At least, he will improve to the strength of the Soul Sovereign within 2 years. If that is the case, then he has spare power to find the third spirit ring. The most important thing is that he understands that what kind of spirit beast will be killed will have what kind of spirit ring and spirit skills. The biggest problem at the moment is that the radiation energy can be released but cannot be collected. As the strength increases, the degree of destruction will gradually increase. This is something he doesn't want to see, otherwise he will never return to human society. He wants to eat roast chicken and duck, steamed bun tofu, but he can't recover the radiation now. Unless, there is a soul beast that can absorb its own energy, whether it is the ability of a bat soul beast to absorb the blood of a soul beast, or a rock-like soul beast that absorbs energy, slowly accumulates, and finally bursts out at once. Or it could be a plant spirit beast that can absorb underground resources with its roots. No matter what it is, these are his goals. He should not be burdened with the power of radiation. This kind of thing that is not under his control has caused him too many troubles. Even without it, he may still be in the family leisurely, in the father and elders. Cultivate slowly under the guidance, and grow up slowly. And now, in the Stardow forest, the dangers have started to increase. If one is not careful, he may die. I need soul skills that can control my own power, and the soul beast that can control my own, otherwise I will never have the chance to go home in my life. Uchiha's training paused for a while. The boy raised his head, and his desire to go home was deep in his eyes. His serious face and tight lips were a little thinner because of malnutrition. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. But at this moment, within his thin body, he burst out with unparalleled determination. The next moment, Uchiha closed his eyes and continued to sit down cross-legged, practicing the unique cultivation method of the Uchiha family. This cultivation method can effectively improve the body speed, the movement of soul power and the increase of pupil power. He only understands at this point, nothing else is known. He had no idea about the follow-up Uchiha's fighting style, the cultivation of his pupil power, and his fighting style. In other words, he currently has spirit power and pupil power, but there is no corresponding way of fighting at all. If he can tame the radiation power in his body, perhaps his ability can continue to improve after returning to the family in the future. He has not forgotten that only in the world of Naruto, with only 100 years of growth, there is already Izanaki, a forbidden technique that transcends common customs, not to mention the frequent battles of Douluos continent, where there must be more fighting skills. If he can go home, as the eldest son of the family, he is definitely qualified to study. But it all depends on when he can be tamed. Uchiha, who was practicing Uchiha, gritted his teeth, and his desire for strength had already quietly planted the seeds. He had never hoped for strength so much. At this moment, he seemed to be able to feel what was in the heart of Sasuke Uchiha. Thought. There were scenes flashing in his mind, from the bursting owl bear to the wind sickle, from the black rhinoceros beast to the 10,000-year bat spirit beast, and now it is possible to appear at any time and obliterate his own titan great ape. His strength is still too weak. Sasuke needs the power of revenge. And he needs to tame the power of radiant energy. Chapter 50, Warning from Titan Great Ape. He ran away, Xiao Wu. Now, it should be outside the forest, at least in the depths of the forest, he can't be perceived. Sky Green Bull Python whispered to Xiao Wu. After that, Ming stood up in silence and walked away, not knowing what he was going to do. Too fast, they are still discussing how to deal with Uchiha Uranium. After all, this is a matter of the survival of the Stardow forest. Even Uchiha Uranus didn't know when he was so important, but if it weren't for the radiation to protect him, I'm afraid he would have been pinched to death by the Titan Great Ape long ago, without blinking his eyelids. So speaking of it, he should also be grateful for his ability to be strong enough to be able to at least make a 100,000-year-old soul beast throw a rat, but it also only includes such soul beasts that have feelings for the Stardow Great Forest. 7 to 80,000 years old, Uchiha Uranus must die as miserable as he wants. After all, it is nuclear energy, and nuclear energy is also a kind of energy, which is probably similar to the stab of Tianmeng Ice Silkworm, but it is more non-toxic and pollution-free and clean energy than Tianmeng Ice Silkworm, Uchiha Uranium. It's more like a pufferfish. It kills people if you deal with spikes, you kill people if you eat them, and you die after digestion. But now, Uchiha Uranus is very witty and ran out by himself, and solved the biggest problem of the Azure Bull Python, that is, if he suddenly died in the forest, it would be difficult to handle. Xiao Wu gave up the idea of looking for Uchiha Uranus. She understood that Deming and Ming would not let them go to the boy, let alone talk. Just because of his troublesome existence, Xiaowu would not know for a while what to do. She is a human being who has transformed, and her physique is naturally based on human standards. Although she is a soul beast, unless she is about to die, the appearance of the soul beast will not appear. And even the sky blue cow python was very afraid of radiation. She didn't dare to think how long she could resist. How can there be such a terrible and sad person in this world? But now that I'm back, let's have a good time during the second start of school. This is how Xiaowu thought. She actually understood it at the moment when she had contact with Uchiha uranium. Although this kind of radiation is deadly, the soul beasts are not fools. They will run away when they feel the danger, and will not stay in place and wait for death. So what she cares about, the question of how many soul beasts will die tragically in the hands of the teenager, is actually a good answer, that is, no soul beast will die in his hands. As for being driven by radiation, the soul beast that fled hastily entered the territory of other soul beasts to fight? If there is a battle between soul beasts, it must be you and me. This is normal. Xiaowu understands that if it hadn't been for Ming to protect herself, otherwise she would have been killed by other spirit beasts eager to swallow the essence if she had only a fighting power of 10,000 years of soul beast. The survival of the fittest in the evolution of all things as it is vividly displayed in the Stardew Forest. Even she is like this, so other soul beasts must be like this. Half a month later, Xiaowu smiled and watched the Titan giant ape go away. It was time for the vacation. Now it was time to go back to school. Although she was reluctant to see Ming Erming, she did miss Xiao San for a long time. She wants to learn from each other, she wants to eat candied haws, she wants to be covered with a warm and comfortable quilt, and she wants to be a big sister. There are too many things waiting for her to complete. I don't know how is missin' now. On the way, Xiaowu bounced around, smiling, and walked slowly towards the college. On the other side, Uchiha Uranus looked solemnly at the stone monument in front of him. When he was practicing in the morning, a sudden loud noise broke the tranquility around him. Following his mentality to check what happened, Uchiha came to this place. Is a stone monument falling from the sky, or a huge stone? But these are not important. The important thing is that there are several gully and crooked mainland characters carved on it. Humans leave here. In just 5 words, the pressure of a mountain hit his face, and it hit Uchiha's heart directly. He could even feel the mood of the Titan Great Ape in these fonts. This is not to say how good its writing skills are. On the contrary, it writes poorly, but it is completely filled with emotions. It has its own heart and wants Uchiha to leave. The characters on the stone tablet are very big, and the strokes are even as thick as his thighs, and they don't look like they were carved. On the contrary, seems to be written on with your fingers. Sure enough, that's right. The Titan Great Ape is paying attention to himself. If he was excited to approach Xiaowu because of encountering people before, I am afraid that he has been torn apart. But now, after running for more than a day and a night, although I don't know where he went, the Titan Great Ape can still find him, and within the guaranteed hearing distance, after writing some scribble warnings with his fingers, he was directly lost. Come out, hit here. Uchiha Uranus was silent. This feeling of being threatened is really bad, to be honest, but he is not capable enough and can only suffer. But this also made him relieved. www.novel.com. At least the Titan Great Ape is willing to write and communicate, although I don't know if I learned it from Xiaowu, but these are not important. The important thing is that it is willing to communicate, which means that it will not be suddenly killed by the Titan Great Ape. Hey, it's safe. After reading these 5 words, Uchiha Uranus smiled. At least there is no such threat from the top spirit beast. Then he does not need to distract his energy while practicing while observing the surroundings. He wants to upgrade his spirit power level as soon as possible, and then find an opportunity to control the radiant energy in one breath, and finally leave here and return to his own world. Although the environment in the forest is beautiful, he is not supposed to come. Similarly, the owner here does not welcome him. At least put yourself in the position of the Titan giant ape. If a very troublesome character comes to your territory, what would you do? Expulsion? I am afraid so. If you are a Titan great ape, you will not be better than it, but... Uchiha looked at the stone monument, and the corner of his mouth murmured unconsciously, this is another feeling of inability to resist. I want to become stronger as soon as possible. It's not fast enough now. Hurry up. A moment later, Uchiha Uranium closed his eyes and started practicing in a temporary camp. With the breath, the surrounding light seems to start to rhythm, as if there is invisible energy responding to the young man's soul power. This feeling of being in the arms makes the cultivating Ukibo-yu unconsciously showed a face of enjoyment. As time passed bit by bit, the feeling of rhythm in the air became more and more obvious. Not long after, in response to the surging spirit power, Uchiha Uranus opened his eyes, and a ray of essence burst out of his eyes. Successfully broke through. He is now at the 24th level of spirit power. Chapter 51, the third spirit ability, Energy Absorption Halo. Between dense forests, two figures crossed between each other. A rotten smell gradually spread from a figure. In the blink of an eye, the huge body suddenly broke into two pieces, and a large stream of black and red blood spewed out, like a fountain. It was as strong as 5 meters under pressure. How high? Uchiha Uranus slowly retracted his sword, turned his head sternly to look at the rotten soul beast with pale white flesh and blood. His brows frowned, his eyes flashing with thought, and he didn't know what he was thinking. After a while, he sighed faintly, walked forward, pressed his hand to the corpse full of radiation. His soul power in his body was revealed, and the bright white light covered the skin with a different beauty. Under his feet, 3 faintly radiant halos rose up one after another, 1 yellow and 2 purple. Between the circulation of the soul ring, the surging soul power and the fission uranium element converged, forming a wave-like power, continuously affecting the world nearby. The third deep purple halo flashed instantaneously, and the air around Uchiha Uranium's body became distorted, and the invisible enriched energy around him began to flow into his body, and then all the nuclei that were constantly reacted by energy the cells absorbed. A feeling of fullness filled the whole body, and the soul power that had consumed half of it was gradually restored to a perfect state. And not only the surrounding energy, but also dense radiant energy wrapped around the soul beast corpse. Although it is far inferior to the energy fluctuations of Uchiha Uranus, the black radiant energy is constantly moving under the pupil of the element. Stably and orderly spread towards the surroundings, with the intention of infecting everything around. Visible to the naked eye, with the death of the soul beast, the surrounding land and big trees were covered with a faint ash. And this ash is still spreading far away. If no one handles it, then this land of soul beast death will become a real-life restricted zone. Uchiha Uranus was silent. Under the traction of the third spirit ability, the radiation energy originally accumulated in or outside of the spirit beast began to move in his direction, and as time passed, the speed of recirculation became faster and faster. Until it touched his palm, it was instantly absorbed. He is devouring the radiant energy. Can also be called assimilation, incorporation. Soon, all the energy in this radiating monster was swallowed up, and the power of this soul beast's hard work, mixed with nuclear energy, also entered Uchiha's body and turned into a ball. If Uchiha takes time out, then he can digest this soul power and completely transform it into his own power. This is similar to eating a pill. The only difference is that the elixir has drug resistance, while the soul beast does not. Even the stronger the soul beast, the more tonic Uchiha Uranus. But it is only limited to the radiant spirit beast, and the radiation energy is completely intertwined with the power in the spirit beast. Otherwise his third spirit ability can only guarantee to absorb the various energy contained in it, instead of swallowing it with power. Uchiha Uranium slowly raised his head after the absorption was completed. The turning Guyu slowly closed to make black pupils. No emotion could be seen in Gujing Bubo's eyes. His handsome face was somewhat resolute, but his complexion was a little dull, which seemed to be caused by years of malnutrition. A somewhat dull silver-white long hair, which was roughly by a straw rope, like a horsetail, showing a smooth forehead. At the age of 13, he is already about 1.75 meters tall without knowing it. He looks young, but his once immature face and temperament have now turned into a volcano-like faint and unreliable, and the movement is shocking. Silence. Living in the forest every day gave him a strong physique. Although he may not look majestic on the surface, he is covered with explosive muscles under a wash of white clothes. It has been 4 full years since Uchiha received the warning from the Titan Great Ape. In these 4 years, Uchiha had a very fulfilling 4 years. Practice knives, physiques, throws during the day, and fight against the radiation monsters that constantly appear around him. Cultivating soul power at night until dawn, or killing monsters that come in surprise, repeats itself, squeezing one's work, rest, and time to the limit, just for the soul power to increase faster and faster. 2,000 years, 100 years, 3 spirit rings represent Uchiha Uranium's level has exceeded at least 30, that is to say, he is a soul sovereign, or possesses the spirit of the main body, writing round I's mutation radiation I the soul of war. But it's not just that simple. The 3rd spirit ring that Uchiha Uranium acquired came from the 10,000-year spirit beast that had fought against the Night Demon Bat. But he also picked up the leak. The Night Demon Bat, which was originally cultivated for 10,000 years, almost died suddenly after tasting Uchiha Uranium's blood. Although luckily not dead, his spirit power cultivation also plummeted, leaving only 1,000 years of age. 10,000 years does not mean that it will live 10,000 years. Soul beasts can also improve their abilities through hard work, but it also has 10,000 years of life. It can be replaced by cultivation base and become an ordinary soul beast. The body stinks. Uchiha Uranus encountered this night demon bat again by chance, and defeated it, and absorbed the spirit ring that had been around 19,000 but is now about 7,000 years old. Perhaps it's because the soul beast's body is full of nuclear energy. Under the diplomatic confluence, it's like 2 or 5 boys opening the door for him and leading the way. The absorption of this soul ring, which is far beyond the age limit, is much smoother than he thought, and because of nuclear energy, he awakened the spirit ability related to absorption. The 3rd spirit ability, Energy Absorption Halo. The predecessor of this spirit ability is probably the ability to absorb the large range of life of the Night Demon Bat, and after being transformed with his radiant eye martial soul, it transforms life into an element that drifts around everywhere. www.novel.com. There is no main spirit power, or all kinds of spirit power that escapes. Such as radiant energy, such as the high temperature and heat caused by the energy nature of the soul power of the Phoenix Firewire, but the intuitive hardwired soul skills, he has not tried it, and has no chance. Once this spirit ability is used, it will form a continuous halo around the body, which lasts for an hour, passively attracting all the masterless energies in the surrounding area of 50 meters, and the spirit power scattered everywhere will flow into his body. It is then broken down by nuclear cells and turned into soul power that can be used. And the active effect is to strengthen the level of attraction. It is no longer a simple attraction, but directly absorbs with a stronger domineering force. This is the same as the behavior of the night demon bat absorbing the life essence of the soul beast and increasing its age. This reminds Uchiha of the ability of the reincarnation eye in Naruto, which also appeared in the final battle, and Sasuke's chakra absorbed it. It's just that his is stronger and more brutal. The absorbed soul power is only temporarily available, but if the absorbed soul power has been entangled with the radiation energy, once absorbed into the body, it is permanent, one's own power. Relying on this spirit ability, he soon absorbed nuclear energy from everything around him to speed up his cultivation speed, such as the radiation traps set up, things that he had touched, and the corpse of the radiation soul beast in front of him. The principle is very simple. Absorbing and attracting soul power can supplement one's soul power consumption, but it cannot become strong. And absorb the soul power with nuclear energy and radiant energy. As long as it is digested, the upper limit of soul power can be increased, that is, the level of soul power can be increased. This is the fundamental reason why he can reach the 39th level of spirit power at the age of 13. Chapter 52, True Power. It's scary to say it. Judging from Uchiha's current situation, he is a well-deserved genius. He is 13 years old and 39th level. It can be said that there has not been such a rapid improvement in the history of soul masters, but all of this comes from a third purple spirit ring. This kind of soul ability that can permanently increase soul power is not at all like the effect that a purple soul ring can achieve, even if it is replaced with a 10,000-year soul ability. I am afraid it will barely qualify. However, the spirit beast that produced this spirit ring is itself a 10,000-year spirit beast. It's only because of radiation that the age has been reduced, so that it can be absorbed by Uchiha uranium. Otherwise, if it simply depends on normal absorption, a genius soul master needs a level 50 soul king to be able to absorb it, while a normal soul master it takes the strength of the 60th level soul emperor to be able to absorb this big guy who is close to 20,000 years. And with such a high level of spirit power, the spirit ability obtained is only an increase to increase the speed of cultivation and to absorb a certain degree of spirit power. At the threshold of the 60th level, where high-level, killer spirit skills are everywhere, you are out of thin air. It had a 60-level lethal spirit ability less than others, too deadly. But it was not without harm. After all, he only got a purple spirit ring. If he were to be the Soul Emperor, he would completely absorb this spirit ring that was nearly 20,000 years old, but actually more than 10,000 years old. I am afraid it is just a pure soul to a certain degree. Power absorption, it is likely to be similar to the assassin's spirit power absorption. Forcibly steal the opposite soul power to feed back to himself. However, it is extremely rare for the soul beast to reduce its age. For example, a 100,000-year soul beast sacrifices and actively turns the age into a spirit ring power. Otherwise, no matter how the soul beast is severely injured, there will be nothing. Decrease in years. In the final analysis, radiation itself is not comparable to soul skills. The damage done by soul skills can be done by radiation, and what soul skills cannot do, so can radiation. The radiation energy consumes the life of the soul beast in all directions, forcing the soul beast to rely on reducing the number of years to fight. If Uchiha meets the night demon bat 1 or 2 years later, I am afraid he will see only 1,000 years of the night demon bat. Radiation can be fatal, no doubt. With the improvement of his spirit power, Uchiha Uranus can also feel that he is becoming familiar with his control of such abilities. After obtaining the second spirit ring at the 20th level, he can perceive the specific range of his radiation, and whether there is any presence in his radiation range. This is the preliminary ability to perceive himself. And now, at level 30, he can already use the pupil of the element to see the radiation energy, and even he can retract the radiation into the body or gush out from the body to achieve a short-term control effect. But it was useless. He continued to emit radiant energy without any change. This level of control was not enough to be fully mastered, but judging from the current situation, time is not far away from complete mastery. How many is this today? Damn, come here to die when you smell my radiation, and don't look at what you are in front of me. Looking at the unknown soul beast lying at his feet, Uchiha randomly kicked his head away from his feet, wiped the knife in his hand with a piece of leather, and then threw it aside, turning away happily, this battlefield, leaving only a place of dirty blood. But the magical thing is that the surrounding grey air has dissipated in the forest at some point, and the radiant energy full of pollution has also been absorbed, and it is no longer the aura of all creatures. Uchiha Uranus has never forgotten that he is not the destroyer of the world, he is just a passerby who avoids himself. If it is not necessary, he will not take the initiative to take action against the surrounding environment. is like a food chain. He is the top level, but if he destroys the bottom level, then this pyramid-like class will gradually go to extinction, and he will not be spared in the end. It's just that Uchiha, who was drifting away, did not notice. After the corpse of the radiating monster turned and left, the huge corpse gradually began to shrivel. From the section of the huge head, it can be seen that the blood inside is gone. It was lost again, leaving only dry flesh and blood, staying inside the corpse. And the blood-red big flower he carried around his waist, the vein texture of the flower piece became clearer, as if it was alive, with breath and breath, faint light constantly flashing. This soul beast is probably 1,000 years old, right? The breath is a little mixed, and it should have eaten a lot of radiant soul beasts. Humph, even that monster can't help me, this kind of stuff has come to trouble me. Chuckled, Uchiha Uran's eyes flickered. For him, this kind of radiation-carrying soul beast is a natural delicacy. As soon as the energy absorption halo is opened, every backfeed can bring him soul power enhancement. If it wasn't for the need to constantly consolidate spirit power and turn it into one's own use, otherwise just these spirit beasts who were able to find it by smelling the smell would let him reach the realm of the spirit sect long ago. But if this kind of supplement eats too much, it is easy to have a weak foundation. Even if this power mixed with radiation is of the same origin, it is easy to absorb it. This is not what he cultivated bit by bit, but grabbing coming. The reason why he called it a monster instead of a soul beast is because the guy who lives in the forest lake has no relationship with the soul beast race. Things have to start a year ago. Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com. Uchiha Uranus still remembered that it was a clear noon. Because the energy level of radiation became stronger and stronger, some spirit beasts that were initially infected by radiation gradually appeared around him. After absorbing the energy and transforming it into his own power, he understood that the things contained in these spirit beasts could effectively help him improve his cultivation speed. After understanding this, Uchiha Uranus set out to find a way to return to the forest lake where he had been. There, he lived for 3 full years. That place has become on Earth, but it is not for him. As long as the previous radiation is absorbed, then naturally, the forest lake will be restored to its original state, and one's own cultivation will be greatly improved. But it's a pity that after wandering in the forest for more than half a year, he couldn't find his way back until one day, he saw a monster that drove other radiant soul beasts to extinction. At that time, after they only glanced at each other, the ape-like soul beast gave up the trash, turned his head and put the fiery gaze on itself. Obviously, it was hungry and not picky. Undoubtedly, after realizing that he was not an opponent, Uchiha Uranin instantly fled. At that time, he had only 33rd level of spirit power, and the soul beast in front of him was 12 meters high, which was at the 10,000-year level. And the whole body is highly decomposed, but there is no sign of violent death. This shows that although the radiation has killed its mind, its body has become more terrifying and more tenacious. It used to be a 100-year-old Titan great ape, of the same race as the king of the forest, but now, it is a bloodthirsty monster that attempts to consume Uchiha uranium. But they were too close, and this distance was fleeting. As a last resort, Uchiha could only turn around and face the monster. The battle began. Chapter 53, The Battle Beyond Death. As soon as he got close, the monster of the Titan Great Ape race hit the hammer. Uchiha Uranus backed back almost without hesitation, tapped the ground with his footsteps, and dodged the monster's attack before he could let it happen. At the same time, the radiating eye martial soul in his eyes quickly turned, and the pupil of the element quietly opened, observing this one before his eyes. What is the weakness of the monster? But he overlooked one point: the radiation monster cannot be inferred by common sense. A dark red whip shadow flashed past, and it was so fast that there was a faint afterimage in the air, and it was only when it was about to draw Uchiha Uran's door that there was a roar of howling. But Uchiha Uran's dynamic vision is so terrifying. When he noticed an edge facing him, he didn't stay in place and rolled quickly to avoid it. After that, he used his toes and immediately rose into the air and landed on the tree trunk, panting slightly. Gas, cold sweat came out drop by drop. So fast. At this time, he clearly saw what the dark red whip shadow slowly retracted was a flesh whip protruding from the dense hole between the ribs of this monster, or a tongue. Judging from the speed just now, if he is careless and does not avoid it, then he will probably be drenched and lose combat effectiveness for a while. Even a bad one may be caught by the monster and tear it apart immediately. Roar! The monster roared, and his eyes were full of thick black mist, no pupils could be seen. The eyes were the windows of the soul. Judging from the eyes of this monster, it has no wisdom at all. The next moment, the monster violently rushed towards Uchiha Uranium. The huge size brought an unparalleled sense of shock. With the sudden running, you could see 7 or 8 weakened bodies on its body, and its short arms slammed backwards. Like a pendant, no use. Hard to fight. Wiping the cold sweat on his head, Uchiha Uranus II, and the third spirit ring began to rhythm, the limit nuclear energy reaction and energy absorption halo opened, his speed suddenly increased by a notch, avoiding the monster that hit the big tree. Fall to the ground. Several daggers appeared in Uchiha's hands at some unknown time, while the other held a knife and began to observe the monster. The originally fast-moving figure can still be captured, but at this moment, it is almost blurred. The visual effects of ordinary people can't keep up with his figure. But the monster can. It does not rely on its eyes to catch its prey, it depends on perception. A few grey shadows flashed through the air for a moment, and there was no sound of objects tearing the air. In the blink of an eye, with the sound of a sharp blade entering the body, the monster suddenly roared, and the huge head suddenly turned around, swaying around, deadly. Staring at Uchiha Uranus, who was constantly moving, his body began to emit a grey-black mist, and the fragile and decaying vegetation around him instantly collapsed. There is no doubt that it can feel Uchiha's location. And the few daggers just now were all inserted in the monster's waist, in those holes. If he guessed correctly, there are probably long tongues that need to be vigilant everywhere. Once in close combat, this kind of tongue that can turn at will, but is very sensitive, will bring him a great threat. So the first goal is to solve these tongues first. Continuing to move at a high speed, and constantly shooting through the dagger into the hole to restrict the exertion of the tongue, the 33rd level he can be said to be full of energy, although far less than this kind of monster who does not know what fatigue is, but an hour of speed it can still be done. It didn't take long before all the daggers he carried were used up. And the monster that couldn't catch up with him had no way of parrying him. He who had already practiced his throwing to the pinnacle, even if he encountered Uchiha Itaki, used kunao, shuriken, etc., he would not fall. Downwind. And dealing with this kind of meat target-like existence, it is even easier. But for no reason, Uchiha suddenly felt uneasy. The next moment, his eyes widened, he suddenly stepped on his footsteps, and turned back abruptly as if ignoring gravity. The sudden action caused a burst of blood in his body, his face turned blue and white. But after a short while, before he could stand firm, a boulder the size of a chest whizzed past his eyes. Gudong! Swallowed, and Uchiha Uran's face suddenly became ugly. If it wasn't for the sixth sense, he would have become a ball of meat. He didn't expect that this cumbersome monster could have such a fast reaction speed, or its perception ability, unexpectedly judged his position in the next second, and then outrageously threw a boulder. All of a sudden, offense and defense reversed. There are one or two. It can catch its position. If it continues to rely on speed, once it makes a mistake, I am afraid that there will be no second chance. The long-range killing method is no longer useful. Now, the dagger has been exhausted. Entering close combat, and then waiting for it to adapt to its own speed, it will be more difficult to fight. An idea flashed through Uchiha's mind, and after observing the immediate environment, he immediately made a decision. The first yellow spirit ring moved, and a tiny, transparent radiation trap appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, after condensing enough spirit power, he continuously spilled out. The strength is different and the position is different. The trap is not very threatening to his speed. You can enter the regular tactics. And this kind of high-temperature spike trap, once hit, it is much easier to use than the 70-centimeter blade in his hand. What he is facing is a behemoth 12 meters tall. Hey! Take a deep breath. Uchiha closed his eyes and opened them again. Furui Bubo's eyes revealed a trace of madness. Roar! The next moment, when the monster rushed towards him, Uchiha Uranus held the knife in his hand, his body instantly moved, and he charged in the opposite direction to the monster. How does it feel like a mountain rushes forward? The scent of the sky was shaking, mixed with the smell of nausea, and a strong wind threw up in front of it. Uchiha faced the behemoth with silver hair fluttering because of the changes in the surrounding airflow, but the look on his face was still so. Be firm and without hesitation. When he chooses to countercharge, he has already put the fear in his mind behind him. He will not be afraid or hesitate. He will win. The 3 spirit rings on kept flashing, resisting the momentum of the giant beast. Boom! A strong blast of chi sounded on the ground, and the black soil was instantly scattered under the heavy blow, and a table-sized fist suddenly slammed on the ground, with unparalleled strength, hammering Uchiha Uranium's original foothold. A moment later, a sharp leg knife slashed through the ankle of the giant beast, cutting the flesh and blood, and a large stream of black and red blood poured out, and a thick stench began to emanate from the surrounding battlefield. A thin figure swiftly flashed under the beast's crotch, and while tumbling, it cut a slit again. This is, the dwarf cuts down. Chapter 54, This is my escape route. Too big is not a good thing. After the long tongue that was in the way unable to stick out of the hole, Uchiha suddenly became like a dancer with a blade, dancing under the crotch of the giant beast. The sharp blade cuts its flesh without any pressure. The blood burst out and spilled on the ground, making the surrounding environment even more foul. It looked like this was an effective tactic, but Uchiha keenly discovered that with every cut, the flesh and skin would be tougher than the last one. This guy is getting more and more fleshy? Without hesitation, the pupil of the element opened. The next moment, the endless energy manifested as a real entity, with nowhere to hide in his eyes, and as his vision turned, he saw that the grey radiation emitted from his body was actually sucked into the body by the behemoth. Fuck! You eat my radiation and become stronger. The horrible reality almost scared Uchiha Uranus from the state of a blade dancer. If this is the case, then his winning rate to defeat this monster will decrease over time, until he is finally caught. One hit is dead. This is too scary. He hasn't become stronger yet. Right now, this monster will become more and more terrifying as long as he stays beside him, and he followed his vision and saw more holes slowly forming. Suddenly, Uchiha suddenly flashed away like a nerve, avoiding a single blow, and then slammed on the ground with his toes, and quickly jumped away from the beast's crotch. As expected, his ominous premonition confirmed it. A turbulent grey-white soul power suddenly radiated from the giant beast, and it scattered with a thick fishy wind. Countless mud and fallen leaves burst out of the whole body, and in an instant, around the beast, a huge circular cavity appeared. The giant beast slowly lifted its right leg, which showed pus and blood, and its grey spirit power gradually disappeared from its leg. There is no doubt that if it weren't for the time to evade, the trick that was similar to the trampling of war just almost took him. Killed. It's hard to fight. Damn it. The monster in front of him was numb with meat on his scalp. He went out with 17 knives, trying to cut off one of its feet first, but he chopped fiercely, and even the bones were broken. He was able to stand securely and stepped on the ground. Releasing the trampling of such power, there is no pain at all. The most important thing is that Uchiha looked around. He had just cut the ground in a place. I don't know when many holes have already been closed. His scalp was so numb that he couldn't feel it, and even his lips couldn't say anything. He couldn't think of how to deal with the monster in front of him. He didn't even have a large-scale destructive spirit ability. What should he do? Is the sword such an inconvenience? Sure enough, it is still too difficult to use this kind of chopping knife to deal with monsters of this degree. The monster hunter's sword is more than 3 meters long. What should he do? The giant beast did not give him time to think. After a short stay, it once again set its sights on Uchiha Uranus. Immediately, the young man could feel a strong malice lingering on his body. There was nothing vicious in his eyes, and nothing else, only hunger, wishing to tear him up and chew him in his stomach. Gan, I really don't want to fight anymore, what a disgusting guy. The next moment, the fishy wind suddenly rose. A giant hand suddenly photographed it, but it did not hurt Uchiha Uranus. Although the giant beast could perceive his actions, its speed could not keep up. This is why he can pedicure the beast wantonly. The real reason. Day. Uchiha Uranium followed his arm and stepped directly on the arm of the giant beast, like a bumpy road. The boy climbed without difficulty, and with his footsteps, the boy galloped towards the head of the giant beast. He wanted to try it, and pierced its head in one breath to see if it was still dead. The light of the knife flashed, and a slow, dark brown arm that tried to attack him was instantly cut open, blood spattered, and fell to the ground. Whizzing! The dark red whip shadow flashed. When he came to the middle of his arm, he was interrupted by several tongues that came in a surprise attack. He was forced to leave quickly and gave up the plan he had just beheaded. His figure moved, and after a few breaths, he came to the giant beast 50 steps away, looking calmly at the giant beast, and began to conceive a solution in his mind. Suddenly, a bold idea flashed through my mind. If it can absorb its own radiation, can it reverse the absorption and directly absorb the radiation energy in its body? Now as time goes by, this monster will become more and more difficult to fight. He must act immediately. Without hesitation, Uchiha Uranium's third spirit ring flashed, the energy absorption halo's active effect was activated, and the grey radiant energy spilling from the surrounding began to quickly converge toward his body. He is not afraid that this kind of radiation will harm him. Just kidding, he is the source of radiation and the end of energy. And with the activation of the active effect, the behemoth seemed to have noticed something wrong, like a fish swimming in the sea briefly leaving the water and jumping to the surface of the water. Discomfort appeared, but it did not know what happened. But it doesn't care. He only knows that eating the human with alluring fragrance is the most important thing. Without staying for a moment, nor roaring, the giant beast moved its huge body again, but this time it was no longer the same as the one it had been beaten before. Its tongue like a living snake turned flexibly around its waist and kept sticking out. If you get close again, I'm afraid it's dangerous. Uchiha's analysis of these tongues flashed in his mind, and his impatient heart slowly calmed down. He knew that it was time to fight for life and death. The next moment, he moved and rushed in the direction of the trap. After a breath, accompanied by a low roar, the giant beast also flexed its legs slightly, and then suddenly exerted its force, as if the top of Mount Tai www.novel.com with an aura of collapse and collapse of the earth and everything, it jumped up, and then, like a tsunami, the pressure is coming and falling from the sky. The boy was stagnant, his breathing stopped uncontrollably, and even his heart twitched. In an instant, Uchiha's heart alarm bells. Run! Run! Moved his unconscious legs, the boy gritted his teeth and rushed forward at his fastest speed. The wind whizzed in his ears, he seemed to have broken through the speed limit he could withstand, his face was hideous, the veins were violent, and the heavy death enveloping his heart stimulated him. There was only one thought in his mind: run faster. An afterimage flashed past. Boom! It seemed that it was just a blink of an eye, and it was like an epoch, a giant figure, mixed with endless power, crashed to the ground. The world is shaking, like a mountain falling down. A huge amount of mud burst out, and a huge pothole appeared in the center of the battlefield. The flat ground was directly shattered, like the world collapsed, and a suffocating aura radiated from it. The dust and falling leaves rose up into the air, before falling slowly. And around, there is no Uchiha Uranus again. Roar! After unable to perceive Uchiha Uranium's breath, the giant beast suddenly let out an angry and stern roar, roaring and bursting, shocking layers of sound waves and sweeping everything around it. In the distance, Uchiha Uranus wiped the corners of his mouth with the blood that had flowed out from breaking through the limits of his body, and his face turned red and looked like a ghost. "This is my escape route." "Humph!" The young man heard the roar, he smiled, regardless of his physical torture, looked for a direction at will, and then left immediately. After a while, there was no sign of it. The heroine collection is about to end. Judging from the current progress, about 10 to 20 chapters are out of the forest. It is decided who the heroine is. After this morning, the heroine collection is over. Thank you for your active participation. There is still the last half day. Your participation will determine the future plot. I will judge how to determine it based on the message sent by each real reader. What is a real reader? That is, I have voted for a recommendation, even one. Readers who have commented on the chapter, even one sentence, and have participated in the activity of collecting heroines. After all, many readers now come in and take a look at what the book is. Oh, if you are recruiting heroines, is it not good to collect all of them? Then exit directly without even looking at it. For such readers, I would not consider asking for their ideas. After all, you are my friends. Because I can see all the news in the background of the author. Although there are many people who vote for recommendations and publish chapter reviews, to ensure the authenticity, I will still read it a little bit. This is about my future plot. Thank you for your participation in this book. It is you who made my book writing life no longer monotonous. I am very grateful. Thanks to the young man under the inspection emblem, Daewoo's control of the water, I really don't want to move. Ash's Edge, The Borrowed Cousin, Book Friend 202003242324265523, The Wandering King, Yes I Am the Power of Dalaran, The Frozen Crystal, Friends 404, The Ancestral Golden Spirit, Natha Fierst, Kyuseokai, The Sky of the Sun and the Moon, The Reward of the Night of Heaven and Earth. There is also the support of Book Friends 2017061785538316. Thank you all for being with me. I have experienced 110,000 words from the time of publishing the book to the present. I will not stop in the future and will continue to move forward. I'm done talking in my heart, let's talk about the issue of adding more. Everyone knows, I'm on the recommendation position for the first time now, so I change 4 times a day and pay off all the owed before, and the chapters that I wrote more are considered extra. But this kind of liver-bursting state cannot last forever. Please be considerate. The code word reaches 1.5–2 o'clock every day, which is a fatal blow to my hair. After the recommendation is over, it will return to the daily 2 shifts, but if it is recommended again, it will be changed to the basic 3 shifts every day, and the extra changes afterwards will be accumulated. In other words, if the grades are good, I don't care about my hair and I will give you more updates in 1 or 2 days. Although the new book is longer, it is especially important for the new book, but for me now, your support, it makes me more motivated. I will put out the rules directly, and they will remain the same in the future. Normal update, twice a day. Was recommended, 3 changes a day. 10,000 starting currency reward, add 1 more chapter. Recommendation votes increase, add 1 chapter for every 1,000 recommended votes. From the current 2,967, let's say it is 3,000. Starting from 3,000, every 1,000 recommended votes will be added. Actually, this is very easy for you, and you can also see the data. Monthly Pass Plus, every 50 monthly pass plus 1 chapter. Other plus changes, 10 chapters added to the shelf. That's all for now, thank you again for seeing the end. Presenting chrysanthemums before the Buddha. Chapter 55, Fighting. As soon as he got close, the monster of the Titan Great Ape race hit the hammer. Uchiha Uranus backed back almost without hesitation, tapped the ground with his footsteps, and dodged the monster's attack before he could let it happen. At the same time, the radiating eye martial soul in his eyes quickly turned, and the pupil of the element quietly opened, observing this one before his eyes. What is the weakness of the monster? But he overlooked one point: the radiation monster cannot be inferred by common sense. A dark red whip shadow flashed past, and it was so fast that there was a faint afterimage in the air, and it was only when it was about to draw Uchiha Uran's door that there was a roar of howling. But Uchiha Uran's dynamic vision is so terrifying. When he noticed an edge facing him, he didn't stay in place and rolled quickly to avoid it. After that, he used his toes and immediately rose into the air and landed on the tree trunk, panting slightly. Gas, cold sweat came out drop by drop. So fast. At this time, he clearly saw what the dark red whip shadow slowly retracted was a flesh whip protruding from the dense hole between the ribs of this monster, or a tongue. Judging from the speed just now, if he is careless and does not avoid it, then he will probably be drenched and lose combat effectiveness for a while. Even a bad one may be caught by the monster and tear it apart immediately. Roar! The monster roared, and his eyes were full of thick black mist, no pupils could be seen. The eyes were the windows of the soul. Judging from the eyes of this monster, it has no wisdom at all. The next moment, the monster violently rushed towards Uchiha Uranium. The huge size brought an unparalleled sense of shock. With the sudden running, you could see 7 or 8 weakened bodies on its body, and its short arms slammed backwards. Like a pendant, no use. Hard to fight. Wiping the cold sweat on his head, Uchiha Uranus second, and the third spirit ring began to rhythm, the limit nuclear energy reaction and energy absorption halo opened, his speed suddenly increased by a notch, avoiding the monster that hit the big tree. Fall to the ground. Several daggers appeared in Uchiha's hands at some unknown time, while the other held a knife and began to observe the monster. The originally fast-moving figure can still be captured, but at this moment, it is almost blurred. The visual effects of ordinary people can't keep up with his figure. But the monster can. It does not rely on its eyes to catch its prey, it depends on perception. A few grey shadows flashed through the air for a moment, and there was no sound of objects tearing the air. In the blink of an eye, with the sound of a sharp blade entering the body, the monster suddenly roared, and the huge head suddenly turned around, swaying around, deadly. Staring at Uchiha Uranus, who was constantly moving, his body began to emit a grey-black mist, and the fragile and decaying vegetation around him instantly collapsed. There is no doubt that it can feel Uchiha's location. And the few daggers just now were all inserted in the monster's waist, in those holes. If she guessed correctly, there are probably long tongues that need to be vigilant everywhere. Once in close combat, this kind of tongue that can turn at will, but is very sensitive, will bring him a great threat. So the first goal is to solve these tongues first. Continuing to move at a high speed, and constantly shooting through the dagger into the hole to restrict the exertion of the tongue, the 33rd level he can be said to be full of energy, although far less than this kind of monster who does not know what fatigue is, but an hour of speed it can still be done. It didn't take long before all the daggers he carried were used up. And the monster that couldn't catch up with him had no way of parrying him. He who had already practiced his throwing to the pinnacle, even if he encountered Uchiha Itaki, used kunao, shuriken, etc., he would not fall. Downwind. And dealing with this kind of meat target-like existence, it is even easier. But for no reason, Uchiha suddenly felt uneasy. The next moment, his eyes widened, he suddenly stepped on his footsteps, and turned back abruptly as if ignoring gravity. The sudden action caused a burst of blood in his body, his face turned blue and white. But after a short while, before he could stand firm, a boulder the size of a chest whizzed past his eyes. Gudong! Swallowed, and Uchiha Uran's face suddenly became ugly. If it wasn't for the sixth sense, he would have become a ball of meat. He didn't expect that this cumbersome monster could have such a fast reaction speed, or its perception ability, unexpectedly judged his position in the next second, and then outrageously threw a boulder. All of a sudden, offense and defense reversed. There are one or two. It can catch its position. If it continues to rely on speed, once it makes a mistake, I am afraid that there will be no second chance. The long-range killing method is no longer useful. Now, the dagger has been exhausted. Entering close combat, and then waiting for it to adapt to its own speed, it will be more difficult to fight. An idea flashed through Uchiha's mind, and after observing the immediate environment, he immediately made a decision. The first yellow spirit ring moved, and a tiny, transparent radiation trap appeared in his hand. Didn't hesitate, after condensing enough soul power, he continuously spilled out. The strength was different, the position was different, the trap was not very threatening to his speed, and he could enter the regular tactics. Yu reading www.yuuganju.com. And this kind of high-temperature spike trap, once hit, it is much easier to use than the 70-centimeter blade in his hand. What he is facing is a behemoth 12 meters tall. Hey! Take a deep breath. Uchiha closed his eyes and opened them again. Furui Bubo's eyes revealed a trace of madness. Roar! The next moment, when the monster rushed towards him, Uchiha Uranus held the knife in his hand, his body instantly moved, and he charged in the opposite direction to the monster. How does it feel like a mountain rushes forward? The scent of the sky was shaking, mixed with the smell of nausea, and a strong wind threw up in front of it. Uchiha faced the behemoth with silver hair fluttering because of the changes in the surrounding airflow, but the look on his face was still so. Be firm and without hesitation. When he chooses to countercharge, he has already put the fear in his mind behind him. He will not be afraid or hesitate. He will win. The 3 spirit rings on kept flashing, resisting the momentum of the giant beast. Boom! A strong blast of chi sounded on the ground, and the black soil was instantly scattered under the heavy blow, and a table-sized fist suddenly slammed on the ground, with unparalleled strength, hammering Uchiha Uranium's original foothold. A moment later, a sharp leg knife slashed through the ankle of the giant beast, cutting the flesh and blood, and a large stream of black and red blood poured out, and a thick stench began to emanate from the surrounding battlefield. A thin figure swiftly flashed under the beast's crotch, and while tumbling, it cut a slit again. This is, the dwarf cuts down. Chapter 56, Art is an Explosion. The silence did not last long. It seemed that the explosion just now scared them, but as time passed, the desire for devouring in their minds gradually occupied the hearts of these soul beasts. The calm was broken instantly. A beast roar suddenly came from a distance. The roar of echoed in the forest, swept across this quiet land with a brutal vibe. The next moment, a grey beast shadow flashed, and it rushed straight to Uchiha Uranium on the trunk. As one moved, the other soul beasts also moved in succession, gathered together, and pounced like a wave. Boom! Boom! The spirit beasts around are confused. A series of fiery red explosion spikes rose into the sky, with the sound of blasting, which greatly disturbed the positions of the soul beasts. Even some soul beasts were continuously stimulated, howled in anger, and bite. Other soul beasts. But more spirit beasts appeared around one after another, and then pounced on the moving boy. I don't know when, a big iron-grey flower was placed in a corner, and the fishy wind flashed by, causing the leaves to shake, as if dancing lightly. A blood-red breath spreads around. Clang! Uchiha Uranium's speed was fast, but he couldn't maintain it all the time. Soon, a few soul beasts caught up with him, followed by a crazy pounce. Faced with this crazy posture, the young man calmly waved his sword, cut off an arm, or cut off the claws of a certain soul beast, but he was not used to this one-to-many battle itself. And if these supplements dare to do it on him, then there must be the consciousness of dying here. Oh, by the way, the brains of these radiating soul beasts are about to burn out, what else can they have? Killed the soul beast nearest to him briefly, Uchiha Uranus did not stop running, but before he could breathe a sigh of relief, a black shadow flashed past. Suddenly, following his instinct, Uchiha used his free left hand to forcibly grasp the head of a snake-like spirit beast, and the third purple spirit ring under his feet flashed suddenly, an invisible force surging from his left hand. This spirit ability power did not last long, but the snake-like spirit beast in his hand lost its ferocious aura, as if it had been drawn from a bone. With the loosening of the fingers, it slowly landed, and the breath of life dissipated in an instant. Active effect, energy absorption. It is precisely because of the existence of soul skills that he dares to use these soul beasts that have been around for thousands of years and hundreds of years as supplements. If this spirit ability is used to absorb radiant energy, then it can also take the radiant energy and extract the spirit power cultivated by the spirit beast into its own body. What an overbearing and terrifying power! At this moment, the spirit power of the snake-like spirit beast is quietly staying in his body, waiting for his digestion, or in other words, not digesting, but directly using it as a one-time soul power supplement, not a permanent increase. It takes time to improve permanently, but right now, it is more suitable as a tonic. As the power was absorbed, the spirit power in Uchiha Uranium instantly recovered to 3/4 of the original. The radiation trap that was just thrown out was just a spirit ability, but as the spirit power level increases, its power is also with the gradual increase. Correspondingly, the consumption of soul power is also increasing. The main reason why Uchiha Uranus chose to leave the battlefield full of traps was because he threw a little too much. If he was not careful, he might be at risk, and his spirit power would be weak. Now, absorbing the spirit power of a century-old soul beast, he can release dozens of traps. A short calculation flashed in his mind. It takes one trap to blow up one, and dozens of traps can be arranged to absorb one. Uchiha Uran's eyes gradually lit up. Without hesitation, he turned around and walked towards the place with the most soul beasts in the radiation perception. Along the way, the trap in his hand was thrown out like a Timo kind of mushroom, either in front of his eyes or at his feet. The next moment, the breath diffused, and the nearby soul beasts were attracted. These soul beasts looked fierce and drooled in their mouths, wishing to smash the young man. After seeing him, he didn't care about anything and immediately rushed forward. Then, there was a vigorous explosion. The explosion all afternoon, all the soul beasts who participated in the siege died tragically. These mindless guys saw that the soul beasts around him were almost dead, and finally remembered to run, but when Uchiha Uranus stepped forward, he immediately turned around and looked at him with a hideous face, madly dying toward him. Come! Naturally, none of these guys can run away. If Uchiha alone rushes to kill with a knife like this, I don't know that it will take until the year of the monkey to kill all these radiating spirit beasts. With a little radiation, the soul beast may continue to accumulate due to cultivation until it mutates. Unless he absorbs all the radiation from this land, he will only kill the living things on the land. But this is also the point of his headache. If there is no aura to attract these guys, it is really difficult to deal with ordinary spirit masters, or it is the titled Douluos large-scale spirit ability, but here is the star do Deo. Although the forest belongs to the frontier of the Tiandu Empire, it is obvious that the Tiandu Empire does not care about the life and death of such a place. As for the king of the forest, will Ming Erming take care of this? The answer is of course yes. After all, this is their homeland. Although this kind of radiation will fade away with the passage of time www.novel.com, this kind of time span is too long. I am afraid that ordinary spirit beasts are still waiting. Before this time, he will die directly. And what they should do is not a problem for Uchiha Uranus to worry about. He is not even a title Douluo, and he does not even understand what soul skills De Ming Erming has to deal with this kind of bone-eating maggot radiation field. Uchiha Uranium has finished his outfit at this moment and continues to set off. After all, this radiation area is still relatively small. After all, he has only lived for one night. Although there is radiation contaminating the water source and causing a large area to spread, in general, there was no such abnormal monster that swallowed all soul beasts. And the monster in the lake in the forest that he has to face is this kind. For a while, Uchiha Uranus was a little lost. He thought of De Ming Erming and the petite and lovely girl, Xiao Wu, with a pink face. She gave him the clothes he is wearing now. Although it has been 2 years ago, at this moment, when he looks at the clothes that don't fit well and the workmanship is somewhat rough, he always remembers the past. It wasn't for any sentimental reasons. He understood that Xiao Wu was hiding far away from the radiation range. And directing Er Ming to throw stones to attract his attention and give him clothes was just out of pity for him. You know, 3 or 4 years ago, when they met for the first time, he was forced to live in animal skins. And the clothing that Xiao Wu gave was not only a charcoal in the snow, but the feeling of being respected and recognized by others. Even if I look back now, I can't help but touch it deep in my heart. Wiped his tears, Uchiha Uranu took a deep breath, and took the sorrow of these years back into his heart. His eyes sharpened again, he wiped the knife at random, and looked far away, not knowing what he was thinking. Chapter 57, In Battle. Into the night. The bonfire was burning quietly, making a crackling sound, illuminating the face of a young man by the bonfire. The majesty of the night wafted everywhere, blowing up silver hairs, fluttering with the wind. The surrounding area has been completely silent. With the radiation infection over the years, there are no more living creatures in this area at least. Even if there is, it is a radiation monster that eats people without spitting out bones. If there is no accident, when I reach the Soul Sect, I should be able to fully grasp this radiation force, and I will be able to get out of the forest just around the corner. The young man leaned on the dry wooden stake behind his back, lying halfway by the bonfire. He did not take off his clothes or put the knife that had accompanied him for 4 years into the scabbard. Instead, he placed it casually aside, letting it radiate. Sensuously cold. There are still 5 days away from the forest lake. During these 5 days, he wanted to absorb all the radiation monsters along the way, and strive to reach level 40, facing the monster that had fought against him in a prosperous posture. In the midst of it, he seemed to have a premonition. This is what he must do now. In the battle half a year ago, he fled in embarrassment, blood was dripping all over, his veins violent, and his mind was dizzy. Today, half a year later, he will once again challenge the demons he once faced. Every night, that terrifying figure will appear in his head, and he will start endless killings in a shocking posture, or like a predator. Hunt him down. He has nowhere to escape, and he has been swallowed by the pain. Every time he died, he would suddenly wake up. I hope I don't die here. Suddenly, the face of his death flashed in his mind. His death was extremely ugly, and in the end there was nothing left to be eaten. At this moment, the pain of bone erosion seemed to be the same as he felt, and he couldn't help but feel a little scalp numb. Hope. The young man chuckled lightly, with a little free and easy taste, raised his head high, glanced at the bright night sky, and then lowered again, in the light of the campfire, began to carefully check the knives and daggers, and whether the clothes on his body were tightly bound. Are there any flaws revealed? The dagger that used to be in the monster's body has long been left in the monster's body. He is now carrying more than 80 handles with leftover materials, each of which is more than 40 centimeters long and has more than 35 blades. The ratio of blade to blade is completely non-standard, and it can even be said to be deformed. In order to exercise this kind of deformed flying dagger, he trained for 2 months for this, and then he almost pierced himself to train where he was pointing. There is no doubt that this kind of blade is extremely long, the hole is quite heavy, and it does not fit the dagger of throwing objects. It is for dealing with that kind of behemoth. He even had a giant leg knife with a length of about 2.5 meters and a blade length of about 2 meters in the sole guide space. It was sharpened from the longest part of the steel-legged spider's body, and he did not take it out right now. After all, I haven't reached the battlefield yet, and a 1.5-meter knife is enough for the time being. It's not easy to practice this kind of giant sword technique. He has been refining and cultivating for half a year before he is considered a small achievement. If he wants to deal with a 4-story tall monster that is more than 10 meters high, he will wash and sleep even more. Suitable, everything in the dream. It's not that he can't fight, but he is not strong enough. What can he do to damage large creatures? Even the first spirit ability trap, the explosive ground stab, is still no one's palm, and the ground stab is full of radiation. Maybe that monster ate the radiation and suddenly recovered. The extreme nuclear energy reaction is also to send energy to the monster. In this situation, the monster has become stronger and stronger. There is no possibility of letting it eat and explode directly. He once looked through the current classics and found that its prototype is actually a giant ape. It is well known that the physical strength of giant apes is even higher than that of dragons. It is too difficult to expect radiation to kill it. The only chance to defeat the radiant titan great ape is the third spirit ring, the energy absorption aura. The reason is very simple. Radiation is an important energy that sustains life and keeps the body from collapsing. It has absorbed too much, and even the intelligent thinking has been burned out. The only thing to let it is the reason for the continued existence is the strength of the flesh. Is like building blocks. The more radiation it eats, the taller the building blocks will be. But what if Uchiha pulls a block from underneath? One piece is obviously not enough, but he can completely extract all the radiant energy it depends on by absorbing the radiant energy. If the energy in the body is not enough, naturally, it will die in his own hands. He had already used this trick before, but the object of extraction was the radiation force in the surrounding air, and the effect was outstanding. However, it is obviously impossible to collapse the body of the radiation titan by simply relying on absorption, and it is still unknown whether it can be exhausted within a certain period of time. The most important thing is that he must be close to the battle to be able to absorb to the maximum. Then there is a problem: how should he close battle? This is the reason why he trained himself to practice super long swords. He must have the ability to survive close combat, otherwise everything is empty talk. The second point is that he will use this knife to deal with those long tongues that are deadly long and fatal. Those things are like tentacles, and they are extremely threatening to him, so it's like the first battle. They must be dealt with first, otherwise the next battle will not go on. Around the bonfire, Uchiha thought a lot. Is not only the way of fighting www.novel.com battlefield layout, but also other thinking trends, he has to consider one by one. He encountered this kind of invincibility for the first time, and he was very restrained from his powerful enemy. Although he was more restrained from radiating the Titan Great Ape, this feeling of powerlessness made him quite uncomfortable. And it was at this moment that he realized that he lacked a powerful spirit ability to confront. Although the radiation is very strong, it takes time to destroy the body and spirit on the opposite side. If he does not last for a certain period of time, then the radiation damage is meaningless. Although he is already fast, he can be called the fastest man of his age, but not fast enough. He needs more life-saving skills, or the power of frontal confrontation, otherwise just running away will not solve any problems. The boy was silent, and many thoughts flashed in his mind, but they were dispelled one by one. He was not so smart, even in his previous life, he could only be regarded as an ordinary student. Even the direction of study was not such nuclear energy, radiation, fusion, and fission. Such things as nuclei, neutrons, and nuclei are ordinary garden designs. He once dreamed of life after controlling nuclear energy, whether it was going deep into the body, extracting these powers, and using them as a power source for certain things, such as Gundam and Mecha. Still rely on the huge and endless energy in the body to make some interesting things, such as the Big Ivan, the Little Boy, the hydrogen bomb and the neutron bomb. Whenever the forces want to kill themselves, he will send some gifts to them and send them nuclear peace. But at this moment, after the fantasy is over, he is still just a weak human being. Wiped the blade, Uchiha Uranus stood up straight, and after placing traps around him, he lay down by the fire and gradually closed his eyes. 5 days later, it's time for a decisive battle. Chapter 58, Tranquility Before the Storm. The next morning, Uchiha Uranus set off early. In the dark and deep quiet woods, the grey branches and leaves are flying around with the breeze in the forest like dust. The dense leaves have faded at some point and no longer block the hot sunlight. Let the light shine on the increasingly desolate land. On. This is the land where even the soul beasts no longer live. Even if the soul beasts from the outside are dead, they will not rush into this world full of death, destruction, and destruction. But among the dense forests, on the grey-brown soil, there is a young man wearing a grey-white shirt against the desperate breath of the endless soul beast, walking silently. Behind him is a giant sword far exceeding his height, one-sided the blade shone with a faint glow, stinging one's heart. A ponytail was neatly tied behind the boy, a skirt-like dagger hung from his waist, a commonly used knife was placed on the right side, and his hands were free and placed on both sides of him. Layers of white bandages are wrapped around the arms, and the ends are connected to the palms. As long as they are pulled at will, they can be taken off. At this moment, Uchiha Uranus seemed to be walking around at home, without paying attention to these ghostly shadows. He was already fully armed. What he has to face is not just a fool who stands in place, waiting for his luck. Although the radiant titan Great Ape has no brains anymore, its sense of smell is still there, as long as he appears within the range of that fellow's perception inside, without him taking the initiative, that soul beast would run over and attack itself. And this kind of active and passive combat experience is different in security. On the one hand, he is fully prepared, on the other hand, he is forced to fight, and the winning rate can be imagined. The price of failure is swallowed alive. He walked the way he had been, as if walking towards the past. The young man lived by the lake in the forest. He practiced and studied every day until he could no longer live around him. Then he left and went to a new residence. And now, at the age of 13, he has crossed the river, walked through the woods, and now set foot in the place where he once lived. This inexplicable taste makes him a little at a loss. People are looking forward, and he is walking forward. As we get closer and closer to the destination, the surrounding environment is becoming more and more weird. Radiation can change plant cells, but more plants will die because of this change. There is nothing but rotten and weird branches. Stay. After walking for a day, the radiant soul beast has no shadow at all. This weird scene made Uchiha Uran a little heart palpitations. You should know that in the past, as long as he stood here, countless people would perceive him. The spirit beasts came surging forward, but at this moment, the surroundings were quietly dead. After thinking about it, he has come to a conclusion. This is already the predation range of the radiant titan Great Ape. If you guessed it correctly, any monster with a little spirit beast breath is within its recipe range. As long as you see it, it is an extra meal. Be careful. Murmured to himself, Uchiha put his hand on the knife and slowly withdrew it. His other hand began to condense into a trap pattern, and he would throw it out at random every few steps, without worrying about the consumption of soul power at all. Inside his body, he still stored all the essence of the battle yesterday and those dead soul beasts. Last night, he only digested a very small part, and most of the rest was stored in his body to be used as a temporary soul power supply. Is like a baby bottle in Douluos No. 2 Middle School, except that this one is an exclusive limited edition. You don't need time, you can take it and use it anytime you want, but unfortunately you may not have the opportunity to have it again in the future. The breeze blew gently, bringing unnatural fishy winds. At his current speed, if he walks like this, he will be able to reach the forest lake in about 4 days. If he walks faster, the time can be shortened. But if the monster senses its own breath and takes the initiative to attack itself, then the time cannot be estimated based on this. But what is certain is that you are absolutely safe for at least 2 days. Before he came, there were a large number of radiant soul beasts. If the radiant titan Great Ape could come here, he would definitely not let go of these foods. And these soul beasts are just mutated, they are not comparable to the monster with ulcerated body and no thinking. I don't know how far it has mutated in the past 6 months. Uchiha Uranus thought of this. There was a moment of silence, his eyes flickering, but even with such complicated thoughts, his steps never stopped and he steadily moved forward. The world is like a dry earth. The next day, night. A blue figure quietly opened the door, tiptoed, packed up, and quietly walked out of the dormitory. But when she left the corridor and was about to go outside the college, suddenly, a slight voice came. "Xiao Wu, are you going out?" "Okay." The blue figure suddenly turned his head, followed the sound source, moved his eyes to the back, and saw a black-haired teenager who had just closed the dormitory door and slowly walked towards her. The young man is about 1.6 meters tall, with black semi-long hair hanging over his ears, looks a little handsome, and has a faint smile on his mouth. He wore a light blue college uniform, very neat, with a belt inlaid with 24 jade around his waist, giving people a very easy approach. "Mistress, it's you, you scared me to death, who I thought it was." The blue figure gradually walked to the light, and what caught my eye was a silky long black hair, combed out a neat scorpion braid, and Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com slowly fell behind him. Wearing a blue robe of the same style as Tang San, it is only a female college uniform. She is half a point taller than a teenager, and her gradually developing figure is tightly wrapped in the uniform, which outlines a seductive arc, and her face became clear. Beautiful eyebrows are slightly curved, big watery eyes, small and delicate nose, attractive pink lips, tender and smooth face, beautiful but not seductive. The girl in front of her is not only cute, but also makes people feel that she can only be seen from a distance. Xiao Wu's expression was a little helpless at the moment. She wanted to go back quietly, but she was seen by the mistress halfway through. The girl sighed indistinctly, and quickly began to think about the reasons for her return. And Tang San's eyesight is so keen, he who cultivated the purple demon eye, even in such a dim environment, could clearly see the helplessness and sigh on Xiao Wu's face. For a moment, he was in a dilemma. He and Xiao Wu are brothers and sisters, and they have a tacit understanding between each other. If she has any difficulties, she will definitely tell herself, but now she is so entangled, it is difficult to speak. The next moment, when Xiao Wu was hesitant to say what to say, Tang San smiled slightly and said, "Teacher, I will block it for you. Come back soon." "Hey? Xiaosan, don't you ask." Now it was Xiao Wu's turn to be stunned. She didn't even think about it yet, so Tang San didn't even ask. Then, Xiao Wu seemed to have thought of something, chuckled, approached Tang San, pressed her face to the side of the boy's face, and whispered to Tang San, "Thank you, brother." The warm and moist air rushed towards Tang San's face, and the girl's unique fragrance entered his nose, with an inexplicable smell, constantly irritating the nasal cavity, giving Tang San an urge to sneeze. "You definitely put on perfume, right?" Chapter 59, Scarlet Conflict. Time passes bit by bit. After only 3 days, the surrounding roads changed a lot, and they completely fell under the power of radiation. The grey soil began to turn black, with a tinge of fishy smell, and when the soil was turned over at random, it felt a sense of fatigue that made ordinary people dizzy. None of the large dead trees survived. All the branches and leaves were withered, revealing the bare dead grey branches, as if they were screaming silently, and the desperate silence lingered around, making people uncomfortable. The more you move forward, the pressure gets greater, as if the invisible coercion is oppressing this land. Every step forward, the creepy feeling behind the body becomes more and more condensed. Under this pressure, Uchiha Uran's complexion also looked a little ugly. This situation is too special. He was not like this last time. This can only explain one problem. That guy may have reached the next level, definitely more than what he has seen. Uchiha Uranus slowly straightened the giant sword behind him and placed it in front of him, and then slowly held it in his hand following the strength. Used in both hands, the blade flashed with a chilling sharpness, and it lived up to the name of the steel-legged spider. This killer completely surpassed the ordinary steel sword, and even only the spirit weapon was more powerful than this guy. Maybe soon. The young man whispered. He began to slowly untie the white bandage on his arm, bit by bit, entwining the tato with his palm as much as possible, so as not to get out of his hand because of a flick knife or other reasons. Although this large weapon also restricted his actions, he really had no good way to face the monster. The bloodletting speed of the knife was not as fast as the recovery of others, which was really a bit tormenting. Boom! In the distance, there was a sudden roar. Depressive, dull, earth-moving tremors continue to come, like a war drum that is constantly beating. Once and again, it shook his heart. Boom! A fragile tree beside was directly overwhelmed by the shock brought by the shock. Accompanied by the sound of crunching and decayed, it gradually collapsed to the ground, raising a thick radiant dust and rising to the sky. The shock is getting closer and closer. The dust kept flying, and the entire battlefield seemed to be inundated by grey-black dust, flying lightly all over the sky, with no field of vision, all of which was obscured, making it impossible to see the surrounding situation. There is only the sound of getting closer and closer, and the gaze behind the needle like a needle, which is constantly increasing. The surrounding environment is nothing to Uchiha Uranus. The next moment, the radiant eye, carrying two black fan-shaped hook jade, appeared in his pupils, slowly rotating in one direction. There is no occlusion in the eyes. Under the gaze of the pupil of the element, there is nothing to hide, including the long tongue in front of you. Clang! There was a harsh sound of gold and iron. In an emergency, Uchiha Uranus did not choose to retreat. Instead, he stood with his sword and his heels forcefully resisted the long tongue that came from the raid. Hey! After, Uchiha's uranium spirit ring appeared, and the three spirit rings continued to move up and down. Then, the figure flashed, and suddenly left the place and disappeared in the thick dust. The figure just dissipated, and the three whip figures turned around and slammed into the spot. With a sharp blasting sound, they exploded a round pit, scattered a large amount of mud, scattered in all directions. Roar! Retracted his long tongue, and there was a low, dissatisfied roar in the dense dust. The radiation source originally in its perception was completely covered by the high-concentration radiation dust at this moment. It could not see anything with its eyes alone. Under Uchiha's elemental pupil, although the light grey radiation dust covers the eyes, it is far from the dazzling blood-red monster in the field of vision. Uchiha silently took out a piece of cloth with his free hand, and wrapped it around his face so as not to too much dust in. The radiation was not terrible, but these small particles were extremely deadly to him. In the next instant, the boy clenched the handle of the sword tightly, and the pupil of the element stared at the various physical conditions of the radiant titan great ape. The blade turned, without hesitation, he rushed forward with the sword. Radiation titan great ape's perception is far more sensitive than Uchiha Uranus thought. I don't know what it is, before he approaches, a few dark red whip shadows will go straight at him. And at this moment, Uchiha Uranus showed that even if he was using a long sword, his skills were limited, but he still had the ultimate accurate judgment of volleying and cutting off the long tongue. Although this monster has become more terrifying, but he can't beat the 33rd level, it doesn't mean that he is not an opponent at the 39th level. The blade waved, and with a sound like cutting cloth, the long tongue, which was as tough as a cowhide, was cut off from it. With a snap, it fell to the ground and blood flowed. Roar! Suddenly, the world is quiet. In Uchiha's horrified eyes, the dust in the surrounding air suddenly solidified in the air, and like him, the original incomparable forward momentum came to an abrupt halt. www.novel.com was stopped in the middle of the road. Boom! After a breath of, it seemed to be a slight roar, and it was also like the ferocious roar that Henggu had existed. As the gradually drifting thinking returned, endless waves of air broke out instantly from the monster's body. The grey dust around was blown away in an instant, and the violent shock wave of soul power slammed into Uchiha's chest, and a cracking sound came from the chest. The boy's face changed immediately, and he couldn't bear it. The blood spurted out. With this huge force, the boy was blown into the air, and then he hit the ground without any resistance. Puff! After landing, he vomited another bite of blood, and for a while, the boy's face was pale. Hey! Sensed something was wrong and let out a low growl. Uchiha Uranu instantly turned over and half-kneeled, forcibly enduring the soreness and pain from all over his body. Fortunately, he tied a bandage, otherwise the sword would not know how far it would be blown away. Suddenly, his head darkened. Critical! Hurry up! The radiant Iguyu turned frantically, and the body that had just not stood still suddenly exerted force, and the figure was blurred, and there was an uninterrupted tearing pain from the arm of the thigh, and it passed through the crotch of the radiant giant ape. Under. The discomfort from all over his body almost made his eyes black. And blood rushed to his throat, but the violent shock wave from behind immediately blasted the ground like thunder. It came so fast. This was Uchiha Uran's first feeling. The space just suddenly became static and the strong shock wave he had no time to think about. He was now at the feet of the radiation titan Great Ape, and dozens of dark red tongues burst out. The sequence twists like a dance of gods and demons. Today 5 more. Thank you for the tip. I have read the recommendation ticket and the tip has been updated. Then I should act. 5 changes today, rush. Chapter 60. Power Draw. Genius remembers this site address in 1 second, https://fastest update. No ads. Boom. Only a huge explosion was heard, and the invisible shock wave entrained countless particles of dust, splashing in all directions, leaving an abrupt vacuum zone in place. A flowing shadow flashed past, the pale blade light rolled up a large amount of dust, and only a puff was heard. A dark red muscle tissue resembling a long snake suddenly broke with a sour cracking sound and fell to the ground. The black blood flows out slowly. The next moment, a figure slammed on it, stepping deeply into the black radiation soil. As he rushed, Uchiha's body trembled, and the wounds on his body burst one by one, but the Nakata sword in his hand became tighter and tighter, and his joints turned white. Dead! With a loud shout, the breath revolved, and the soul power surged. The boy's originally tense muscles suddenly bounced back. Then, as Uchiha Uranus used the explosive power of his physical body, his body rotated strangely in an arc, taking himself as the midpoint and growing Deideo wiped it lightly, cutting through the monster's ankle as if nothing. A large black plasma burst out under the pressure. Rumbling. The ground beneath Uchiha Uranus suddenly collapsed, producing a blast, and the grey dust did not know when to gather again. The shadow flickered, and a huge monster figure suddenly waved its arms, with a dozen long dark red tongues carrying gusts of fishy wind. He flew towards the young man in a weird posture, extremely fast, like a lightning bolt. At the same time, a strange force flew by, shrouded him like light. Uchiha Uranus clearly felt that when it moved at this moment, everything around him became dignified. The body seemed to slow down a lot, the speed that was originally like a glimpse of light continued to drop, and everything in front of him seemed to be slightly distorted. Fuck you! When did you know the domain? Remember the URL m.lookis.com. A giant arm slammed in the front, and a whip shadow suddenly arrived. At the moment, Uchiha Uranus did not dodge or resist. He simply raised the Nakata sword, his body turned, the radiating eyes and martial soul turned wildly, his body twisted, and with the blade sideways in front of him, he sent himself above the whip shadow, as if he was completely desperate for a suicide attack. Boom! Wow! Two voices were made at the same time, and they were deliberately hit by a whip of the radiant titan giant ape. Uchiha Uranus flew upside down, flying at least tens of meters away, and he slammed into a tree. Suddenly the dead branches trembled, and then they collapsed suddenly, setting off a large area of radioactive dust, burying Uchiha Uranium in it. There were black spots in front of him, and the feeling of blazing heat flooded all over the body. The surging blood inside the body mixed with the spirit power to blow away the particles from the body. Uchiha Uranus lay flat on the corpse of the big tree, and took a breath. Then turn over instantly. That's right, the Titan Great Ape race has the power of the field of gravity. The 100,000 years soul beast Erming is a conspicuous example, but what he faces is not a field, but a field power that is gradually being developed. If it was really the realm of gravity, then he would have died long ago. 10 times the gravity in an instant. If you don't adapt to it in advance by your own body, you will be crushed in 1 second. This is not from the astronaut's space. He is on the ground. But now, Uchiha Uranus couldn't laugh. He was right, he was just separated from a distance of tens of meters, and the force of this extremely oppressive gravity field dissipated in an instant. And if he gets close again, I'm afraid it's really life-threatening, but if he's not close, he can't fully absorb its power. Now it's just starting the war, it's already so tricky, it's really hard to imagine that radiation actually has this. This ability can actually enable this guy with no intelligence at all to awaken the power of the gravity field in the bloodline. Although it is not very strong, it must be able to reach the level of Erming in time. The essence of radiation is high-energy particles. Lightning and the sun are all of this kind. The fundamental reason why radiation kills human plants is that the molecular structure of human and plant cells cannot withstand the impact and energy brought by high-energy particles. And the radiant Titan Great Ape in front of him seemed to have awakened the power in his bloodline with the energy brought by the radiation. What the hell? With a secret curse, Uchiha Uranus started to act again, but his hand had been quietly placed at the waist, and the next moment, a flash of light suddenly disappeared from his hand. Immediately after that, it was a hard throw. Roar! The giant beast seemed to have been shot into some key point. With a roar, the surrounding spirit power fluctuated in an instant. The giant hand tossed, and the sharp claws of the black light ripped up and down, and the whip was frantic, intending to find the attacker. Amidst the grey dust, a knife light that was as cold as iron flashed away. Uchiha Uranus moved again, and the next moment, like a dance music, he stubbornly carried the power of the slow domain, and the soul power urged to the extreme. Beneath the body, he cut on its feet again, and a large piece of rotten flesh fell, and a disgusting smell hit his face. Hey! Nagatato was tumbling, and the endless whip shadow seemed to be full of loopholes at this moment, and could not capture the trace of the young man. On the contrary, a large piece of flesh and blood was cut off from his legs, and the bones were deeply visible, and the flesh and blood flew like a pale skeleton. Hey, hey! Constantly, as Uchiha Uran's whole body soul power runs, under the blessing of soul power, the originally slow figure is again blurred, and the second soul ability limit nuclear energy reaction is fully activated, and the original lightning whip shadow at this moment, Uchiha's uranium roots were cut off, and black blood was flowing. But this high-energy radiation also caused the monster to enter a state of rapid recovery, visible to the naked eye. The right calf, which had been shaved off flesh and blood, began to rapidly grow granulation. You eat my radiation, I want you to vomit it all. Suddenly, When Uchiha realized that using a knife alone could not create effective wounds, Uchiha changed his mind again, and while his thoughts were running, besides cutting off his long tongue with a knife, he gradually began to stabilize his breath, making several jumps. Jumped to its body, and suddenly pressed his left hand to his thigh. Difficult to handle. For the first time, Uchiha Uranus pressed on the stone-like rigid muscles of the radiant Titan Great Ape, and the hair roots on his hands were erected, like a hedgehog, with uncomfortable discomfort. The next moment www.ltnovel.com Physical contact, the iron-grey dead flesh and blood seemed to soften in an instant, as the third spirit ring rhythmically under Uchiha's feet, the active effect energy absorption halo opened, and an abundance the soul power mixed with the strong radiation power is drawn from the contact surface of the radiant Titan Great Ape, and if it travels back, it actually rushes into Uchiha's body. In the body that is invisible to the naked eye, a black air mass is slowly formed. The energy that has just been inhaled quickly merges into the body and turns into a spirit power energy mass waiting to be absorbed. Boom! Suddenly, a fishy wind pressed from above, and a huge hand, like a mosquito, shook Uchiha Uranium. The sudden weakness of soul power makes the radiant Titan Ape furious.